Hi everyone, welcome to Go Classes.
Hi everyone, how are you all? So, how was the exam? Okay,
So
so yeah,
in,
just confirm if audio and video everything is fine, and then we will start the analysis.
in this session, we are going to discuss all the 65 questions of GATE DA 2026 exam. So today, GATE DA 2026 exam was conducted. So how did it go? All the students, let me know in the chat. We will share with you all the highlights. First, before discussing the questions, we will tell you all the highlights of GATE DA 2026 paper, like what was the difficulty level, then what was the topic distributions, basically the marks distribution or number of questions from each subject from each topic. So those highlights we are going to discuss with you, and then we will discuss all the 65 questions one by one. Okay, so before we start, please let us know, what do you think, what was the difficulty level of GATE DA 2026 paper? Easy, moderate, hard, lengthy, conceptual, tricky? Like, what is your opinion? Please share, then we will share our opinion.
Yes, so how was the paper for you? Did you find it too difficult or too moderate or moderate to difficult, easy? How did you find it? I've asked some people and they were having mixed opinion, which means some students which were really good, they were saying it was easy paper, but some students were saying it was moderate to hard paper. So just wanted to know your point of view before we tell our point of view.
Yes, one comment is there that it was DBMS heavy. So let me
Yes.
tell you all the highlights of GATE DA 2026 paper. Some highlights that I noticed. So let me share with you. The first highlight that was that in this GATE DA 2026 paper, out of 65 questions, more than 11 questions were from DBMS. At least 11 questions I remember from DBMS. Maybe there were 12, 13, but the point is 11 plus questions were only from DBMS. So it was really DBMS heavy paper. There were two questions from SQL, one question from relational algebra, one question from TRC, tuple relational calculus, one question from ER diagram, ER model, one question from functional dependency, candidate keys, another question from foreign key. There were two questions from data warehousing. There was a concept hierarchy question. There was a OLAP question. So these were, I can say, there was a Sachin. There were two B plus tree questions. Two B
Oh, I
plus tree
think
questions.
yes. So
So you
total
can
how
see
many questions?
total 11 questions only from DBMS. Two B plus tree questions. Two SQL questions. Four relational algebra question. Five TRC. Six ER model. Seven functional dependency 8, foreign key 9, OLAP question 10, and concept hierarchy 11. Total 11 questions out of 65 questions only from DBMS. But all the questions, these were doable questions. Okay, so there was no DBMS question which was, I can say, hard. Okay, the question was either easy or it was moderate. So this is a good thing, Sachin, that in the DBMS there were 11 questions, but these questions, I can say, they were basically either some questions were easy or moderate, but there was no question which you can say that it was hard questions. It was hard question. So that is one highlight from the GATE DA 2026 paper. Let me share
Right.
another. Yes, Sachin.
Yes, yes. So it was like I was just saying the same thing. It was nice that DBMS was there, but it was easy. Like, and I think there were two questions from warehouse or three questions. I think two questions, right?
Two
Uh,
questions. I think
yes,
there was one question from concept hierarchy, another question from OLAP. So there were, I
yes.
think, two questions from warehousing.
Right, right, right. And actually, Deepak, both of these we have already taught in Go classes course. So both of these concepts, that concept hierarchy concept and drill down, these concepts were already taught. Obviously, we never know because this was the new topic which Gate DA has added. I mean, like Gate with respect to Gate, it was a new topic. So we don't know that what kind of questions they might ask. But yes, we have already taught both of these concepts which were there in today's examination in Go classes course.
So that's why I am saying that from DBMS there were 11 questions, and each and every question we have covered in our Go classes DBMS course. You can see B plus tree questions, two B plus tree questions. Actually, Sachin, in GATE
Yeah.
DA All India mock test, also in GATE DA mock test, multiple times, many times I have given this type of question where you have to find, the maximum number of node pointers in the B plus tree node. So the question was asking for non-leaf node, that in a
Right.
non-leaf node, what will be the maximum number of node pointers possible. So this type of questions we have already given in our all India mock test, in our mock test many times. Okay, if you remember, yes or no? In, I think in the latest all India mock test before the GATE DA paper, I think in the AIMT 564, I think this type of question I have given. If you remember, one question I also gave in the AIMT where I was asking that for the leaf node, what will be the order? For the non-leaf node, what will be the order? What will be the difference in the order of leaf node and non-leaf node? So all the variety of questions we have discussed. Overall, so this was the first highlight from the GATE DA 2026 paper, that 11 DBMS questions. Okay, maybe one two more might be there, but 11 questions I remember. Okay, maybe there is one more question I think. Okay, but 11 questions from DBMS. Also, I don't know whether you noticed it or not. Let me ask all the GATE DA aspirants who appeared in the GATE DA 2026 paper. What do you think in the aptitude part, 1 mark, 2 mark question, were they mixed or were they separate? Please let me know in the chat. In the aptitude part, 1 mark, 2 mark questions, were they mixed or were they separate? Like 1 mark, 5 questions followed by 2 mark, 5 questions, or were they mixed? Let me know in the chat. Let me tell you, I correctly remember, very clearly remember that because I also attempted, GATE DA 2026 paper. I was there. So I clearly remember that 2 mark, 1 mark questions in the aptitude part, they were mixed. But in the
Yes.
technical part, they were separate. Sachin?
Yes. Actually, in
Yes.
the comment also,
All are
everyone is
saying
saying mixed.
yes, all are saying mixed. Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
Right.
But in the technical part, what do you think? What do you think in the technical part? The 1 mark, 2 mark question, were they mixed or separate? There, I think it was separate. So in the aptitude part, 1 mark, 2 mark questions were mixed. In the technical part, 1 mark, 2 mark questions were separate. Please share your opinion about aptitude part, 1 mark, 2 mark question, and technical part, 1 mark, 2 mark question. Let me know. Okay. Let me discuss the next highlight. In GATE 2026, for any branch, they did not allow clicking all the four options in any MSQ question. So in the instructions before the exam starts, in the instructions it was not written that MSQ question cannot have four options correct. But in the GATE 2026, for all the branches, in the MSQ question, clicking all the four options is not allowed. It was disallowed. If you try to click all the four options for any MSQ question, it was disallowed. So you can say that in GATE 2026, for any MSQ question, four options, all the four options cannot be correct. Either one option will be correct, or two options, or three options will be correct. That is another highlight from GATE DA 2026 paper. Actually, this is true for all the GATE DA, all the GATE 2026 branches, all the GATE 2026 papers. Okay. Let me discuss the next highlight, Sachin. So the next highlight is that this in this paper there were some questions which were out of syllabus, out of GATE DA syllabus. Let me tell you what were those questions. There was a question from bijection. Sachin, there was a question, fn
Yes.
f of fn equal to n. That question from bijection, that is from function. There is a topic function, that is from function. But in the GATE DA syllabus, they did not mention function. Okay, Sachin, one more thing. That question,
Right.
as it is, we have in our GATE CS test series. Let me show you. See, let me show
Oh,
you.
as it is. Wow.
As it is. See, let me show you. Like this, f of fn equal to n. So, see, is it visible? You can see, Sachin,
Yes.
here.
Yes. Yes. Now it is
This,
visible. Yes.
you can see this function defined from
Oh,
a to
that's
a.
that's exact question. F
F
of
of
fx equal
fx
to x.
is equal to x. Okay. So you can see basically, of course, I have asked, multiple options. This question that I have asked, you can see in the GATE CS Go classes, CS test series. in the mock test 7, this question is there. You can see 4 options are there. Actually, I made it MSQ. Okay, you can see I'm also asking related to bijection. Okay, basically the complete analysis I am asking. But in the gate DA 2026, the question that came, that was also same question. From A to a function is defined, that is f of fn equal to n. Okay, so this same question is there, you can see. Okay, so but the point is, in the gate DA syllabus, if you notice, functions is not mentioned. Okay, so I think this question might be out of syllabus. Okay,
Right. In the syllabus, they have only mentioned from the discrete mathematics, I think the combinatorics part and the.
only the permutation combination is
Yes.
mentioned from the discrete mathematics. Only permutation combination, I think.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so there was another question in the gate DA 2026 paper, that was n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4 equal to 20. And they were asking, basically this question, let me tell you, this is related to distribution of objects into boxes. This question is basically related to identical objects, distinguishable boxes. Okay, but in the gate DA syllabus, they have only mentioned permutation combination. They did not mention the whole combinatorics. In the gate CS syllabus, in the gate computer science syllabus, we have combinatorics, but in the gate DA syllabus, they only have permutation combination, means the basic combinatorics. But this question, n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4 equal to 20, this particular question, this is from distribution of objects into boxes, identical objects, distinguishable boxes. So this question was there. So these two questions, I felt that these two questions, basically these were more, I can say, more like these were gate computer science questions, but less like, I can say, gate DA questions. Okay, and Sachin sir will tell you some more highlights. For example, in the linear algebra, there was less number of questions. If you compare with the
Yes.
previous 2 years, then in the linear algebra there were less number of questions. So these are the highlights from my side of gate DA 2026 paper. Sachin, any highlights from your side?
Yes, yes. So, yes, you are right. So, from linear algebra, there were, I think, only four questions might be there. At most, four questions. I do not have exact number of questions with me currently. Like I will count it once we solve all the questions live today. So, but I think these were like I think 3 to 4 questions only. Someone has shared linear algebra questions, 8 marks, 10 marks. Okay, I do not know about the marks, but I think 3 to 4 questions at most. And also let me tell you one thing, that one of the question was repeated, in the sense that the exact same question, it like kind of like data was same, like m equal to the matrix was same, and they've just asked something else in one question and the other thing else in another question. So there were two questions from the same data and from the same matrix. So linear algebra, there were 3 to 4 questions, I think. And apart from those 3 to 4 questions, two questions were from the same data or the same matrix. And interestingly, let me tell you that the same matrix we have given, I think, in last AMT or the second last AMT, the same, almost the same matrix we have given, almost the same matrix formula, which was like VV transpose minus I, or I minus VV transpose, something like that. We have given almost the same matrix in the second last AMT. If anyone has attempted that AIMT, then they would have solved that question, those two questions, very easily. So I will also share that AIMT question link. Currently, I don't have with me, but I will definitely share in another video, or probably today only. Okay. So now I think, Deepak, we can start solving the questions.
Yes, I
Yes.
just want to show one thing, Sachin. See, actually, this question that I told you, which was in our test series, you can
Huh.
see, Sachin. See, this question, f of fx equal to x, this question was there in our test series. We called it basically, involution. Okay, and you can see
Huh.
4 options are there. But if you see the explanation, okay, let me share. Here you can see in the explanation, I have in the explanation you can see I have written, and you can see the last time I edited this. You can see the last edit. This was done in 2024. Okay, so it's not like I edited it right now. Okay,
Right.
so you can see the last edit is from 2024, and you can see in this explanation, I have written counting the number of involutions. And Sachin, you can see this recurrence relation I have written, Sn is equal to Sn minus 1 plus n minus 1 into Sn minus 2. Let me tell you, this recurrence relation is the answer for gate DA 2026 question. Here what you can do, you can just put n equal to 4. Okay, because in the gate DA 2026 question, that was n equal to 4, you put n equal to 4, so the answer will be, s3 plus 3 into s2. Okay, then of course s2 value will be 2 and s1 value will be 1. Very easily you can solve this question. You can see in our test series this question was there in the explanation. You can see this complete analysis, this I have done. So overall I can say, okay Sachin, before we discuss the questions, let's discuss about the difficulty level of gate DA
Right.
2026 paper. So first, let me share my opinion that I think this paper was definitely not easy, and the paper was moderate, or I can say moderate to tough. But if I compare gate DA 2026 with gate DA 2025, then I think that it was, in comparison it was easier. Okay, so gate DA 2026 paper in comparison with 2025 gate DA paper, it was easier. This year it was easier, but it was not, overall it was not easy, but comparison with 2025 it was easier. Okay, and overall I think it was moderate or moderate to tough. You cannot call it easy. Okay, so this is my analysis. Also, aptitude was definitely not easy. Aptitude was, you can say, moderate to tough. Okay, almost all the questions I think were, there were only one two questions which were straightforward easy questions, but the remaining questions were moderate, and there were one two questions which were hard. Overall, the aptitude was moderate to tough. Aptitude of gate CS 2026 was actually easy. This year in 2026, the gate CS set 1 set 2, that aptitude was much easier in comparison with gate DA 2026 aptitude. Okay, so the aptitude part was also moderate to hard, and the gate DA, overall gate DA 2026 paper, this was also moderate to hard. Sachin, what is your opinion?
Yes, that is true. That compared to last year, it was definitely bit on the easier side, but overall it was moderate. Definitely, it was moderate. I feel that there was linear algebra was not there, or you can say only three questions was were there in the from the linear algebra. That is why that overall the difficulty might be easy. I mean, one of the reason, because last year linear algebra I personally felt it was not easy. Like last year, the paper was moderate to tough because of the linear algebra. Like major credit I can say goes to the linear algebra. This year paper was more DBMS heavy. I think this year the number of questions, highest number of questions were asked from the DBMS among all the subjects. So it was DBMS heavy, we can say, paper, but DBMS was easy. And last year it was linear algebra heavy, but linear algebra was tough. So that is why like overall difficulty was tough last year. So last year, I think AIR 2, like if we keep AIR 1 aside, because he was very exceptional, but AIR 2 got around 84 marks. Like we can say the topper, highest marks were 84. Obviously, the highest marks for AIR 1, 96.33. But if we take him as an outlier, so if I call AIR 2 as the highest marks, so highest marks were last year 84, but this year it will be definitely greater than 84, like as far as I think. So
Yes.
compared to last year, it was easy, but definitely it was not easy. I mean, overall it was moderate paper.
Yes, I also think that this year AIR 1, 2, 3, if I find there, average marks, okay, maybe, just like last year, maybe the all India rank one, maybe he can get, he or she can get, let's assume, 95 marks. Okay, it might happen. Last year also, all India rank one Nikhil, he got 96.33 marks. All India rank two got around, 84, 85 marks. So the difference was there between all India rank one, all India rank two. The marks difference was almost 10, 11. But okay, let's keep that aside. This year, in my opinion, that the top three rankers, or I can say the top 10 rankers, the average marks, or I can say for the top three rankers, the average marks, I think that will be near, I think 87, 88, or maybe I can say less than 90. Okay, so as we are saying that, we feel, I and Sachin, we feel that this year gate DA 2026, it is easier in comparison with the last year gate DA paper, but it was overall, it was not so easy. Okay, it was basically moderate to hard. Okay, and Sachin, you provided really a good analysis that we can basically say that gate DA 2025, that was linear algebra heavy, and it
Right.
should be. It should be, Sachin. Actually, the GATE DA paper should be linear algebra heavy. But this year, I think, suddenly they thought that, okay, let's make it DBMS heavy, which does not make much sense. They must make it linear algebra heavy, I think. Okay.
Right.
And I think next year also it will be linear algebra heavy. Okay. I don't think that every year they are going to make it, DBMS heavy. But overall, the point is that the 11 DBMS questions, they were easy or moderate. No DBMS question was hard in the hard category. But the linear algebra, as Sachin is saying, that it was last year, it was basically moderate to hard. So that's our analysis. Now we can go to the question discussions. Okay. So first we are going to discuss the aptitude questions. Okay, Sachin, aptitude से शुरू करते हैं.
ठीक है, okay.
So let's discuss the aptitude questions first. So let's start the questions discussion. All the 65 questions we are going to discuss with answers. Okay. So let's start with aptitude first. Let me know in the aptitude which questions you remember. I also remember all the 10 questions I remember. You share with me which questions you remember. So let's discuss the aptitude. Okay. So in aptitude, let's discuss some questions. The question number 1. This was a 2-mark question. It was a really good question. Let me discuss this question. So the question was that there is class 5. In class 5, there are 2 students, Rishi and Swati, I think, Swati. And in class 4, there are 2 students, Pawan and I think Tanvi. Okay. So these were the students. And they are playing 3 games of chess. Okay. 3 chess games. 3 chess games they are playing. And basically, it's like the first game is there. Okay. So the first game, let me tell you that first game is basically between either class 5 people or class 4 people. Basically, in the first game, same class students are playing the chess game. Okay, means basically here in the first game, I can say that either the first game is between Rishi Swati or between Pawan Tanvi. Okay, this was given actually that the first game, only the first game, this was given in the question that only the first game is between students of the same class. Okay, this was given. Then you can see whoever will win, okay, the student who is winning here, that student will play another game with student of another class, and like here also. Okay, and some conditions were given in this question that only the first game is played between students of the same class. That is the first condition. So basically, the condition, there were some conditions given. Let me tell you. The condition 1, that only first game between students of same class. Okay, this was the first condition. There was condition 2 also. Let me share with you what was the condition 2. The condition 2 was that 2 games are won by boys, 1 game is won by girls. Okay, 2 games boys will win. Okay, so you can see 2 win for boys, 2 wins for boys, and you can see 1 win for girls. Okay, this was the second condition. And do you remember the third condition? I remember it. So let me tell you the third condition, that class 5 students won more games than class 4 people. Okay, you can see the class 5 students won more games than class 4 students. Okay, then class 4 students. So these were the conditions. And let me tell you what the question was basically asking. The question was basically asking who can who can never lose a match. Okay, who can never lose a game. I can say who can never lose a game. So this was the question. What do you think? What is the answer? Who can never lose a game? This was a 2 mark question. It was a good question, let me tell you. So what do you think? Who can never lose a game? Let me tell you the answer. Let me tell you the answer. The answer is Tanvi. The answer is Tanvi. Tanvi can never lose a game. Okay. So for this question, the answer will be Tanvi. Remember, the question was asking that who can never lose a game, and the answer will be Tanvi. Okay. And let me just provide a quick explanation. So actually, let me tell you what will happen. Okay. Let me tell you a situation. You can see the first game. Let me tell you the first game will be played between Rishi and Swati, and here Rishi will win. Okay, the second game will be played between Rishi and Pawan. Here also Rishi will win. And the third game will be played between Rishi and Tanvi. And here Tanvi is going to win. Okay, so you can see that in this situation, all the three conditions are satisfied. You can check. Okay, all three conditions satisfied. All three conditions are satisfied. Okay, and here you can easily see that Rishi is losing the third game, Swati losing the first game, Pawan losing the second game, Tanvi is never losing any game. You can see in this sequence, in this situation, in this example, or I can say in this instance, you can see all the three conditions are satisfied. You can see that first game is played between students of the same class. So I can say that this condition 1 is satisfied because only the first game is played between students of the same class. Okay, you can see that Rishi and Swati, they are students of class 5th, so they are playing the first game. You can see in the remaining two games, one student is from class 4, one student from class 5. Okay, so you can see that this first condition is satisfied. Also, you can notice two wins for boys, one win for girl. You can see here that two wins are for boys overall. You can see in these two wins we have boys. Okay, and you can see in this win we have Tanvi, means girl. So you can see two wins for boys and one win for girls. This condition is also satisfied. And you can see condition 3 is also satisfied. Class 5 students, they are winning more games than class 4 students. You can see that class 5 students, they are winning two games. Rishi is from class 5. Okay, so class 5 students, they are winning two games, and class 4 students, they are winning one game. So you can see here all the conditions are satisfied, and in this situation you can see these three people, Rishi, Pawan and Swati, they are losing at least one game. The question is asking who can never lose a game. The answer for this question will be Tanvi, and this was a 2 mark question. What do you think? This was easy, moderate, or hard? In the chat, let me know. Sachin, what is your opinion? Easy, moderate, hard?
I think it was actually I think it was a hard question because in the chat also everyone is saying Rishi, and most of the people actually are saying Rishi in the chat also. So that's
Yes.
why I think it was a hard question.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it was a negative for many of the people. So sorry about it. Actually, many people are saying Rishi, but then they got to know it is Tanvi. Yeah, some people are saying Tanvi, but not many. So many are
Yes.
saying Rishi.
So in the chat, most of the students are saying that Rishi will never lose a game here, but actually the answer will be Tanvi. Tanvi is never going to lose a game. I already provided you the explanation. You can check it. Okay. And I think this question, you can say it is hard because for majority of the students, it will be wrong. So that is the reason, that is the definition of hard, that majority of the students, they are basically
Right.
doing it wrong. That's why this question, let's put it in the category of hard. Okay. So I hope the explanation is clear. I hope no one has any doubt that the answer will be Tanvi. You can check it. All the three conditions are satisfied. Okay. The question was not ambiguous. Everything was very clear. Okay. All the three conditions are satisfied here. The answer will be Tanvi. Okay. Very simple. Okay. So let's go to the next question. So in the aptitude, there was another question which was from geometry. So let me take that question. There was a geometry question. So there was a geometry question. Let me make the diagram. A circle was given to you. you can see a circle was given to you. In this circle, we have some points. You can see P, Q, R. So we have some points basically. And this is the center O. Okay, and you can see these PQ, sorry, RP, PR, and QR. And then this this angle, this was 45 degree. Okay, this angle was 45 degree. And also, okay, so this diagram was given. And let me tell you the radius. The question has given that radius is 10 centimeter. Okay, and the question has also given that the length of PR, that is equal to the length of QR. Okay, so these are given in the question, and the question is asking the area of shaded region. Okay, you can see this shaded region was given, and the question was asking the area of shaded region. Okay, so what is the area of shaded region? So what do you think? What was the answer? Let me know. What is the area of shaded region? Actually, options that were given. Let me also tell you the options. You can see the options that were given. One option was 50. Another option was 50 root 2. Another option was 25. And another option was 100. Okay, so these were the options, and the question was basically asking what was the area of shaded region. Okay, so this was the complete question. Let me tell you, no data is missing here. So what do you think? What was the answer? So for this question, the answer will be 50 root 2. 50 root 2. So for this question, the answer will be 50 root 2. Okay. How many of you did it correct? So I think this was also 2-mark question. And this question, I think we can say that it was also hard. Okay. Either you can call it moderate to hard, or you can call it hard. Okay. So how many of you did it? How many of you did it like correctly? 50 root 2. So these were the options. You can see 25, 100, 50, and 50 root 2. There was no option 25 root 2. Okay, in the chat, some students are saying that there, some student, I think one student is saying that there was option 25 root 2. There was no such option. Okay, there was no such option. Okay, now there were some questions from verbal ability. So let me just write that question. There was a question that was like this. That was like this: verbosity. Okay, verbosity. Then they are saying that it is related to brevity. Now we have to find, if verbosity is related to brevity, then in the same way, what is related to insolence? What is related to insolence? Okay, this was the question. Let me share with you the options. The options were solace. The next option was innocence. The next option was respect. And the next option was wealth. Okay, so these were the 4 options. What do you think? What was the answer for this question? What was the answer? What do you think? To be honest, this is actually a hard question, because see, these are not frequently used words. We don't use them, frequently in our day to day life. Or I can say these are these words. For example, I think you have never used these words. Okay, most of the people, most of the students, you may have never used, you may have never heard these words, verbosity, brevity. Okay, what is the meaning of verbosity? What is the meaning of brevity? Of course, maybe some of you have heard about it, maybe some of you have heard about it, but I can say that most of the GATE aspirants, most of the students, most of the Indians have never heard about these words. Okay, so that makes this question basically hard, because it's just that if you know, if you know that, if you know the meaning of these words, then you can solve it. If you have never heard these words, then you cannot solve it. So it's very binary. It's not like you can try. Okay, that I can try, maybe I will be able to solve it, maybe I will not be able to solve it. There is no such thing as try in this question. Okay, if you have heard about these words, verbosity, brevity, then you can solve it, otherwise you can never solve it. Okay, so for this question, let me tell you the answer. The answer will be respect. The answer will be option C. Okay. Actually, these two words are opposite of each other. Verbosity, brevity. Verbosity means using more number of words, I can say, and brevity means that you are conveying your thoughts in a very concise way. Okay, very in very small amount of words you are conveying your information. Okay, and verbosity means you are using more number of words basically. Okay, unnecessary words you are using to convey the thoughts. Okay, so these are basically opposite of each other. Insolence means rude. Okay, basically not showing the respect. Insolence means rude behavior basically, not showing any respect. So the opposite of that will be respect. So for this question, the answer will be option C. How many of you did it correct? And which category should I put this question in? I think let's put it in the hard, because most of the students, I am very sure that most of the Indians also, most of the students also, they have never heard about these words. That's why they may not be able to solve this question. Okay, so let's call it hard. But this was actually a 1 mark question. This question, it was a 1 mark question. Okay, so far 3 questions we have discussed. Now let's see the next question. There was a question number 4, another question from verbal ability. The question was basically saying that I and my friend parted. Okay, then I and my friend parted the door. Then the cabin I rented a night. I rented a night. Okay, so this question was there, and basically some options were there. Let me tell you what was the correct answer. Of course, some options were there. For example, some options like at, of, for. Another option was in, of, for. Okay, this type of options were there. Similarly, option C, option D were there. So, what was the answer? What do you think? Okay, similarly, some option was there. Maybe. Okay, so some options were there. Okay, so what was the correct answer for this question? Let me know. This question was actually a 1 mark question. I think this was 2 mark question. I think yes. This was 2 mark question actually. Okay, so for this 2 mark question, what was the answer? The answer was option A. I and my friend parted at the door of the cabin I rented for a night. Okay, so at, of, for. Yes, most of the students have given this answer. Okay, so this will be the answer. Answer will be option A. I and my friend parted at the door of the cabin I rented for a night. Okay, yes. So answer will be option A. This was a 2 mark question. Now let me tell you question number 5 in the aptitude. Okay, but I think this was easy question. So this aptitude question, okay, let's put it in the category easy. Okay, most of the students are saying in the chat also this was easy question. 2 mark, easy 2 mark. Okay, so let's call it easy question. Now let's go to the question number 5. So do you remember any other question? Yes, there was another question where the question was saying that you have a 3-digit number. You have a 3-digit number 3-digit number is ABC, such that A multiplied by B multiplied by C, that is equal to 70. Okay, and the question was asking what is A plus B plus C. Okay, this was the question. Let me tell you, I think this was one mark. Yes, this was 1 mark question. So yes, this was 1 mark question. So what was the answer? This was actually easy question, very easy question. You can see 3-digit number is given to you, ABC, and the multiplication of these 3 digits, that is actually 70. See, this question was so easy that if you do the prime factorization of 70, it is basically multiple of 3 digits, 7 into 10, or I can say that it is basically 7 into 2 into 5. So you can see that this 70, this is basically multiplication of 3 digits, you can see. So this question was actually very easy. If you do the prime factorization of 70, it will be 7 into 2 into 5. Okay, that's it. So basically this ABC, this is basically a permutation of this ABC, this is basically a permutation of 2, 7, 5. Okay, so the question was asking what will be A plus B plus C. So you can see that will be 2 plus 7 plus 5, and the answer will be 14. Okay, so this was, I think this was a easy question. It was really not a hard question, it was quite simple. This 70, you can just do the prime factorization, then you can easily see that it is basically multiple of 3 digits. Okay, so multiple of 3 digits. So your ABC, these are basically a permutation of 2, 7, 5. So the answer will be 14 for this question. Okay, so let's, in which category should I put this question? Let me know. Easy, moderate, hard. So I think this was another easy question. Okay, so 5 questions we have discussed. Let me share with you question number 6. This was another good question. So basically they are saying that you have digits. Okay, what we have? We have digits, we have distinct digits. Okay, the question was saying that you have distinct digits. Okay, we have P, we have Q, we have R, we have S, we have X, we have Y. Okay, these are the distinct digits from 0 to 9. Okay, so these are basically digits distinct from 0 to 9. From 0 to 9. Okay, this was given. Then the question was saying that PQ, RS, these are consecutive. These are consecutive. Okay, this was another thing. You can see this is a two digit number, this is another 2-digit number, and these were consecutive. Okay, this was given in the question. Then you can see the question was saying that PQ whole square plus RS whole square, this is equal to, you can see, this is equal to PQ whole square plus RS whole square is equal to XYP. And the question was asking what will be Y. The question was asking what will be Y. Okay, so this was the question. If you remember this question, PQ whole square plus RS whole square is equal to XYP. And options, let me tell you what will be Y. And the options were basically like A was 4, then B was 5, C was 6, and D was 7. So what do you think? What will be the answer for this question? Anyone? This was an easy question. Actually, why this was an easy question? Let me tell you that PQRS, these are consecutive, and PQRS they are distinct. So just tell me one thing. If I tell you that PQ, this is a 2-digit number. See, PQRS, these are distinct digits. These are distinct digits. Okay, focus on distinct here. Distinct digits. Okay, digits means basically 0 to 9. And you can see the question is saying that PQ is a 2-digit number. This is a 2-digit number. And you can see RS, this is another 2-digit number. Okay, RS is also 2-digit number, and they are consecutive. So tell me, what are these numbers? Can anyone tell me? These are consecutive. So what will be these numbers? Very simple. These numbers will be 19, 20. Yes or no? Okay. You have to take 2-digit numbers. Can you take like 13, 13, 14? No. Okay, because you can see P comma R, they are distinct. So you cannot take 13, 14. Okay. Are you getting my point? You cannot take 13, 14 because here this will be P, this will be R. They are not distinct. Yes or no? So there is a problem here. There is a problem here. Not distinct. Okay. So remember this PQRS, they will be basically PQ will be 19, RS will be 20. Now that's it, nothing else. Now they are saying that their whole square, 19 whole square plus 20 whole square. If you calculate what that will be, that will be 761. And this is basically XYP. You can check this is actually P. Yes, P is 1. Yes, P is 1. Okay, P is 1. Yes, P is 1. Okay, the question was asking what is Y. So the answer will be this 6. This will be the answer. So finally, remember the answer for this question will be Y will be equal to 6. Okay. So what do you think? This question is it was easy, hard, moderate? What do you think? So this question, this was another very easy question, I think. Okay, easy question, very easy. Okay. And what was the marks for this question? 1 mark, 2 mark? Can anyone tell me? For this question, what was the marks? Anyone? It was 2 mark question, 1 mark question. I think it was 2 mark question. I think 2 mark. Or was it 1 mark? Anyone? Yes, I think it was 2 mark. Yes, most of the students are saying it was 2 mark question. Okay, so let's make it 2 mark. Okay. So far we have discussed question 6. 6 questions we have discussed. In the aptitude, there was another question. Question 7. So the question 7 was that this question was like this, that if his last movie, if his latest movie had succeeded, okay, if his latest movie had been successful, okay, had been successful, he would be able to fund his next movie. Okay, this was the question. Do you remember this question? That if his latest movie had been successful, he would be able to fund his next movie. Okay, this type of question was there, and the question was asking what we can infer. What can be inferred? Okay, so let me tell you, for this the answer will be that his latest movie was not successful. Okay, so this was the question, what can be inferred. So let me tell you the answer was, I am just directly telling you the answer. The answer was his latest movie was not successful. His latest movie was not successful. Was not successful. Okay, his latest movie was not successful. This was the correct answer. Okay, so remember this is the correct answer. So tell me, this was easy, moderate, hard question? I think this was easy question. Okay, because the question is basically saying, if his latest movie had been successful. Okay, so from this statement you can easily see that they are talking about something that did not happen. Okay, if his latest movie had been successful, then he would be able to do something. So we can infer that his latest movie was not successful. Okay, so for this question, answer will be, this will be the answer. And this was 2 mark, 1 mark question. Anyone remember it? I think it was 1 mark question, I think. Okay. So these were 7 questions. Now there was question number 8. Let me discuss in the aptitude. This question was that we have positive real numbers. We have positive real numbers. Positive real numbers m comma n, and the question was saying that m is greater than n. Okay, and the question was saying that x is basically equal to, x was n power log 10 m. Okay, and you can see y was m power log base 10 n. Okay, and the question was asking what is the relationship between x and y. The options were, x is equal to y. The option was x is equal to log 10y. Okay, this type of some options were there. X is greater than y, x is less than y. Okay, this type of options were there. So what do you think, what was the answer for this question? This was a 1 mark question. This was also easy question. The answer will be option A, x is equal to y. Why this was easy question? Because you can take log on the both the sides. See, if you take log on both the sides, then log x will be equal to what? That will be log m multiplied by log n. Okay, similarly, here also on both the sides you can take log. So you will get what? Log n into log m. So you can basically see that log x, that is equal to log y. Okay, log x is equal to log y. So from here you can say that x is equal to y. This was a 1 mark question and it was easy question. Okay, from the explanation you can easily see that it was easy question. All you have to do, just take log on the both the sides. Okay, just take log. Here also take log both sides, here also take log both sides, and you can get the answer. Answer will be option A. Okay, so these are the 8 questions that I remember. And there was another question, question 9, that was from special aptitude. From special aptitude. So basically there were free diagrams, there were 4 diagrams given, 4 given pictures. Okay, 4 given pictures, or I can say basically pieces, and using them which diagram we can draw. Okay, using them once, which diagram, which picture can be drawn. So this type of question was there. It was a 2 mark question. Of course I don't remember the diagrams, but it was a 2 mark question. And using them once, which picture can be drawn. So this type of question was there. So I do not remember the given 4 pictures. And what will be the answer? Can anyone tell me for this particular question? What do you think? Students are saying P. P. Okay, so almost all the students are saying P was the answer. Okay, so for this question, let me write it that the answer was P, image P, right? Okay, so the image P, the images were had name. Do you remember the first image P? Okay, so basically the first image P, first image P. I think that was kind of a bird. The first image P, this was like a bird, right? If I remember, this type of bird was there. Okay, so this type of, I think, bird, something, a nice, beautiful bird was there. Okay, I think this type of, okay, is this diagram correct? Okay, so I think this type of, beautiful bird was there. So anyway, the answer is the first image P. Okay, this type of cute bird was there. What do you think? This was easy, moderate, hard? Which type of question was this? So I think this was a moderate question, or you can consider moderate to hard. Okay, so this type of duck image was there. So that will be the answer. Okay, answer will be first image P, I can say. Okay, so Sachin, So we have discussed so far total 9 questions we have discussed. In aptitude, there was another question. I have written it here. You can see there was another question on mean median mode. Okay. So basically from 0 to 20, from 0 to 20, 5 random numbers chosen. Okay. So this question, do you remember, Sachin? Like, what was the answer? Actually, I did not solve it, I think, in the exam. So what was the answer here? You can see from 0 to 20. Anyone remember the answer for this question? This was the 10th aptitude question. From 0 to 25 random numbers we are choosing, possibly repeated.
Okay, mode median question, right? So
Huh.
they have given the mean was 12, mode
Yes,
was
yes.
20, and median was 18.
Yes, data I am writing here. So
Yeah.
possibly repetition can be there. And the question was saying that for these 5 random numbers,
Let me tell
the
you, mean was
mean
12,
was 12,
and
median
median was 18, mode was
18,
20.
and there was a single mode.
Yeah.
The question was saying that there is only one mode. There was a single mode 20. Okay. And the question
Okay.
was asking how many, if you ignore the repetitions, then how many ways are there to choose such 5 random numbers? Okay. So the question was asking ignoring repetitions, ignoring repetitions, number of ways, number of ways to choose such 5 numbers, such 5 numbers. Okay. So this was the question. What do you think? What was the answer?
Okay, someone is saying one is answer or two is answer. So, uh,
No permutation. They only wanted to know how many possible combinations are there. Most of the students are saying that 1 is the answer. Okay.
no, Deepak, I think two is the answer. So basically, let me tell you that mode means like so you can make five dots, five dash. So basically, we need to choose some number five. So median is
Total 5 numbers we want. Okay.
third number is 18 because median is 18 means third number is 18. Mode is 20 means like it is coming most maximum number of times. So if it is coming maximum number of times, it has to come after 18. Two times 20 you can write. Two times 20 you can write. And then mean was 12. Mean is 12 means like average is 12. So this currently the summation is 58. So if average has to be 12, then it means like 12 into 560. So basically x plus y have to be 2. So we need to choose x y such that there can be 2. So I think one is one
But they
combination.
cannot be same, right?
Acha.
Because
Okay.
you are saying that there is a single mode 20.
Ah, right. They cannot be same. Yes, okay. So in that case, I think 0 to is one possible combination, or 2 0. Are they in increasing order? Okay. Yeah. 0 to 0 to.
Ignoring the repetition, ignoring the permutation. Sachin, permutation हमें
Okay.
ignore करना है.
ठीक है. So then in
हाँ.
that case, I think yeah, one is the answer. Then 0 to is the only combination, and one is the answer. Okay.
So the answer will be 1. Okay. For
Yes.
this question, answer will be 1. Answer will not be 2. Those students who are saying answer is 2, if you are saying because you are taking x equal to y, if you are considering 1 1 0 2, if you are considering these two possibility, then remember in the question it was written that there is only one mode. Basically there is a single mode, there is only one mode. This was written in the question very clearly. Second thing, Sachin, if some student is considering 0 to 20, xy
Mm.
0 to 20, then remember in the question it was written that you have to ignore the repetition. Sorry, you have to ignore the permutation. Yes,
Permutations.
ignoring the permutation. So it was written in the question that ignoring the permutations. Okay, sorry, ignoring permutation. This was written ignoring permutations. So ignoring the permutations, what is the number of ways to choose such 5 numbers? So the answer will be This is the only possibility. Okay. So for this question, the answer will be only one. Okay. Anyone remember this was a 1 mark question, 2 mark question? I think this was a 2 mark question. Okay. Sachin, category of this question like easy, moderate, hard,
Moderate, I can say.
but tricky, right?
Yes, actually, a single mode condition, no repetition like that, right? Not considering any permutation. Yes, it was tricky, but it was not very hard. Yes.
Yes. Actually, silly mistake possibility is there, Sachin. In
Yes. Yes.
in this line, okay, in this line and also in here. These are, I can say, they can cause silly mistake. So
Right. Right.
in this question there are, I can say, it's like कि अगर आप इस सिली मिस्टेक से बच गए तो इससे बच के दिखाओ, ऐसा
Right.
सा कुछ। अगर किसी ने मान लो कि मोड वाली चीज तो ध्यान दे दी कि यार
Hmm.
सिंगल मोड है, ठीक है, तो एक्स वाई वन वन तो नहीं होगा, ठीक है,
हाँ.
तो हो
02
सकता है
और 20.
0 to 20 की वजह से टू कर दे। अगर
हाँ.
उसने इधर ध्यान दे दिया, मोड वाले पे ध्यान नहीं दिया, सो दिस क्वेश्चन आई कैन से इट इज बेसिकली एरर प्रोन क्वेश्चन। Okay, silly mistakes are very much possible in this question. So let's call it moderate but tricky. I can say silly mistakes are definitely possible. So that's it. All the questions we have discussed. Let me just check that how many 2 mark questions we have discussed. So the question number 10, this is 2 mark question. Then question 9, 2 mark question. So far, 2 questions. Then this is question 3, 4, 5. I think there is actually, I think somewhere a 1 mark question I've written 2 mark. Okay, so anyone want to tell me which question I've written wrongly? Like, was this question 1 mark, 2 mark? Can anyone tell me? I think this particular question was 1 mark. Oh, I think. Anyone remember this question? Was it 2 mark or 1 mark? This median mode question. I think this was 1 mark question. I think yes. Okay, so this was basically 1 mark question. Okay, so that's it. We have discussed. Yes, this was 1 mark question. So finally, we have discussed all the aptitude questions. All the 5 1 mark aptitude questions we have discussed. All the 5 2 mark aptitude questions we have discussed. Okay, all the 10 aptitude questions we have discussed.
Okay, so
Mhm.
now let me share my screen. Let us just also discuss many of the technical questions. So,
एक सेकंड
yes.
सचिन, एक्चुअली थोड़ी
Okay.
यहाँ पे 1 mark 2 mark में शायद कुछ मैंने शायद मिस्टेक करी है कि ये तो 2 mark है। ओके, जो बर्ड वाला
Okay.
क्वेश्चन है वो 1 mark है। बर्ड
Okay.
वाला
Okay.
क्वेश्चन ये 1 mark था। ओके, हाँ, याद आ रहा है मुझे कि ये जो बर्ड वाला क्वेश्चन था वो 1 mark था।
Okay. No
सो
problem.
दैट्स इट। ओके ओके ओके, हो गया, ठीक है। सो नाउ यस सचिन।
Okay, so now let's discuss the technical questions. So I have, I think, around 40 technical questions from linear algebra, machine learning, and other subjects, and remaining 15 Deepak might be having, including the DBMS questions. Okay, so let me share my screen. So, by the way, we will try to discuss all 65 questions. Most probably, we will be discussing more than 62, 63 questions. One or two questions we might miss it, and from the chat, we will take it. So, finally, we will be discussing all 65 questions. Okay. So let's start discussing these questions. If the question is very easy, you can also tell me in the chat section what is the answer that you have written. Okay. So let's see this question. The first question is from artificial intelligence. This is the AI question. I think from AI also they have not asked much questions. We can also write the subject name and later on we can count that from AI or from machine learning, from ALA, from probability, from each subject how many questions they have asked. So this question is, I think, very easy question. They're asking that which of the following is not an example of uninformed search. So as you know that A star uses the heuristic search, and A star is uninformed. A star is informed search, so that's why A star is not an example of uninformed search. Okay, they were asking not, right? So in the chat also you can tell me what is the answer that you marked.
So this was 1 mark question, Sachin. You can also write like this was
Okay.
1 mark MCQ question. 1 mark
Yes.
MCQ.
So this was 1 mark MCQ question. So everyone has written A star, which is answer C. Great.
So
Now,
we can mark it, I think, easy.
yes, that was very easy question. Let me also write the difficulty level. This was very easy question. So it was, I mean, very easy means like you might be already knowing this property of uninformed search and informed search. So it was easy question basically. Now let's go to the next question. It was machine learning question. So let me only write ML. ML means machine learning. And I do not remember the mark. So basically you can also tell me it was 1 mark or 2 mark question. Most probably it was easy question. So I think it was a 1 mark question. Yes, it was a 1 mark MCQ question. Okay. So here they were asking that which of the following. So they have given some options that which of the following is basically matching this. So let me tell you that T1. So I'm not writing all the options. I'm only writing that T1 is matching with what, T2 is matching with what. So here they have written some machine learning, the methods, task. Like for example, clustering. So clustering is done by whom? As you know that it is done by k medioids or k means, right? So k medioid is one of the form of k means. So you can say T1 is A2. Okay. Uh,
Sachin,
it's
this was MSQ question actually. I remember. This was
okay.
MSQ.
Okay, okay, no problem. So basically T1 this clustering. So let me write this was MSQ question. Okay. So do you have options also? Currently, I do not have options. So in MSQ question, like it is better to have options. Anyway, so basically, as you know that clustering is done by k-medioids. Classification. Can you tell me classification? It's done by, it's very popular. The naive Bayes does the classification. So A4. And what about T3, which is sampling? Sampling is also, as you study in artificial intelligence. This is the AI topic. Markov chain, Monte Carlo methods we have studied in AI. So T3 basically you can say A1. And feature extraction you can use LDA for the feature extraction. So you can use A3 here. Okay. Okay. So I think it was a MSQ question, and most probably I do not have currently options, but most probably only one option was correct here, even though it was MSQ question.
Yes. I remember it was MSQ, that I remember, because
Okay.
MSQ क्वेश्चन के अंदर वो चेक बॉक्स होते हैं ना सचिन, वो
अच्छा
सर्किल नहीं होते,
हाँ, राइट
वो
राइट राइट
सर्किल
राइट।
नहीं होते, वो चेक बॉक्स होते हैं ऐसे
हाँ,
स्क्वायर शेप में।
राइट
तो
राइट
आई
राइट।
रिमेम्बर कि मतलब ये क्वेश्चन था तो MSQ।
Okay, okay. So I think most probably only one option was correct. Okay. So I do not have the options. If I have the options, then I will tell you the other things also. If there is one option, let's suppose if there is option where they are saying that this clustering is done by naive Bayes also. Okay. Uh, then mostly it is for the classification. I have to check whether the clustering can be done by naive Bayes. It is not very popular in that case. Yes, I think the clustering can be done by LDA. Okay, so most probably the if there is one option, like I do not have the currently I do not have the options, but if there is one option, then maybe T1 can also be done by A3, right? So we will see based on the options what is the most appropriate answers. Okay, currently I'm keeping this as final answer. Okay. So one or two questions we do not have options, but mostly for all the questions we have options, and everything is very well defined with us, because we have taken 1-2 hours, okay, after the exam to correct all to collect all these things.
So Sachin,
Huh,
actually in the previous question, if
huh.
like if we are, because we don't remember the options, so we can just mention that one of these, like one of the option was this, and this is definitely correct.
Yes, this is correct, and one of the option was this.
In the chat, actually many students are saying that only one option was correct, even though it was MSQ question, but only one option was correct. But because Sachin and I we don't remember the options, so that is the reason we are not making any concrete conclusion. Okay,
Yes,
so yes.
right, right. So now let's just go to this question. For this question, this was very interesting, and at the same time, it was easy question. So they were saying that this x transpose x, it means the length of x. I mean, square of length of x, right? So x transpose x is nothing but x square. Length of x square is less than or equal to 4, which means length of x is less than or equal to, you can say, 2. Okay, I mean, basically it cannot be negative. So there is no point in writing the negative. But yeah. So what they are saying, that you take all the vectors. Okay, it's very easy question, by the way. They are saying that you take all the vectors. So let me go to the next page. Let me solve this question. So they are saying S1 is a set where you are taking all the vectors, right, such that their length is 2, less than or equal to 2. So you can imagine a circle, okay, in 3D, because it was a 3D, like R3 set from the R3. So I cannot draw obviously R3. So at max in the 2 dimension I can draw R2 only. So basically you can just imagine this is like a cube, okay, like a cube, and having all the vectors of length 2, right? All the vectors of length 2 were given by S1. And then they were saying that S2 is a 2 dimensional subspace of R3. What does this mean? You just think about, there is a cube and you are just projecting that cube on the 2 dimensional subspace. So it can be any subspace. For simplicity, you can see that, okay, this could be the XY subspace. So basically you are projecting, then it will be a circle. Okay. So after projection.
सचिन एक पॉइंट एक्चुअली चैट
हाँ.
के अंदर सारे स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं, सारे स्टूडेंट्स चैट में बोल रहे हैं कि ये 4 की बजाय 16 है ब्रो। मतलब
अच्छा.
क्वेश्चन के
ओके.
अंदर
हाँ हाँ. ओके.
चैट में भी सारे स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं वो बोल रहे हैं
16.
ये 4
Sorry,
की
sorry.
बजाय 16 है वो। ओके।
Right. Okay. So it was 16. So basically the length of x will be less than or equal to 4. ठीक है. So after projection, you can just imagine कि एक मतलब S1 intersection S2 will be just like a circle having all the points or all the vectors having the length less than or equal to 4. And they are just asking the area of this circle. Very easy, right? So what is the radius of this circle? 4. Because the length of this x is 4. So 4 is the length, the radius of the circle. So you can say R is equal to 4. R means radius, right? And what is the area? Area of circle, as you might be knowing the formula, it's a very simple formula. It is pi r square. So which means pi r square means 16. So 16 pi should be the answer. So C is the correct answer here. Okay. C. So I think this question was this was, by the way, MCQ question, and it was 1 mark question, right? So you can tell me if there is any mismatch. Most probably it was a 1 mark question, and I think this question was easy to moderate. I cannot say very easy, so let me write maybe easy to moderate. Okay. So what do you think this question? This question is easy, moderate, tough. Most probably you might be finding it moderate, but may not be tough, right? Okay. How did you find it? Okay.
Let us know
Yeah.
your opinion in the chat. Was it easy, moderate, hard according to you? You just have to share your own opinion, that according to you what was the
Yes.
difficulty level of this question. Okay.
Yes, so do not worry about our opinion. Okay, our opinion might be different from your opinion. You just tell your opinion. Okay, and also one student opinion might be different from other student opinion. You can tell. So two students are saying easy, one student is saying tough. And everyone also can tell. One student is saying moderate, and so on. Okay, some students are saying tough to moderate. Okay. So let me write it moderate to tough. Okay, so instead of easy to moderate, let me write moderate to tough, because most of the students are finding it moderate to tough.
Actually, I think Sachin,
Yes.
the CS students are basically calling it tough, but I think DA students are saying it is easy to moderate.
Yeah, actually, Deepak, in this question, if they get the geometric idea, then it was easy question. If they, because in the question they are just writing the mathematical thing, they are not writing any geometrical things. They are not writing like a circle and all. So maybe they were not finding it geometrical idea, because one of the student is saying that I got the idea of circle, then it is easy. If I got the अच्छा if लगा हुआ है ठीक है. So okay, so most probably it is moderate to tough. I thought it is easy question, but from the chat, it is seeming like it is moderate to tough. The reason is that you just once you find the geometrical interpretation of this question, then you will be easily able to solve this question with that interpretation, and you will easily say that answer is C. But if you do not find the geometrical interpretation, and if you keep on thinking mathematically, then I think it is almost impossible to solve this question mathematically, because it has to be solved geometrically.
एक्चुअली एक चैट में एक कमेंट भी आया है कि आई व्हेन यू वर सॉल्विंग दिस क्वेश्चन यूजिंग दिस ज्योमेट्रिकल इंटरप्रिटेशन यू आर सॉल्विंग दिस क्वेश्चन सो देयर वाज अ कमेंट आल्सो इन द चैट दैट आई नेवर थॉट लाइक दिस सो
Yes.
या सो यू आर राइट.
Yes, so let's keep this question moderate to tough, and C is the correct answer. I hope you loved that question because the question was nice, but then obviously there is no point in liking or hating the question now. Let's just solve the question, because if it is AIMT or something, then probably the question was valid whether you are loving the question or not. But currently, the more important that whether you have made it correct or you made it wrong. So how many have made it correct? 16 pi. Okay. So few students had made it correct, and they have thought it is like a circle. If you feel just like a circle, then it was a easy question. Otherwise, definitely it was a tough question. Now let's just move to the next question. This was a machine learning question. It was MCQ question. It was 1 mark question. Okay. So before I solve this question, just quickly tell me, it was a easy question, tough question, moderate question for you. They are asking that you are having first principal component, okay, and you are having 10th principal component. So they are asking, let's just call E1 as the first principal component, and then let's call E10 as the 10th principal component. They are asking the angle between these two. Okay, the angle is less than 90, is always 0, or greater than 90 and less than 180, and so on. Okay, so what is the correct answer? What is the correct answer? समवन इज सेइंग कि प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन को चैट जीपीटी नहीं बना पाएगा. आई डू नॉट नो, मतलब ऐसे तो कर ही देगा. या थैंक यू सो मच.
सचिन एक पर्टिकुलर चीज मैंने
हाँ.
मैंने जो सचिन मित्तल सर के लीनियर अलजेब्रा कोर्स के अंदर मैंने देखी है कि इफ यू स्टडी लीनियर अलजेब्रा फ्रॉम सचिन मित्तल सर देन वन थिंग यू विल सी कि ज्योमेट्रिक इंटरप्रिटेशन बिल्कुल एकदम जैसे होता है ना सचिन, बिल्कुल पिला दिया हो ऐसे बिल्कुल घोल के. तो
हाँ, ट्राई तो किया
यस,
है. राइट.
ज्योमेट्रिक इंटरप्रिटेशन के साथ लीनियर अलजेब्रा सचिन हैज टॉट. Okay, you can watch the linear algebra for gate DA, the complete linear algebra for gate DA, that is free on the Go Classes website, on the Go Classes app. Okay, and I promise you one thing, that is the best linear algebra course for the gate DA with geometric interpretation Sachin sir has taught. You can see this question as soon as Sachin sir is solving, like as soon as Sachin sir saw this question, immediately he is basically solving, using geometric interpretation. So you can imagine that, of course, to the students also in the lectures, Sachin has taught, all these geometric interpretations, these methods. So I hope you were able to solve this question if you have watched our Go Classes linear algebra course.
Right. So you can watch the linear algebra if you are preparing for gate DA for next year, or otherwise, like if you prepare for interviews also, linear algebra is free. You can definitely watch the course. Okay. For this question, they were asking the angle between E1 and E10 for first and 10th principal component. As everyone might be knowing, because the answer everyone is also saying, that answer is D. Okay, D is the correct answer. That angle between every principal component, it doesn't really matter whether it is first, 10th, or it doesn't matter. Angle between, okay, let me write it here. Angle between any two principal components are always 90, because they have to be linearly not just linearly independent. They have to have the maximum, like varying, okay, which means that two dimensions should be in such a way they should not overlapping in the they should not have any overlap in the possible variations, or the variance. So angle between any two principal components is always 90. Okay, also you can think like this, that do you remember that if you have any symmetric matrix, okay, I'm talking about the symmetric matrix. So you might remember one thing, that any symmetric matrix if you have, so let me write it quickly. I will go to the next question. It's an easy question, but let me tell you one other way to think about this question, that any symmetric matrix, okay, that you have, for any symmetric matrix, if you have lambda 1 not equal to lambda 2, or I mean two eigenvalues are not equal, then it means the eigenvectors are having eigenvectors are linearly independent basically. Eigenvectors are are linearly independent if for every eigenvector, but if lambda 1 is not equal to lambda 2, then eigenvectors are having 90-degree angle. Orthogonal also, okay, you can say eigenvectors are orthogonal. Okay, and in this case in PCA covariance matrix we take, right, covariance matrix. And covariance matrix is also the symmetric matrix, so you can think like this also. Also in the PCA formulation, we make the formulation in such a way that any two principal components are always having the orthogonality in between them. Okay. Now let's just solve this question. Which of the following statements is or are true for ridge regression? Ridge regression means L2 regression, right? So this was, by the way, machine learning question. So let me write here. This was machine learning question. This was MCQ question. MCQ or MSQ? Okay, you can tell in the chat whether it was. I have written is or are. I'm not sure it was MCQ or MSQ question. Okay, let me write MSQ currently. MSQ question, and I can say that it was easy question and 1 mark question, right? So let me write first 1 mark question. I think it was an easy question only. This was machine learning question. So they are asking about the ridge regression. As you already know, ridge regression means L2 regression. So which means here we use, you know, this L2 regularization. Now they are saying ridge regression aims to reduce the number of parameters that have negative values. No, there is nothing like that we have ever seen in the ridge regression, right? I mean that it reduces the number of parameters that have negative values or something like that, right? There is nothing like that. The regularizer in the objective function is used to obtain the model that perform well on the test data but poorly on the training data. Why we ever want to perform poorly on the training data, and how to train, by the way, such models? So this option doesn't make much sense, right? So they are saying that poorly on the training data. Obviously, why would we would ever do that? That we would want poorly on the training data. The C option is saying the regularizer in ridge regression uses L1 norm. Obviously, it uses L2 norm, as you know this. So C is wrong. D is correct, and D is saying the regularizer in the ridge regression may increase the bias of the model but help in reducing the variance. Obviously, it reduces the complexity, and complexity is directly related to the variance, right? So that's why it reduces the variance. And most of these models, if they're reducing the variance, then they have to increase the bias. That's why we have the bias variance trade-off. So that's why this option is correct, the increasing the bias and the reducing the variance. So D is the correct answer. Okay. Yes, it was easy question, I think. So I have already marked it was easy question. Now let's just go to next question. Okay, the last option was 9, I think. Let's go to this question. This was again, I think, easy question. I do not remember it was a 1 mark or 2 mark question. You can tell me. It was MCQ question. Was it 1 mark or 2 mark?
सचिन इसमें एक ऑप्शन 17 था, आई रिमेम्बर इट.
हाँ, 17
एक
ये
ऑप्शन था
16 नहीं था.
17.
16 नहीं था, 17 था, राइट.
हाँ, 16 नहीं था, 17 था. यस, यस.
हाँ, हाँ. Okay, so it was 1 mark or 2 mark?
This
Can
was
anyone tell me?
2 mark question. It was a 2
Okay,
mark question.
it was 2 mark question. It was, I think, easy to moderate, but there was a simple, chance of, you can say, a silly mistake was there because of this base condition. So let me tell you that what they are saying, that mystery. Let me write this mystery by just m of 4 they are calling, right? And then m of or the mystery of 4 is basically calling m of 3. It is, as you know, it is a Fibonacci series, but they're interested in finding the total number of function calls. They've even defined it very clearly that what is a function call. They have defined it like, given a stack, you are putting the activation record, and we are interested in finding the number of activation record that we are putting in total. Okay, so this will call m of 2, m of 3 will call m of 2, and m of 1. Okay, m of 2 will call m of 1 and m of 0. Interestingly, m of 1 will also call because n is not equal to 1. I mean, for the base condition, n is less than or equal to 0. This was very important point to notice here. So that's why m of 1 will also call m of 0 and m of minus 1. So these are the two calls that m of 1 will also be making. This is very important point that you should be noticing. M of 1 will not directly return. Okay. So let's just count these total number of calls. So this is 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can count how many times you are writing m. 1, 2, 3, 4. So m of 2 is basically calling four different calls. So you can say it is 4 calls here. So similarly, I'm not making the complete tree. 4 calls will be here, and m of 1 will be calling 2. So 4 plus 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and there will be one more, I think. Yeah, this m of 2, right? 15. So 15 calls will be there in total. Okay, so you can make a tree if you want. I can make tree, but I think everyone has got the correct answer, so I'm not making the whole tree. The reason is that m2 will be making 4 calls, so I'm directly writing 4 call here. Okay, so 4 and 4, 8 calls. M2 itself is one more call, so 9 call. M1 is calling 2 more call, 10, 11, and M1 itself is one more call, so 12, 13, 14, and 15. So total 15 calls will be there. So 15 is the correct answer. Now suppose by mistake, by silly mistake, you read it like n less than or equal to 1, or even if you do not read it, you, I mean, subconsciously ignore this, and if you think that m1 will directly return, okay, in that case, if you count, you will be missing out 6 calls. Okay, in that case, you could have marked D as answer, which means two these calls you will be missing, two these calls you will be missing, I think, and two here also. Okay, so total 6 calls you will be missing if you do not pay attention to this. And 15 minus 6 is 9, so you might have done 9 as answer. How many of you done 9 as answer? How many of you done 9 as answer?
How
Okay,
many
so
of you did silly mistake in this question? Let us know.
yes, so 9 is incorrect, but you can say prone to silly mistakes. Okay. So some of the students, Harish is saying he has written 9, and some, I think, there might be more students who have written 9. So yeah, this was a small miss if you have written 9. Okay. So sorry about it. Like the answer should be 15, and it was a 2-mark question. So I can, should I put it moderate, or I can put it easy?
I think
I think,
Sachin, it was easy, but silly mistake might be possible.
yes, easy, but prone to silly mistakes.
In this question, actually, Sachin, I also applied, the discrete mathematics, recurrence relation. So
Yes.
actually, if the question asks you about mystery n, here the question is asking mystery for. If the question asks you mystery n, then like just in one slide, like you can write what will be the like general answer.
Recurrence. Yes.
Yeah, recurrence relation. So if the question asks you m of n, then
Yeah.
that actually will be mn equal to 1 plus m n minus 1 plus m n minus 2. So this one is coming because of the
Amen.
the call of mn. Yes, mystery and call. So because of that, finally this is the answer. And here the base conditions will be the like what will be m0 will be 1, and m1 will be 3. M1 will be 3.
Yeah.
M,
So you can start from -1 also, the base condition, then automatically
yes,
M1 will be 3.
yes, we can start from -1 also. Yes. So finally, like this is the general recurrence relation. If you want, now you can, from here you can easily see that m of 1 will be 3, m of 2 will be 5, m of 3 will be 9, and m of 4 will be your answer, that is 15. Yes, so
Yes.
that's it. Okay, I hope you understood. So the series will be like, yes, so
So
for
M of -1 and M of 0 will be the base condition. These are the base condition, 1, 1. And then after that, you can easily fill summation of these two and then +1. So
yes,
which is
so it
3,
will be like 3, then
5,
5,
and 9, and then 15.
15. Yeah, like that. Okay, so this is the general solution for this question. Okay, yes, Sachin. Next.
Yes. So this is general solution, because they might have asked like m of, let's suppose, 7 or m of 8. In that case, it is too difficult to make the tree and the count the all the calls. So it is a better solution, you can say. It is a better solution. Using the recurrence,
इसमें
it is always a better solution.
इसमें सचिन जो एक्चुअली सीरीज बन रही है, उसका अगर जनरल सॉल्यूशन टू नहीं नहीं, जनरल सॉल्यूशन एक स्टूडेंट एक्चुअली कमेंट में बोल रहा है, चैट में बोल रहा है कि जो जनरल सॉल्यूशन है वो 2 पावर n+1 बनेगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे,
नो नो
आप
नो,
देख सकते हो, है ना?
एक्चुअली
ऐसा
फिबोनाची
कुछ
का
नहीं।
जनरल सॉल्यूशन इतना इजी होता ही नहीं है, इट्स
हाँ,
ऑलवेज
होता ही नहीं है।
फिबोनाची। हाँ
वो वैसे तो सचिन उसका जनरल सॉल्यूशन वैसे तो 2 की पावर में रहता है, लेकिन वो इतना इजी नहीं, वो पूरा एक
हाँ,
फॉर्मूला
इतना
है।
स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड
फाइव,
नहीं है। हाँ
हाँ वो 5 पावर कुछ ऐसे एक पूरा फॉर्मूला है उसका।
हाँ, कुछ तो -1
हाँ
√3
ऐसा,
पता नहीं क्या
हाँ
है।
हाँ है
हाँ
उसका थोड़ा
पता
सा
नहीं।
एक उसका जनरल सॉल्यूशन अपने आप में एक कॉम्प्लिकेटेड फॉर्मूला है। सो इतना
राइट।
इजी नहीं है। एक स्टूडेंट ने चैट में लिखा है कि ये 2 पावर n+1, 2 पावर n-1, दिस टाइप ऑफ, तो इस तरह का कुछ मतलब करेक्ट नहीं है। दिस इज दी फाइनल पॉइंट। ओके, यस।
यस। Okay, so it was easy question, 2 mark question. Now let's just go to the next question. Yes, this was again a Python question, and here they were saying that you are basically having the recursion, but in a loop. Okay, this type of question we have put in the, I think, the test series, that where we are asking for the recursion. So it was, see, if you call for this recursion is happening, but then this recursion is happening again and again. Basically, it will happen again and again within a loop, right? But it was, I think, overall it was easy to moderate question only. So I think it was a 2 mark question. So it was a Python question. Sorry, NAT question. It was NAT question, and it was 2 mark question. Okay. You can correct me if the marking is wrong or anything else is wrong. Okay. I think it was a 2 mark question. So this question is saying that you are basically calling with this 53412, okay, some data. Data might be something else. It doesn't really matter for this question, because ultimately whatever is the permutation of 1 2 3 4 5, the answer will be 1 2 3 4 5 only. Okay. So the answer. So what is they are asking? Acha, they are asking the count. So is the question correct? Count equal to count plus whatever this fun is returning. Okay, okay. So let me solve this question. So basically, let me also write the answer. Answer is 8 for this question. So this question is like kind of, you can say, bubble sort. Okay. Basically, it is doing one thing. It is comparing the adjacent. For example, can you tell me the exact the data? Was it the 53421 or it was something else? 53412. 53412. Okay, then yeah, I think this is the correct data. Great. Now, what they are saying in this question, that you call this function if li is greater than li plus 1. Okay, which means if this number is greater than the adjacent number or the number to the right. Okay, you are comparing the number left and right. Okay, if the right number, if the left number is greater, which means the greater number you are already there, then you swap. So basically this line is just swapping, right? Then it means you are just going to swap, and you will be having 3 5 4 1 2 after the swap, and then you increment the I. Okay, then you will say 1 plus, then return 1 plus. So if you are swapping one time, then it is basically counting the number swaps. The moment you swap, you immediately increment 1. Okay, so it is counting swaps, you can say. Okay, swaps, because the moment you are swapping, it is immediately doing 1 plus, and then you are saying I plus 1. I plus 1 means now you start from here. Okay, now you start from here, then you again check, is 5 greater than 4? Yes, if that is there, then you swap these two. So the list will be 3 4 5 1 2, and then you increment the count. So count was initially 1, then it will be 1 plus 1 2 now. Okay, then you check these two, then you check these two. So ultimately you can say the count will be 1, like 1 and 1. So ultimately the list will become, okay, after one iteration of the loop, the list will become something like this. Okay, so list will become this after one iteration only, I'm telling you. Now they are saying you do it again and again. Okay, so if you do it again and again, you just need to count the number of swaps. So let me tell you that 3 4 1 to 5 that you have got, and the count value is 4 currently. Okay, count value is 4. Now you keep on doing it. Is 3 greater? 3 is not greater, so you do not count. Okay, you just return from here. See this. If 3 is not greater, you just go here, and then you just increment the I, which means you just ask to do the same thing from incremented I. So you start from here. You start from this 4. Now you again check if this 4 is greater than 1. Yes, if it is greater than 1, you will increment the count. Okay, and then it will be 3 1 4 2 5. Right, you are incrementing the count. then 4 is greater than 2, yes, then you will be incrementing the count one more time, and then this list will be 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, and then this 4 is not greater than 5, so that's fine, right? So basically you can say till now count is 6, and now if you do it one more time, okay, since you have to do it again and again because it is in the loop, okay, you have to do it 5 times. Range of length of data means you have to do it 5 times, right? So if you do it again and again, then let's just do it one more time. So 3 and 1 will get compared. Since 3 is greater, so it is, I think it is easy question, but little lengthy might be, right? So plus 1, and then you will be counting 3 and 2 also, right? If this 3 is greater, then you will again say let me do the count plus 1, okay? So you do 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5. Then now there won't be any shifting or any swapping, so finally 8 is the correct answer. Is this easy question, tough question? Let us know. Is this easy question, tough question?
लेंदी तो था यार.
हाँ, it was definitely lengthy question. So let me write easy, क्योंकि easy तो था but lengthy question था. And 2 mark question है तो I think इतना तो ठीक है. Okay, someone is saying easy but extremely lengthy.
Yes.
Okay.
You know,
ठीक.
in the exam setting, maybe, you know,
हाँ.
extremely lengthy it might be.
Yes, yes, yes. So it was easy but it was lengthy question. Easy but time consuming. Yes, true. So it was a 2 mark question and answer is 8. Okay. Now let's solve this question. Actually, for this question, the options written here are not the correct options. Let me write the correct options here. So in this question, can you tell me the options? Like I think this option is the same option that was there in the exam, but there were one, two more other options which are not written here correctly, because this was sent by one student. This question was sent by one student. Uh, yeah. So I have the options. Option A is all output of line Q output. So let me write the options. Option A is output at line Q is 10, 20. Okay. Option B is F1, F2 share the same list. Option B same as written here. F1 and F2. So what is the answer that you have got? Option C is output of lines. Output of uh, output of line S. So output of line S is 10, 20, 40. And option D was output of line R. Output of line R is 10, 20, 30. Okay. So yeah. So now let's just solve this question. So what they are saying that, yeah, by the way, have you seen these kind of questions in our test series? Have you seen these kind of question in our test series? So basically what they are saying that F1 equal to outer. So basically outer is what? Outer is returning some function. Okay, outer itself is returning some function which is inner, right? Outer itself is returning some function which is inner. Now they are saying F1 10, so they are calling F1 three times. They are calling F1 three times, and F2 they are calling only one time. Now first tell me whether this F1 F2 will share the same, same list, or they will be sharing the different list. This is important. Okay. So by the way, let me remove the wrong options which are there. Okay. So someone is saying this is not an option. Sir, क्वेश्चन में एस स्टेटमेंट में प्रिंट 40 है. अच्छा, हाँ, यहाँ पे ये 4 है, राइट. ओके. So you are correct. So this is 4 here. Okay. So okay, this is 40. Yes, that is correct. Now, now they are saying that F1 and F2 share the same list. See, whenever you're writing x equal to this, or see, in Python, you do not have anything like int, or you do not have data type, right? The way you initialize any variable is just like this. So whenever you're saying x equal to this, if you're doing it two times, then these are the two different lists. Let's suppose you do y equal to something this, then y or x and y two different lists, as you know, right? So whenever you are calling this outer function, then this x is initializing, getting initialized again, right? So in that case, f1, f2 do not share the same list. So option B is definitely wrong. It was I think good question. It was a good question. Okay. I think it was, let me just put it moderate. So it was a Python question, MSQ question, 2 mark question. Okay. So this was Python, MSQ, and 2 mark question. I think it was a moderate question, and it was definitely a good question. Moderate question. So what they are saying, that f1 f2 share the same list. This is wrong. Why? Because x equal to this will be initialized again and again whenever you are calling. Then let's just see the output. F1 10. Okay, F1 10 means this one function, right? This 10. So basically here, uh, it will so the moment you do 10, then it will append in x. Okay, so let me write f1 ka x is separate from f2 ka x, right? So in this x you will be appending 10, and then you are doing f1 20, then you will be appending 20 at line q, then this will be only having 30, and then you will be appending 40 here also, right? Then you will be appending 40 here also. So let's just see the options. Output at line q, yes, 10 20 you have appended, so A is the correct answer. Output of line S, yes, 10 20 40 you have appended, so S is the this is the correct answer. Output of line R, no, output at line R will be just 30, so that's why D is the wrong answer. So correct answers are A and C. Okay, A and C are the correct answers. A, C are the correct answers. This was MSQ question. I think this was a good question. Okay, this was a good question. Great. So some students are finding it moderate, some students are finding it easy, some students are finding it tough. So I'm keeping it moderate. Okay. I think it was a moderate question. So by the way, from Python, you noticed that from the Python itself, there was 3 questions. It was like kind of imbalanced paper, because like asking 3 questions just from the Python, because Python is not supposed to have that much big weightage. Okay, and 3 questions, and all of these 3 questions are, I think, 2 mark questions, right? So having the Python this much weightage is not fair, I think, right? Six marks from the Python, it is not a good idea. But anyway, like from the Python itself, they have asked 3 questions, and all of the questions, I think, was 2 marks. So from the Python, 6 marks of questions we have seen. Okay. Now let's move to the next question. So this is a matrix that they have given, and then they're asking what is the value of m power 2026. By the way, this is the very first time they have used the cos theta, sin theta, and theta in the pies. Like in the gate computer science also, they do not ask the questions that are involving like much of the trigonometry. Okay, they might be asking the trigonometry questions, but very easy. Okay. Anyway, like this was also easy question. This M is called the rotational matrix or rotation matrix. This M is called rotation matrix. And if we are having theta 2 pi by 5, which means 5 theta will give you 2 pi. Okay. So by the way, if you do M square or N power N, then in the rotation matrix of this kind, the M power N will be cos n theta minus sin n theta, and cos n theta, right? So m power n will be this. If you do it, let's suppose 5 times, okay, then in that case it will be 5 theta will be basically 2 pi, right? If you do it 5 times, and 5 theta will be 2 pi. So so you can say m power 5 is identity matrix, which means it will be 1 0 0 1. Okay, because this will be 1, this will be 0, this will be 0, this will be 1. So basically m power 5 is identity matrix. Okay. Now you can see that if you write this m power 2026, then it will be m power uh, 5 power something. Let me just calculate it. So basically 4 405, right? Yes, 405. So m power 5 power 405 will be there, plus basically m. Okay, plus m. Some sorry, I mean into m. So m power 2026, you can write something like this. Okay, this was a linear algebra question, and it was, I think, MCQ question. Was it 1 mark or 2 mark question? Was it 1 mark or 2 mark question? Can you tell me? Okay, it was a 1 mark question. So students are saying it was a 1 mark question. It was a 1 mark question. I think this was moderate question, considering gate DA. It was a moderate question. So it was a moderate. So what is the answer? M power 5 is identity. So identity into m. So basically m is the correct answer. So A is the answer here. Okay. Okay. Just give me a second. Let me plug in the charger. Okay. So basically m is the correct answer here. Great. Now let's just, yeah, answer is basically A. A means m. Great. Now let's move to this question. This was, I do not know from which subject I should put it this question. This was kind of aptitude question only, but it was asked in the technical section. So it was, I think, NAT, right? It was NAT. Can you tell me it was 1 mark or 2 mark question? So it was a 1 mark question, right? It was 1 mark question. I think it was. Have you found it easy, moderate? Can you tell me? I think it was easy to moderate, probably, right? It was not a tough question. So let me write it easy to moderate. What is your feeling about this question? Can you tell me? What do you think? I think it was easy to moderate. Okay. So basically, the two summations are given to you. You can basically say that since inner summation is independent of outer summation, which means you can write like this. Okay. You can write it like this. Now, now they're asking you to find out the summation of this. Now, if you find out this, this will be 1 upon 3 plus 1 upon 3 square, like that till infinity, which means a upon 1 minus r. So let me tell you the formula of this a plus ar plus ar square. If r is less than 1, in that case, the answer will be, if it is till infinity, then you can write like a upon 1 minus r, right? This is the formula for infinite GP. Now you can apply the same formula. A here is 1 by 3. A means the first term, right? First term here is 1 by 3. So 1 by 3 divided by, you can say 1 minus 1 by 3, which is 2 by 3, right? So ultimately it will be 2. Okay. It will be 2 or 1 by 2. 1 by 3 into 3 by 2. Yeah, it will be 1 by 2. Okay. Ultimately it will be 1 by 2. Now, all you need to do is to solve this. Okay. So basically, you can say ultimately 1 by 2 is the answer of this inner summation. Then 1 by 2 multiplied by this I equal to 0 to infinity 1 upon 2 power I. Right. This is what you need to solve. Okay. So, how to solve this question? Basically, this is nothing but you can say 1 by 2 power 0 plus 1 by 2 power 1 plus 1 by 2 power 2, like this, right? Okay. So again, it is a upon 1 minus r. So a is, here in this case, a is just 1 upon 1 minus r, 1 by 2, right? So it is 2. So you can say this quantity is 2. So 1 by 2 into 2. So you can say finally 1 by 2 is the outer quantity into 2 equal to 1. So 1 is the correct answer. Okay. 1 is the correct answer for this. Okay. Should we put this question in EG moderate? Can you tell me? I put it in moderate. Do you want to change this? Yes, this was, there might be the silly mistakes in this question. But by the way, what was your answer? Yes, it was NAT. It was a NAT question. Okay, it was a NAT question. I think it was a 1 mark question. Yes, it was easy but need quick thinking. Okay. So I'm keeping it easy to moderate. Okay, I'm keeping it easy to moderate. Okay. Now let's solve this question. So this question was related to data warehousing. Let me write the subject name. It was related to data warehousing. Okay. It was MCQ question. It was 1 mark question. So what they are saying in this question, let's just see. They are saying that you have three-dimensional data cube, and you that shows the sales quantity for each of the combination of product type, month, and country. Now we want to visualize the sales quantity for each combination of the product type. So which means we want to visualize the each combination of product type, month, and state. So which OLAP operation should we perform? So what is the answer of this question? Okay. See, let me tell you that in our data warehousing course, okay, we have already. Let me just show you the slides. So in the data warehousing course, we have already solved these kind of questions, or we have already seen these kind of questions. Let me just tell you quickly.
So hi all, Sachin sir is searching, but please like this session. We are providing you the complete analysis of all the 65 questions, the memory based questions and their answers, and the analysis of most of the questions. Okay, so please press a like button, and in the next few days, if any gate D aspirant is asking, for memory based questions, then please share the link of this session. Okay.
Yes. So basically, these operations we have already covered. The operations like slicing, drill down, everything we have covered in the course. So let me quickly tell you. See here that drill down, roll up, right? Drill down, roll up. These operations are already covered. So suppose you have a data cube, and you let's suppose want to drill down. So drill down for the on the time data for Q1. So let's suppose you want to drill down on Q1. So in that case, you will be only seeing the Q1. Okay, only seeing that quarter data, which means here the Q1 means quarter one. So quarter means like you have the 3 months in one quarter, January, February, and March. Okay, so this is the year data, as you can see. So let me just put that on the screen in the slides also, and we will be sharing the annotated notes later on. So let me just also put that in the slides. Now, if you drill down, then what will happen? So currently, let's suppose I want to drill down on the quarter one. Quarter one means like quarter one is having the 3 months, January, February, and March. So suppose we drill down, then you will be having, instead of all of these quarters, you will be only having the quarter one, right? So this operation is called drill down operation. Okay. So from here to here, it is called drill down on Q1. Okay, so you are having January, February, March. Here you were having Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So if you want to see specifically, okay, or some product type, or specifically something even in more detail, okay, for each of the combination, we want to visualize the sales quantity for each of this combination. Let's suppose specifically we want to see for in more specific we want to see, okay, because here instead of country we have the state, right? Instead of country we have the state. Then what will you do? Since you are having the like downer operation, right? Because from the country you are going to state, so country to state is most important to see here. It means you are drilling it down, right? So it is a drill down operation. Okay, country to state we are going. So that's why B is the correct answer. So let me tell you what was your answer. Is this okay to everyone? Okay, so most of the students have done drill down, right? Okay, so some of the students might be wondering what are these slicing. Okay, what are the other options? So slicing means like you are only seeing, slicing means only slicing on some particular dimensions, only seeing, let's suppose, some year, okay, some year, let's suppose a specific year, let's suppose 2025, 2026, something like this, okay. So you are basically slicing, means you can say fixing one dimension, okay. Roll up, you already know. Roll up means if from state, if you are going to country, then it is called roll up, okay. Great. And dicing means like basically you are selecting multiple subsets. So anyway, for this question, drill down was the answer. I think this was if small observation kind of question, from country to state we are going. So it was, I think, easy question. Have you find it easy, tough? Okay. Now let's solve this question. By the way, have you observed that this kind of related? I'm not saying exact question, but mostly related this kind of question we have already put. We will make another separate video, but let me tell you, we have already put this kind of question in our AIMT. Where most importantly we have to use one formula of the exponential. So what is the answer that you are getting for this question? By the way, can you tell me what is the answer that you are getting? So this is the formula that we have to apply, which is like kind of, you can say, reverse of the CDF. Okay. So this is the formula that we have to apply because they are asking the same thing. Now they're asking you to find out this. Okay. So I'm going with the long method. There could be the easy or intuitive ways to solve this question, but I'm currently going with the formulatic way. Okay. So basically you can write this condition like this: x greater than 5 divided by x greater than 5. X is greater than 10 and x is greater than 5. So you can say this is redundant, right? So x is anyway like greater than 10, you can say, divided by x is greater than 5. Okay. So x is greater than 10. So here you have to write e power minus lambda into 10 divided by e power minus lambda into 5. So ultimately e power minus lambda into 5 is the answer. And e power minus lambda into 5 is already given in this form. Okay. They have already given e power minus lambda into 5 to be 0.35. So whatever was the given quantity, 0.35 was the given quantity, right? So whatever was the given quantity, the same is the answer. Okay. So answer is also 0.35. Okay. So this was, can you tell me this was 2 mark or 1 mark question? So I think this was a 2 mark question, right? It was a 1 mark or 2 mark. Let me check if I have the marking for this question. Okay. So it was a 1 mark question. Okay. So it was, I think, NAT question. NAT from probability they have asked this question, and it was a 1 mark question. Okay. So like if I talk about the difficulty level, then I can say it was easy to moderate. Okay. It was easy to moderate. Now let's move to the next question. So this was a question related to min-max. It was an AI question. Again, this is the second question from AI, I think. Okay. Till now we have only seen, I think only one question we have seen from AI. Okay, which was this. After that, most probably we have not seen any question from AI, right? So this is the second question from AI. Okay. This was Max-min kind of, you can say, game strategy or Max-min kind of graph. So what was the answer of this question? Okay. So it was NAT question, right? So just tell me it was NAT or MCQ. Quickly, please help me with this. So it was 1 mark or 2 mark. Can you also tell me this? Okay. So it was NAT question. It was 1 mark question. And I think it was easy to moderate. What do you think? What is the difficulty level you think for this question? I think it was easy to moderate. Since it was a 1 mark question, it was expected to be easy to moderate only. So final answer here is 1, right?
सचिन, द क्वेश्चन वाज आस्किंग विच स्ट्रेटेजी, लाइक अगर पूरा क्वेश्चन
Yes.
अगर लिखना हो तो क्वेश्चन जो था वो ये बोल रहा था कि फॉर द रूट नोड विच स्ट्रेटेजी वुड
Yes.
बी ऑप्टिमल, और आई थिंक विच स्ट्रेटेजी, ऐसा ऐसा सा कुछ था.
Yes, yes, I remember actually. So it was max min graph, and it was starting from max. It was very important that it was starting from max. So root was max, right? So for max or for root, what should be the optimal strategy? Okay, optimal max strategy they were asking. Optimal max strategy. Okay, for the root node. So you can first take the maximum. Maximum of these three is basically 8, I think, right? Maximum of these three, I think, is 7, and maximum of these three is -3, right? And and then after that you need to take the minimum, right? Okay.
सचिन, एक्चुअली आई थिंक इस क्वेश्चन में 3 लेवल नहीं थे ब्रो.
Okay.
मैं बताता हूँ, याद
हाँ.
है मुझे ये क्वेश्चन. इसमें
हाँ.
2 ही लेवल थे, एक जैसे डायग्राम बनाना, एक अलग जाके
हाँ.
रूट नोड है, फिर उसके बाद में 3 स्ट्रेटेजी हैं. एक रूट नोड है,
हम्म.
ठीक है.
Okay.
रूट नोड के ऊपर मैक्स लिख दो, मैक्स. हाँ, तो उसके बाद में 3 स्ट्रेटेजी हैं, 1 2 3. ये 3 स्ट्रेटेजी हैं, इनका इनका लेवल
हम्म.
था स्ट्रेटेजी. फिर
हम्म.
उसके बाद में अब यहाँ पे है ना, इन अब यहाँ से मतलब ये जो तीनों जो हैं यहाँ से अब मिन की ऐसे तीनों में 3 वो ऐसे ब्रांच
हम्म.
वो है, ब्रांचेस हैं. हाँ, बस ऐसे ये था, इस तरह से था क्वेश्चन. नहीं.
हाँ, राइट.
हाँ.
यही था ना?
हाँ, हाँ, इस तरह से बस. अब ये यहाँ पे वैल्यूज लिखी थी, ठीक
हाँ.
है. और क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा था कि दोनों जो मीन और मैक्स हैं वो दोनों ऑप्टिमल मतलब परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं. और द क्वेश्चन वाज बेसिकली आस्किंग दैट फॉर द रूट नोड विच इज बेसिकली max. So the question was basically asking for the root node which strategy would be most optimal, or I can say which strategy the root node will perform. And I think
हाँ.
the answer was, I think, 2, the second strategy.
Okay. In the chat, what are the answers they are saying?
Yes, most of the students are also saying that second strategy was the correct answer. Yes, I think if I remember correctly,
Okay.
the second strategy was the correct answer. और उसमें
Okay. 2 is the correct answer here, as everyone is also saying. So, हाँ दीपक.
हाँ, मतलब मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ कि मुझे ये क्वेश्चन याद है. आंसर वाज बेसिकली द सेकंड स्ट्रेटेजी, आई थिंक 2. सो द फाइनल आंसर विल बी, आई थिंक, 2.
Okay, okay. So 2 is the correct answer here. And this was a max min type of question, NAT question. It was a 1 mark question. So we can say this question was easy, right? Okay, we are going fast, don't worry. So let's go to the next question. This question was related to T1 distribution. Okay. And they've asked this question related to T1 distribution and the normal distribution. So this question, let me write the subject. This was a probability question, and it was a 1 mark question, right? Okay. So it was a 1 mark question, and it was MCQ or MSQ question, I think, right? So is this correct? Tell us. Please let me know if that is correct. Okay. So for this question, what is the answer? So someone is asking, sir, I am from no, no. Okay. So they have also given, let me write, yeah, in the question, they have also given GX. Let me write the complete question. GX is equal to GX equal to HX for some X, right? Okay. So basically, this was definitely a tough question, I can say. Okay, because this was a tough question because they've asked from the T1 distribution or the Cauchy distribution. So let me write. This was a tough question. T1 distribution is also known as Cauchy distribution. Okay. So I do not have the answer for this question. If you tell me, then I will be writing the answer. I think this was a 1 mark or 2 mark. Most probably it was a 1 mark question or 2 mark for some positive x. Okay. So do you have answer for this question? Tell me. So currently I do not have answer for this question, right? Okay. People are saying it was a 2 mark question. Okay, no problem. So mostly students are saying A and C are the answers for this question, and some students are saying B and D are the answers for this question. So we will be having a separate discussion for this question. Currently, I'm not marking the answer for this question as I do not have the answer for this question. Okay, so I will tell you the answer in a while. Okay. Yeah, answers I have written on the next slide. Most probably it is AC, but it was given by one of the topper student. So I'm also not sure about this question. So I will tell you this in a while. So currently you can keep as AC as an answer. Okay. Now let's just see this question. In this question, they were asking. By the way, this question was related to data warehouse. Was it 1 mark or 2 mark question? It was MCQ question. If I remember correctly, then options was 4 factorial, 4 cube, 2 power 3, and 2 factorial, right? These were the options, I think. Okay. Okay. So it was I think 1 mark question. It was 1 mark question. Now what they're asking is the number of possible cuboids, right? What is a cuboid? Let me tell you that we have already done these things. This is a cuboid. So basically, in a cuboid, you represent the data using the cuboid in the data warehousing. Okay, and on top of that, you perform one of the all up operation. Now here, let me also tell you another view of cuboid. Maybe. See, these things we have covered already in the course. That is why I'm showing you very quickly. So what is the answer that you have got for this question? Yeah. So you can say this is another view of cuboid. This is 4D cuboid and 3D cuboid and so on. Okay, and then you can perform one of the operation like drill down, dicing, slicing that we have already seen. So they're asking what are the possible number of cuboids, right? So here, as you can see that these are the like all you can say all the dimensions or all the attributes you can take here, right? So there are like four possible ways for here. Like I mean, you can take this or all, right? So there are four possible ways here. There are four possible ways here. There are four possible ways here. So that's why 4 cube is the correct answer. Okay. 4Q is the correct answer. So I think answer should be C. So what is the answer that you have marked? Okay. So one of the student have marked 4 cube, and 1 2 students are saying 2 factorial. So I think 4 cube should be the answer. It was a data warehousing question, and 4 cube should be the answer, right? Okay. Now let's move to the next question. This was data structures or the algorithm kind of question. So you can write the subject name here. We can write the subject name. I think this was MSQ question. Okay. So this was MSQ question. It was data structures, algorithms question, and um, yeah. So it was 1 mark, 2 mark. Can you tell me? I think this was a 1 mark question, right? Or 2 mark? I do not remember. Deepak, do you remember this? How many marks question it was?
Marks,
Uh,
marks I don't remember, but instead of y it was basically z. Instead of
okay.
y it was g.
Yes, it was
PQS
G. Right, right.
ERFG instead of y. Yes, it was basically g. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Then below also SQEPFRG, that is also G. In the option C also it is basic. Yeah, everywhere it is basically instead of,
G.
yeah, in the option C also it was basically G.
Yes. So actually, I do not know how it came to by because I also remember it was G. So you're correct. Okay. So what we can do, we can make a tree or tree out of it, and you can solve this question. So what was the answer for this? So as everyone is saying, B, D are the correct answers. So
Yes,
can I
there were
mark?
two options correct. Yes. Option B, D. Yes, I remember two options were correct, two options were wrong.
Okay, okay. So I think we can quickly make the tree also. So pre-order means root first and then left and right. So if I write root first, which is let's suppose P, because pre-order P, and then left and right. So left right I can say using the in order. So left, in the left this will go, in the right this will go, and in the left also if you see the root, then Q is coming first. Then I think this was a very balanced kind of tree that we were getting here.
Yes, it was basically a perfect tree.
Perfect tree,
Yes.
yes.
Hmm.
Now they are saying Q has only one child, so obviously it has two children, so that's why this is wrong. And then if you find out the post order, then yes, it will come out to be. Let me write the post order. So root you have to write at the end in the post order, and then left and right, right? So left means this. So for this also, root you have to write at the end. So left, right. So root you have to write at the end. So like this, okay. So if you compare, then this is the post order that you will be getting, and this is the same as option B. Okay. And P is the root. Yes, that is correct. Left subtree of R contains G. No, right is containing G. So that's why this is wrong. So B and D are the correct answers here. Okay.
So
So
for
I
this
think,
question, do you remember it was 1 mark, 2 mark? Let us know in the chat. Yes, Sachin.
yes. So I think it was an easy question only. Let's not put moderate here. Let's just put easy.
Yes,
Okay.
this is a standard question like in the trees, in the binary trees, these are standard tree traversal. So these questions already in the lectures, in the quizzes also, in the mock test also you have seen this type of questions. So this is basically easy and standard question, right?
Yes, yes. So one of the student is saying in the option node Q, node Q has two child. No, no. Actually, in the option, node Q has only one child. Yes, this is the correct option. Yes,
Yes,
this is the
सही है.
correct
Option
option.
option correct है सचिन.
This is the correct option. Okay, this was a 1 mark question. In the chat also they are saying it was a 1 mark question. So it was a, by the way, easy question, right? So I can put easy label here. Okay. Now this was a machine learning question. This was ML question. I think this was MCQ question, and the options were, if I remember correctly, 900, 1000, 512, right? 512 was the option. Uh, I think the data was. Can you tell me the options? And 10 was one of the option. Is one of the option was 512? Yes, I think 512 was the one of the option, right? So this is like A, B, C, D. Okay. So A is the correct answer here, by the way. They are saying that you have 100 samples, you're already like kind of reserving. Okay. So 10 plus, yeah. So they were saying, I think 100 samples, and X in the question it was given that X is from 512 dimension. Okay. And 100 samples you are already reserving for the test data. So let's not worry about those 100 samples. You have the 900 for the training, right? Using that 900 samples, you need to do the leave one out cross validation. Okay. So you can say using 900 samples, you have to do it, right? So if you are using leave one out means that you're leaving only one, okay, at a time. So basically, if you are having 900 such samples, let's suppose 1, 2, 3 like that, right? Then you will be leaving one, and then you will be leaving this. So how many total validation splits will be there? It's an easy question, I think. 900 is the correct answer here. Okay. So let me say this is by the way, I think 1 mark question, and let me say it is an easy question, right? It is an easy question. So what was your answer? Some people are saying 10. How 10? Leave one out means you are basically leaving only one, right? So they're asking basically the exact line that they were asking is the correct number of validation splits that will be generated. How many validation will be that will be instead of perform, the word that they have used was generated. Okay, they've used this generated word. How many validation splits, or in other words, they have exactly right the correct number of validation splits that will be generated. So number of validation splits, I think it should be, in case of leave one out cross validation, I think it should be 900. Okay. So now it was easy question, and 900 should be the answer. Okay. So now let's solve this question. This was another question. This was again not related to one of the very specific topic, but still, if you want to relate, you can relate it to the k-means. Okay. If we want to relate, so let me write it. If we want to relate this question, then we can relate with k-means. Otherwise, there is no hard and fast need to relate this question. Okay. So this is the question that they've asked. Were you able to solve this question? Let me know. So see what they are saying. They are saying that there is like pairwise. Okay. So they are saying that pairwise squared distances they are giving. Okay. This is a pairwise squared distances they are giving. Okay. So this kind of pairwise distances. Pairwise squared distance summations, right? And then this x bar was given to be the average of all xi's 1 to n, right? Then they're asking for the x bar. This was the question. Now, to solve this question, like we can go with the long method, which means we can basically open this up, and then we can try solving this question, which means how to open a minus b whole square. It is like a minus b whole square formula, as you know, a square plus b square minus 2ab. Using that, we can open this also, and then we can try solving this. Okay. So one of the way to solve this, like open this, and then you can try solving this question. Or otherwise, there is one more way, which is like there is one, you can say, formula or identity that you can use here, which is basically saying that pairwise. Okay. So you have the pairwise, you can write I or j anywhere, doesn't matter. Let's suppose I equal to, let me follow the same notation, I equal to 1 to n, j equal to 1 to n. Okay. Xi minus xj whole square equal to, how it relates with this distance from the mean. So this is the distance from the mean, right? So this is squared distance from mean. Okay. So basically, you can relate these two. Okay. The pairwise distance and the square distance from the mean are related. How? This is 2 into 2n into I equal to 1 to n xi minus x average whole square. Okay. And they are asking this only. So basically, they're asking for this quantity. So let me write here. So it was given. See, this is the identity that we will be using. And let me now solve the question. So in the question, 1 upon 2000. Okay. Let's suppose this quantity is LHS. Okay. I mean, the LHS and RHS are equal. So let me just call this quantity as A. Okay. So 1 upon 2000 into A was given to be 99, right? And then they're asking this quantity, let me call it, uh, let me call only this quantity as B. Okay. Then they're asking 1 upon 99 into B will be what? So B is nothing but A upon 2n. So it is 1 upon 99 into A upon 2n, right? And A is so basically it is 1 upon 99 into A is nothing but 99 into 2000 upon 2 into what is the value of n? N is 100. So 99, 99 will get cancelled out. This is 200, this is 2000. So I think 10 is the correct answer here. Okay. So this was an NAT question. Was it 1 mark or 2 mark? Can you tell me? Was it 1 mark or 2 mark question? Okay. So I think it was a which subject I should put it? It was not specific to when like one subject. You can keep machine learning if you want to relate it with the k-means, because this was a kind of k-means kind of formula. So like I'm putting a star here because it was not very specific to one subject. So you can say machine learning. It was a 1 mark, right? Or 2 mark? Can you tell me? Okay, it was a 2. So everyone is saying 2 mark ही होगा. मेरे हिसाब से तो शायद 1 mark था ये क्वेश्चन. Okay. So let me write 2 mark because most of the people are saying 2 mark, and it was moderate question. Also let me tell you that you can basically expand the left hand side and then you can try to solve this question, right? So okay, instead of identity, you can basically expand this. So it is like two summations, right? So you can say xi square plus xj square plus sorry minus 2xi xj. Okay. And these are the two summations that you have here. Summation for I and summation for j. You can write I first and then j. Okay. So this is the quantity. And now they're asking for this quantity. Let me also open up this quantity, summation for I, and then xi square plus x bar square. So x bar is nothing but summation of xi divided by n, right? So you can say plus divided by n square and summation of xi square. Okay. Can we try solving this question? So by the way, this is xi xj. I think it is symmetric, and you can even write it xi square. Okay, it should not matter. Minus 2 xi square, something like you can write it, because xi xj is symmetric. So from here, basically, we just need to pay little more attention. But from here, you might be able to solve this question. You can just take the value of n to be something else, okay, and then just see that what is the formula that is coming out to be. Okay, so final answer is basically 10 for this question, right? Or using this identity also, you can solve this question, and the final answer is 10. Okay, so let me put this question as moderate to hard. Now let's solve this question. This question was I think machine learning question, and it was um, it was a 1 mark or 2 mark question. It was NAT question, by the way. Okay, can you tell me this was a 1 mark or 2 mark question? This was 1 mark, right? I think it was a 1 mark question. Okay. So let's solve this question. Most probably you will be finding this question easy question. So let me write this question as easy. You can tell your opinion also. This question is saying that you have 30 neurons in the input layer. Okay. So these are the 30 neurons, and there are like two hidden layers, four neurons in the first hidden layer, and the three neurons here, and obviously in the output layer only one output neuron. Okay, and there is no bias. So 30 here, 4 here, 3 here, and obviously one here, right? I mean, obviously means like if it is like binary classification or some regression. Okay, if it is multi-class classification, then they might be having the more neurons. Okay, so anyway, as you might be knowing how to solve this question, this is the standard question. 30 into 4. Okay, this much big matrix will be here. Okay, and then 4 into 3, this much big matrix will be here, and then 3 into 1, this much big matrix will be here. So you can add all of these numbers. So it is 120 plus 12 plus 3, which is 135, right? Okay. Okay, so 135 is the correct answer. It was, I think, easy question. Can we call this question easy? Some of the students had made 143 as answer. They were thinking as a bias terms also. They have not read it. Okay, if you add bias, then there will be the bias here. In the hidden layers, there will be the bias, right? In the input, we do not have the bias. Some students made the silly mistakes and then they made it 143. But 143 is incorrect and silly mistake, right? Because no bias was clearly given. Incorrect and silly mistake. Okay, because no bias was given in the question. So the final answer here is 135. Okay. Now let's solve this question. So this question was from probability. Probability. This was MSQ question. And can you tell me it was a 1 mark or 2 mark question? Can you tell me? Okay. So I think it was a 2 mark question, right? 2 mark question. Most probably it was a 2 mark question. Okay. Now let's see the options. So basically, they are saying that X is discrete random variable, okay, and it is having some CDF. So do you remember how does the discrete random variable CDF looks like? So the moment you have the probability mass, okay, the moment you have the probability mass, it immediately jumps, right? It immediately jumps. Do you remember this? Right? So it looks like this. And you might be knowing already that it is right continuous. Right continuous means like if you go from the right, if you come from the right, then it seems like a continuous, but it is not a continuous, like it is not a continuous graph. So this is CDF of some random variable, let's suppose X, right? Now, the moment you have the probability, so basically this is the probability of, let's suppose, X being 1. This is the probability, like this difference is the probability of X being, let's suppose, this is 2 or like that, right? So you might be knowing how does the CDF graph looks like, and we have already seen in the class, right? We have made this exact same figure. Have you seen this from the class? We have made the exact same figure. We have seen the questions like this. Like we have. Let me tell you that we have asked in AIMT. Okay, so let me tell you one thing, that in AIMT also we have asked these type of questions related to the property. Okay, so just a second. Yeah. So in AIMT also we have asked related to these questions which were related to the property of the CDF. How many of you remember? In AIMT also, in the class also, in the QJ also, we have asked these kind of questions where we were asking the questions which were related to the property of the CDF. CDF means cumulative distributive function. And in fact, we have asked very hard questions. It was kind of, I can say, easy question with obviously the prone to the silly mistake. I will tell you where the silly mistake might happen, but it was easy question overall. Okay, so you can say it was easy, but prone to silly mistakes. Okay. Yeah. Now let's just see the answers. So do you remember? Let me go to the next page. First, let me write the properties of CDF. Let me quickly write properties of cumulative distributive function. What is the first property? That fx is, can I say always positive? Fx is non-decreasing, right? I mean, it may not be increasing, but yeah, because at some point in time it may not be increasing, right? But it is always non-decreasing, you can say. This is first property. The second one, it is basically always always less than equal to 0 and less than equal to 1. Oh, sorry, greater than equal to 0 and less than equal to 1, right? It may be equal to 0 also. This is very important to note here. See here, it may be equal to 0, and that is the reason that fx is always positive function. This option is wrong. Okay, this option is wrong because of this reason only, because sometimes it might be 0 also. It may not be always positive. Positive means greater than 0. Okay, positive, what does positive means? Positive means strictly greater than 0, but fx may be equal to 0 also. That is the reason a is the wrong option. Okay, what are the other properties? Can you tell me? See, the third property I can say, fx is right contiguous, right? What is the last property? What is the last property? If x is discrete random variable, in that case, the cdf has jump discontinuities, right? Which means if it is discrete random variable, then it has the jump discontinuities. These are the properties. So will fx be having the jump discontinuity? Yes, it is having, because from the graph you can see, right? It is having the jump discontinuity. Fx is non-decreasing function. Yes, it is true, right? I mean, it is increasing. I mean, it might not be monotonously increasing, but it is like increasing function. So you can say it can never decrease. Obviously, it is a cumulative distributive function. It will, the moment you increase the value of x, or the moment you go further. So basically, fx is defined in this way, as you already know, right? So it is basically probability of x less than equal to x. So obviously, the moment you increase this x, the probability will be increasing only. It cannot decrease. So it is non-decreasing function. It is not left continuous. It is right continuous. So that's why B and C are the correct answers. So, what are the answers that you are getting? Let me know. Okay. Oh no. Unfortunately, it is very, I can say, heartbreaking to see that many of the students have marked A as the correct answer. A actually wrong option, because if this is correct, like fx is always positive. Okay, I think the options are correct, and A is wrong because always positive means greater than 0, and fx can be equal to 0 also. So see,
सचिन
huh,
सचिन इसी सेम गेट डीए 2026 पेपर में एक क्वेश्चन था जो n1 प्लस n2 प्लस n3 प्लस n4 इक्वल टू 20 वाला
हाँ
जो क्वेश्चन था ना,
हाँ,
उसके अंदर उन्होंने नॉन नेगेटिव वर्ड भी यूज किया है, उन्होंने पॉजिटिव वर्ड भी यूज किया है। और बेसिकली दोनों का डिफरेंस समझो। नॉन नेगेटिव जो है मतलब कि ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू जीरो, नॉन नेगेटिव इंटीजर मतलब ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू जीरो, पॉजिटिव इंटीजर मतलब
greater
ग्रेटर देन
than
इक्वल
0.
टू वन। तो एक्चुअली अगर मान लो कि किसी किसी स्टूडेंट को कंफ्यूजन था कि यार पॉजिटिव का मतलब जीरो इंक्लूड करना है कि नहीं करना, तो इसी गेट डीए 2026 पेपर के अंदर ही एक क्वेश्चन था जहां पे प्रोबेबिलिटी पूछी थी। मतलब जो आंसर होगा उसका, वो आंसर कुछ ऐसा होगा कि ऊपर तो हम कंसिडर करेंगे कि भाई ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू जीरो, और डिवाइडेड बाय नीचे हम कंसिडर करेंगे ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू वन। तो वो जो
Hmm.
वो जो डिफरेंस है ना पॉजिटिव का और मतलब नॉन नेगेटिव का जो डिफरेंस है, वो ऑलरेडी एक क्वेश्चन के अंदर था। तो अगर किसी स्टूडेंट
Hmm.
को लग रहा है कि यार मेरी गलती इस वजह से हो गई कि मैंने पॉजिटिव को ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू जीरो समझ लिया, तो गेट डीए ने आपको एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी थी एक अलग क्वेश्चन के अंदर कि आप उस चीज को थोड़ा अपना करेक्ट कर सकते हो। तो ये चीज मुझे याद आई क्योंकि जब अभी
Right,
ये
right,
पॉजिटिव का डिस्कशन हो रहा था तब। नाउ प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
right, right. Okay. So actually, in Gate DA, that question that Deepak was just discussing, there was one more question which was n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4 like that. Okay, equal to 20, I think. That question was, as Deepak mentioned in the start of the session. That question was, you can say, out of the syllabus question. because in that question they were asking something related to combinatorics and they have not mentioned that kind of topic in the gate da syllabus. That was in the gate computer science syllabus, but that was not in the gate da syllabus. So you can say one two questions of that type from the discrete mathematics they have asked, like bijection question, that n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4. The topic name is, I think, Deepak, distribution of the objects into the boxes, right?
हाँ,
Yes, yes.
distributing objects into boxes. But actually, in the GATE DA syllabus, they only mentioned, basic, permutation combination. Yes.
Right, right. So for this question, B and C are the correct answers. Okay. So I think most of the students made it silly mistakes, unfortunately. Okay. Now let's just move to the next question.
Just one more point I want to tell all the students कि if you have followed go classes, whether go classes lectures or go classes test series or go classes test series solutions, मैंने कम से कम भी मतलब सचिन पूरे पूरे मतलब लेक्चर्स के अंदर बहुत बार अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट्स के अंदर मैंने कई बार चिल्ला चिल्ला के बोला कि पॉजिटिव का मतलब ग्रेटर देन जीरो, जीरो पॉजिटिव
Hmm.
नहीं है। और ये चीज मैंने शायद स्क्रीन के ऊपर, एक होता है ना कि स्क्रीन के ऊपर लिखते हैं, बोलने की बात अलग है, स्क्रीन पे
Uh,
कम से कम भी मैंने 500 बार लिखी होगी ये चीज कि जीरो जो है वो नाइदर पॉजिटिव नॉर नेगेटिव। तो अगर किसी का अगर इस वजह से गलत हुआ है तो आई फील बैड, ऑफ कोर्स इट इज अ सिली मिस्टेक, बट how many of you can say that on the screen in different lectures in different subjects I have written on the screen very clearly, every time whenever zero comes, Sachin, whenever this positive word comes in any question, I always write on the screen that see zero is neither positive nor negative, these things. So I hope that
hmm.
students remember this thing I have focused on this thing, too much, I can say. Yes. Yes, Sachin.
Okay, okay, okay. Let's go to the next question. Next question is basically related to probability. Okay. So in this question, they were saying that you are having, let me make the tree diagram. Most probably it was, by the way, this question we have already solved in the class. Do you remember? Like this was a, I can say the typical or the popular question. Okay, this kind of questions have been popular questions, and we have already solved this kind of questions in the class. Do anyone remember or anyone has seen? Probably we might have put this kind of questions in the quiz also, but we definitely solved in the class. Okay, so it was NET question, right? It was NET question, and most probably it was a 2 mark question. Let me call this question moderate question. It was not directly easy question. Okay, you might be able to solve it, but maybe because of the lectures. But ultimately, I would like to call this question moderate question. Tell me, like, how did you feel about this question? Have you felt this question is easy question, moderate question, tough question? You can put in 3 category, or you can just tell easy to moderate like that, right? So I'm writing moderate based on your opinion. I will be basically rewriting again. Okay. So they are saying based on the tree diagram you can solve this question. So they are saying that there could be the disease. I mean the person could be having the disease or person could not be having the disease. There could not be any disease. If the person is having disease, then there are chances that the if you test it, then disease could be finally saying that okay, there's a positive result is positive, or maybe the result is negative, right? So there are two possibilities in both the cases. Result could be the positive and result could be negative, right? Now they are saying that 30% people are having the disease in general and 70% people are not having any disease. Okay. If disease is there, then 80% people are basically saying that I mean the test is positive for 80% of the people, right? And for the 20%, the test is negative. If there is no disease, in that case 10% people are only having the positive results, right? I mean positive test because the test is you can say not good. If the test is perfect test, in that case here it will be 110 100 and 0 distribution, and similarly it will be 0 and 100 distribution if the test was very perfect. But the test might be having the ambiguities. That's why the result is like if you're even if you're not having any disease, in that case also there are 10% chances that the test is positive, and there is 90% chances the test is negative, right? It was given in the question, this data was given in the question. Obviously it was like a paragraph, but currently we are just writing in the like short form. Okay, in the question it was like a paragraph way. Now now let's solve this question. So basically in the question they were asking, let me tell you, in the question they were asking the probability the probability that there is a disease given that the test is already positive. Okay, this is what they're asking. So which means the reverse probability they're asking, where you can apply the tree method or the base formula. So how to solve this question? You can basically write like this, that this will be equal to the probability that there will be a disease and the test is positive, right? Divided by probability the test is positive. Okay. So what is the answer? What is the probability the test is disease and positive? So disease and positive, as you can see, 30 into, I mean 0.3 into 0.3 into 0.8. Is this fine to everyone? Divided by, it is positive, which means you need to sum these two. Okay, these two branches you need to sum, which means 0.3 into 0.8 plus plus 0.7 into 0.1. Okay. So if you solve this, it will be 24 divided by 24 plus 7, 31, right? So it will be 24 divided by 31. So if you further basically solve this, right, because it was NAT question, so you have to ultimately give the answer in the NAT form. I mean, in the integer or I mean, in the fractional form basically. So the answer will be 0.774, right? I think they were asking up to 2 decimal only. If they are asking up to 2 decimal, then 0.77 should be the final answer. How many of you were able to do it correctly? Oh, wow. So most of the people were able to do it correctly. Okay. So 0.77 is the correct answer here. Can I keep it moderate or should I keep it easy? Can I keep it moderate or should I keep it easy? Most of the people are saying easy to moderate. Okay. So most of you are saying easy. So let me just, change my opinion. Let me call it easy to moderate, or let me call it easy. Okay. I thought it was a moderate question, but most of you have studied so well that they are calling it easy. Great. Let's just call it easy. Yeah. Now let's solve this question. Do you remember these kind of questions we have given in AIMT? Okay. The similar type of question. Okay. These type of questions were there in AIMT. Do you remember? See, here they were saying that this one is basically a vector of ones. Okay. This one is a vector of ones. One, 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 one. Something like that they have given, right? Transpose. Now, you might remember one thing, that non-zero eigenvalues. Okay. Non-zero eigenvalues. Basically, this question was very nice question. It was, I think, one of my favorite question from linear algebra. So by the way, let me write, this was a LA question. And okay, have you noticed one thing from linear algebra? I think this is the very first question that we are seeing, right? Is this the very first question that we are seeing, or we have seen something else from the linear algebra? This was AI, ML. Okay, this was Python questions. Yeah, this was the linear algebra question. Okay. Most probably this is the one of the very first question that we are seeing from linear algebra, right? From linear algebra, there has been very, very less questions. I think this is the second question that we are seeing from the linear algebra. Okay. So this was linear algebra question. It was, I think, MSQ question. Was it 1 mark or 2 mark? Can you tell me? Was it 1 mark or 2 mark? Most probably it was a 2 mark question. Okay. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So most probably it was a 2 mark question. Okay. So basically, you can solve this question using very easy property, that non-zero, okay, non-zero eigenvalues of AB and BA are same, right? Non-zero eigenvalues of AB and B are same. So you can use this property, which means if it is 1 1 transpose, 1 1 transpose will, by the way, be a matrix. Why? Because 1 is a column vector. Okay, 1 means the a vector with all the ones. Okay, and 1 1 transpose will look like this. It is not a scalar number. Okay, so this is a 1 1 transpose. 1 is a vector here. 1 1 transpose is basically something like this. Okay, if it is n dimensional, in that case you can easily see that it will be like, I think, okay, you need to multiply this with this. I think this will be one once, all the ones might be there, right? All the ones might be there, so you can multiply, but there is no need to actually multiply. This 1 1 transpose, all I'm saying, is a matrix. But interestingly, 1 transpose 1, 1 transpose 1 will be a vector, right? Which means this is 1 transpose and this is 1, right? Sorry, 1 transpose 1 will be a scalar, and what will that scalar? It is n. You just need to basically sum all of this. 1 into 1 is 1, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 till n times. So 1 transpose 1 will be the scalar. And what is the eigenvalue of this 1 transpose 1? If you imagine this just like a matrix which will be having just one scalar, then the eigenvalue is n. So you can say eigenvalue of 1 transpose 1, eigenvalue of 1 transpose 1 is n, right? Which is actually 1 transpose 1 is a scalar number. And I know that these eigenvalues, whatever, since there is one eigenvalue here, that's fine. But the non-zero eigenvalues are shared with. So eigenvalues of 1 transpose 1, which is a matrix, by the way, okay? This is a matrix. It will be non-zero eigenvalues n, and remaining n minus 0 or n minus 1 eigenvalues will be 0. Okay, because non-zero eigenvalue has to be shared. N minus 1 eigenvalues will be 0. Is this okay to everyone? Okay. So this is very important property. Using this property, you can solve this question. Now you just tell me, if it is having n as, I'm telling you one of the eigenvalue. Okay, you can apply any eigenvalue. I'm just telling you one of the eigenvalue. Let's suppose which is n. If n is the eigenvalue of this, then what is the eigenvalue of this? 1, right? We are dividing by n. So what is the eigenvalue of this? It will be 1. So let me go to the next page. Let me tell you what I'm trying to say. See here that whatever is the eigenvalues of this 1 1 transpose, okay, based on that eigenvalues, I can calculate the eigenvalues of m. So let's suppose lambda is eigenvalue of 1 1 transpose. Okay, suppose lambda is eigenvalue of 1 1 transpose. What is the eigenvalue of m? Will be 1 minus 1 minus lambda by n, isn't it? I mean, this is having eigenvalue is 1, so 1 minus lambda by n. So if n is eigenvalue of 1 1 transpose, then what is the eigenvalue of m? See, it is very easy to find out the eigenvalue of 1 1 transpose, which is n, right? So what is the eigenvalue of m? It will be 1 minus n by n, which is 1 minus 1, which is 0. So 0 will be the eigenvalue of m. And what are the other eigenvalues? You can find out using the similar strategy. So basically, you can say if 0 is the eigenvalue of 1 1 transpose, in that case, can you tell me eigenvalue of m? It is equal to 1 minus 0, which is 1, right? So this m is having about the m, if I tell you, m is having one eigenvalue as 0 and rest eigenvalues are 1. Okay, so for m, if I tell you eigenvalue, one of the eigenvalues will be 0, rest eigenvalues will be 1. Okay, this is one time. Is this fine to everyone? These are the eigenvalues of m. Now they are asking that which of the following option is true. See, can you tell me if that is the case for m, then what is the case for m square? M square will be having the same thing, because if the lambda is the eigenvalue of a, then a square will be having the lambda square as an eigenvalue. So can you tell me the eigenvalues of m square? M square eigenvalues. Same story, right? I mean, it will be 0 square, 1 square, 1 square, like that, right? 1 square. So which is nothing but 0, 1, 1, 1, like that, right? So see, if m square is identity, if can m square be the identity? Because if m square is identity, then here the eigenvalues are 0. Do identity matrix have, see, if this is identity matrix, then you multiply by the any vector, okay, any vector x, you will be getting the same vector. So you can say for the identity matrix the eigenvalue is 1, right? The eigenvalue is 1, right? So basically 1 into x you will be getting. So any vector is the eigenvector for the identity matrix with the eigenvalue 1, okay. Now 0 is not the eigenvalue, so basically m square and I cannot be same, because the eigenvalues are not even matching. So you can say this is wrong. If you find out the trace, right, if you find out the trace, is this coming out to be n? Tell me. So let me just check the options. I think these are the only options that I had here. Let me quickly cross verify also. Okay. So tell me the options. Yes. So I think these are the only options. So trace of m is n. This is wrong. Why? Because this is n minus 1. That's why this is wrong. Okay. So this is also wrong. Now, now, is m a projection matrix? See, as you know that if this VB transpose or 1 1 transpose is a projection matrix, then I minus VB transpose is also a projection matrix. We have seen this multiple times. So M is a projection matrix, and since M is a projection matrix, that is why you can say M transpose is also M, right? So C and D are the correct answers. Okay. So C and D are the correct answers here. So it was really a good question, but C and D are the correct answers. Okay. Yeah, we will go question by question. So just doing the complete analysis of the questions. That's why it is taking bit of the time. But yes, C and D are the correct answers here. Okay. So it was a MSQ question, and answer is C and D. As you might be knowing about this projection matrix, that uh, I minus VB transpose is also a projection matrix, as VB transpose is a projection matrix. Okay. Now let's solve this question. So by the way, from LA, I think this was the second or third question. LA was very less in the exam, and I think from the Python we have solved 3 questions, but there was one more question that we will be solving soon. So we have already seen 3 questions. 1, 2, 3. Right? There was one more question that I just remember, and that I have written in the notebook, that I will just share with you. Okay. There was one more question from Python. So there are, I think, 4 questions from Python. Okay. So this question was probability question. This was, I think, uh, this was NET or this was MCQ question. Can you tell me? This was MCQ question actually. MCQ 2 mark, right? And the options were option A is, let me write the options. Option A is 100. Option B is 90. Option C is 21. Option D is 49. Okay. So these were the options. Now, by the way, there is one mistake that you might do in this question, which is that variance of x into y or x into any other random variable z is not equal to, okay, even though they are independent random variables, even though they are independent, still it is not equal to variance of x into variance of y. Okay, so these two are not same, even for the independent random variables. Now, let's see how to solve this question. So, by the way, were you able to solve this question? And if yes, what was your answer? Tell me quickly. What was your answer? Okay, 21, some people are saying. Some people are saying 100. Okay, so let's see this question. So basically, we need to find out the variance, right? Now, variance of 2x minus y. We can apply the formula here. What is the formula of, let's suppose I ask you the variance of z. What is the formula of variance of z? Variance of z is expectation of z, expectation of z square minus expectation of z whole square. Similarly, we can apply the formula here. Variance of 2x minus 1 into y. It will be expectation of 2x minus 1 into y square minus expectation of 2x minus 1 into y whole square, right? So basically, if you notice the expectation of y, since they're independent now, in the expectation you can separate them. Okay, so let me tell you that they're independent, so in the expectation you can separate them. Now it is given that expectation of y is given to be 0. I mean, it is a normal random, the standard random variable. Okay, it is standard random variable, so that is why here you can write it like expectation of 2x minus 1 into expectation of y square. Okay, and since expectation of y is given to be 0, so that's why this whole term will be 0. Okay, this whole term will be 0. So ultimately, we need to find out the variance. So which is coming out to be expectation of 2x minus 1 into y whole square. Okay. So this is what we need to find out. So what we can do, let me go to the next page. What we can do, just a second, yeah. So we can, this is what we need to find out, which is the answer, right? So we can write it probably separately, 2x minus 1 whole square into y square. Okay, and then we can try to separate them. So if we separate them, because we have to ultimately separate them, so expectation of 2x minus 1 square into expectation of y square. Okay. Now, one thing interesting thing that you notice about 2x minus 1 is that 2x minus 1 is actually a constant number. Okay, how? Let me tell you. See, x is 0. X is Bernoulli random variable. Bernoulli random variable means it is either 0 or 1 with 0.3 probability. Okay, it is 1 with 0.3 probability. So x is, you can say, x is 1 with 0.3 probability, and x is 0 with 0.7 probability. So with, and this is with 0.3 probability. Now, what is the value of 2x minus 1? If x is 1, then 2x minus 1 will be, what is the value of 2x minus 1 if x is 1? It will be 1. Okay, if x is 1. If x is 0, then what is this value? Then this is minus 1. Okay, if I ask you 2x minus 1 square, in that case, this will be basically 1. So 2x minus 1 square is always 1. Not 2x minus 1, sorry. 2x minus 1 square is always 1. Okay, so this quantity is always 1, irrespective of the probability of this p. Okay, I mean, irrespective of this distribution. If as long as x is Bernoulli, 2x minus 1 whole square is always 1. So you can say this is a constant number. So which means expectation of 1 into expectation of y square. So ultimately we have to find out the expectation of y square. Okay, so in this question we were asked to find out the variance of 2x minus 1 into y, which is ultimately expectation of y square, right? Now y square, sorry, y, not y square, y is given to be a normal distribution. with mean 0 and variance 100. Now, since the variance is given to us, now expectation of y square is very easy to find out. Okay, so you can again apply the formula of variance. As I told you, the variance formula is basically this one, right? So you can apply this formula. So for variance of y, what will you write? Variance of y will be expectation of y square minus expectation of y whole square. Now expectation of y is given to be 0 because y is the normal random variable. This is 0. Okay. This is what being asked and this is given to be 100. So expectation of y square is finally 100. And that is what being asked in this question. So finally 100 is the correct answer here. Okay. So 100 is the answer. How many of you did it correctly? Let me know. No, Bernoulli and binomial are not same. Okay. So 100 is the correct answer. So it was definitely a tough question, I would say, right? It was a tough question. I'm not even calling it easy. It was a tough question, but it was a good question, I think, right? I mean, not too tough, not too lengthy, not too very calculation heavy. It was not calculation heavy. It was just you can say formula heavy. You have to apply the formula, but it's not like very long formula you have to apply. Just a variance formula you have to apply. It was a tough question, and answer is A or 100. Okay. So A is the correct answer in this case. Now let's just move to the next question. Someone is saying I marked for the review but not reviewed. Okay, this is what it happens. Yeah, someone is saying that why we should not multiply this by and then why we should not be basically solving after the multiplication. You can solve, okay, you can solve like that also. You can do that. I think in that way also you can solve it, but it will be almost, yeah, it will be little easy if you first multiply. Okay. Yes. I think it will be little more easy if you first multiply by and then you solve it. Okay. Because since they were independent, so definitely you can just open up this variance. So maybe this variance of 2xy minus y, right? And then it will be variance of 2xy plus. You need to make sure it is plus, okay? And the variance, it is like minus, it won't be minus, it will be plus variance of y. Like that also you can solve. Variance of y is given to be 100 and then variance of 2xy you have to calculate. It will come out to be 0. Okay. Yeah, that way you can solve it. I think I should have solved that way only. It then in that case I can call it moderate, okay? Because that way it will be little more easy to solve. Okay, great. Because since they're independent, so that's why the covariance between okay, by the way, no. You have to find out the covariance also, right? Because these are like x and y are the independent, but not x, y, and y. Okay, the covariance will not be 0. No, covariance will not be 0 because x, y, and y are not the independent one. If you got the answer using this method, then probably it was a luck. But x, y, and y are not independent, so covariance is not 0. So I think the better method is this. Okay. Yes, I actually thought about this, but the covariance, since the covariance is not 0, so that's why you cannot solve like this. Okay. So let me write not equal to. Now let's move to this question. In this question, they were saying that we were using mean absolute error. Okay, MAE means mean absolute error. So they have given the full form also. Don't worry, mean absolute error. Okay. They were saying that the regularization weight. Okay, they were using the word like regularizer weight, something like this, right? The regularizer weight they have used the term that they've used for regularizer weight is 0.20. W was given to be like this, X was given to be 1, 2, and Y true is basically the true Y. Okay, that actually we in general we do not know when we are building the machine learning models, but they have given it to be X1 plus X2, which means in this case, for this instance, the true Y will be 3. Okay, we need to find out Y predicted. What will the Y predicted? It is W transpose X. Okay, it is given in the question that W transpose X will be the Y predicted. W is given to be minus 3, 4, and if you multiply with the X, so minus 3, 4 transpose into X, which is 1, 2, right? It is minus 3 plus 8, which is 5. So Y predicted is coming out to be 5. Now here, if you find out the mean absolute error, okay, here if you find out the mean absolute error, in that case it will be the difference between the by true and by predicted. So which is like 3 minus 5 or 5 minus 3, doesn't matter. So it is basically 2, right? But they're not asking this as an answer. They're asking for regularized loss. Okay, they're not asking 2 as an answer. So regularized mean absolute error, or the regularized loss will be the above mean absolute error. And this, actually I feel like there is like one kind of miss in the question. Okay, I like in the question I clearly remember they have not given it was L1 regularization, L2 regularization. I kind of agree that with absolute error, mean absolute error, we use the L1 regularizer only. Okay, but I think they should give this in the question. Okay, I mean it is the L1 regularizer in most of the times, but I think they should give this in the question. Okay. In the question, it was not given whether it was L1 regularizer or L2 regularizer. By convention, I'm just using L1, but probably if you have used L2, probably we can try challenging this question. Okay. So in question, let me write in question, they have not given L1 or L2. So Deepak, what do you think in these type of scenario? Like, will they give the marks to both, or will they give it marks to all? Because I think L1 or L2 should be given in this question, but they have not given.
सचिन, सी चैट में मतलब आई डोंट नो वेदर इट विल मेक एनी डिफरेंस और नॉट, बट चैट में कुछ स्टूडेंट्स बोल रहे हैं कि रिज दिया हुआ था ऐसा कुछ। सो
नहीं नहीं, इन दिस क्वेश्चन मैं मुझे याद है यार, नहीं दिया हुआ था शायद। अच्छा,
अच्छा,
लीनियर
क्या क्या इससे कुछ फर्क पड़ता है अगर दिया हुआ होता तो?
तमर सिंह L2 और ओके, रिज वाज गिवन 100%। अच्छा, वो बोल रहे 100% दिया ही था, फिर तो
हाँ,
ठीक है।
मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ कि
हाँ,
उससे
फिर
उससे
तो
कुछ
हाँ,
फर्क
फिर
पड़ता
तो
है, फिर
आंसर
मार्क्स
हाँ।
टू ऑल नहीं होगा क्या?
नहीं नहीं, फिर तो नहीं होगा।
फिर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शायद दिया हुआ होगा।
हाँ, फिर तो क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा याद है कि नहीं दिया था, और मैं उसमें सोच ही रहा था कि ये दिया क्यों नहीं है। अच्छा,
नहीं,
रिज
एक्चुअली
दिया।
डिफरेंट स्टूडेंट्स ने बोला है। देखो, एक तो अंकित बनर्जी ने बोला है, एंड आई थिंक
हाँ।
अंकित बनर्जी आई थिंक गोट ऑल इंडिया रैंक 60 लास्ट ईयर। सो राइट
ओके।
अंकित, आर यू दैट अंकित who got all India rank 60 in GATE CS 2025? Ankit Banerjee. So actually last year in with third year Ankit Banerjee got all India rank
ओके
60 in GATE CS 2025, and then he enrolled in Go Classes GATE DA course with final year. I think he is the same. I think
ओके
Ankit.
ओके।
So anyway, you can see different students are saying, some students are saying, uh, you can see here, uh,
हाँ,
Alankrit Patel. He is also saying that Riz was given, and some
ठीक है ठीक है।
there is some Pat 01. He is also saying the same thing, I think.
ओके ओके। सो आई थॉट इट वाज नॉट गिवन, सो दैट
एक
इज
काम
वाई।
करते हैं,
हाँ,
क्वेश्चन को अगर रिज दिया हुआ है ये लिख के, और फिर यू कैन
ठीक है।
प्रोवाइड की क्या आंसर होगा, यू कैन
राइट
प्रोवाइड द
राइट।
सॉल्यूशन अगर रिज दिया हुआ है तो।
Okay, okay. Yes. So let us solve this question assuming that it was L2 regularization. Okay. So L2, okay, ridge, let's suppose it is given that ridge regression was used. Okay. So if you're using ridge, then it will be like this. अगेन आई फील लाइक बेसिकली इट इज लैम्डा बाई टू और नॉट लैम्डा बाई टू. थोड़ा सा ना इसमें एम्बिग्यूटी तो फिर भी मुझे लग रही है. ठीक है, अभी लेट्स जस्ट कीप इट लैम्डा बाई टू बिकॉज इन रिज जनरली वी कीप इट लैम्डा बाई टू ओनली. How you have solved it, like with the lambda by 2 or with just lambda? Can you tell me in the comments how you have solved this question with lambda by 2 or with just lambda? So by the way, w is coming out to be w mod
एल
is 9 plus.
कमेंट्स में ऐसा भी आ रहा है कि L2 दिया था, ऐसा सा कुछ भी आ रहा है.
हाँ, हाँ वो रिज और L2 सेम ही है. तो ठीक है, how you solved it with lambda by 2 or with lambda? Can you tell me quickly? So 9 plus 16, the w mod will be 9 plus 16 square root, which is 5, right? So w mod will be 5.
मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं वो लेमडा बोल रहे हैं. वन स्टूडेंट बिस्वजीत ही इज सेइंग लेमडा बाय 2, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स, अंकित बनर्जी इज आल्सो
Okay.
सेइंग लेमडा, अर्जुन इज आल्सो सेइंग ekans. So basically many students are saying, with lambda they are solving it.
Okay, okay. The value of the coefficient was directly given, right. So they've given the value of the coefficient. Yes, yes. So there was
अच्छा, वैल्यू ऑफ
no.
द कोफिशिएंट दिया था. ओके.
हाँ, टोटल कोफिशिएंट ही दिया था कि ये कोफिशिएंट की वैल्यू है 0.2. ओके. So sorry about the confusion. The coefficient were directly given. So you take it lambda or lambda by 2 doesn't really matter. So it is 0.2 was given. So now the W mod is coming out to be 5 and W mod square will be 25. So you can say it is MA is 2 plus 0.2 into 25, right? So I think 7 is the correct answer here. Okay. So 7 should be the answer. Okay. So most of the students are saying 7 is the answer. Yes, 7 is the correct answer given that L2 was given in this question. Okay. So 7 is the answer, right? Great.
Okay. So this question, was it easy, moderate, hard? Let us know in the chat. The final answer, Sachin sir is saying that is 7. Okay. Because the
Right.
coefficient was given, so you don't even have to worry. Lambda by 2, you don't even have to worry about it. So okay.
Yes. And this was, let me write it. This was ML question. This was, I think, NAT question. It was, I think, 2 mark question. So it was easy to moderate, right?
सचिन, एक स्टूडेंट का चैट में कमेंट है कि नंबर कट रहे हैं, जैसे जैसे क्वेश्चन डिस्कस हो रहे हैं नंबर कट रहे हैं. अगर हम डिस्कशन रोक दें तो शायद स्टूडेंट के ज्यादा नंबर आ सकते हैं. ओके.
राइट. सो बेसिकली दिस इज एनालिसिस. वो होता ही है जब आप पेपर दे के आते हो, तो वो तो सबके साथ होता है. जब आप क्वेश्चंस देखते हो तो हमारा फोकस ज़्यादा उसी पे जाता है जिस पे नंबर कटते हैं. बट वी अल्टीमेटली हैव टू एनालाइज, राइट? So here, as most of the students are saying, okay, some students are saying easy, moderate. ठीक है. Some students saying hard. So let me call it easy to moderate. Actually, just because of the language, it might be little tricky or little hard. Otherwise, it was a easy question, right? Two decimal place was also mentioned here. ये 7 आंसर है, फिर 2 decimal place क्यों मेंशन किया?
देखो, एक चीज मैं आपको बता देता हूं कि अगर आंसर 7 है, इंटीजर आंसर है, और आप उसको 7 रखते हो, 7.00 रखते हो, आई थिंक यू बोथ विल गेट द मार्क्स. क्योंकि ये बहुत ही डम चीज हो जाएगी सचिन, मतलब
राइट.
एक, मैं हिंदी में बोलूं तो निहायती डम चीज हो जाएगी कि अगर कोई 7.00 पे मार्क्स देगा और
नहीं,
7 पे
वो तो
मार्क्स
नहीं
नहीं
होगा.
देगा. ठीक है.
राइट.
सो डू नॉट वरी, डू नॉट वरी. इस तरह की चीजों के ऊपर गेट एग्जाम नहीं खेलता. गेट एग्जाम जो है वो आपकी कॉन्सेप्ट्स पे खेलता है, आपके फोकस पे खेलता है. इस तरह की चीजों पे नहीं है कि आपको 7.00 के मार्क्स मिलेंगे, 7 के मार्क्स नहीं मिलेंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. डू नॉट वरी अबाउट इट. आंसर विल बी 7. 7 is also getting the marks,
But
7.00 is also
Deepak,
getting the marks.
I have
Yes, yes.
not seen gate question where the answer is integer and they are saying answer in 2 decimal. मुझे वो लग रहा है.
तो या तो फिर आंसर 7 नहीं है.
हाँ, वही मुझे मतलब वही कंफर्म नहीं पता कि L2 दिया कि नहीं दिया. बिकॉज एक दो स्टूडेंट्स तो बोल रहे नहीं दिया. मुझे भी
एक
ऐसा
स्टूडेंट
याद
ने
है.
तो एक स्टूडेंट 4.20 भी बोल रहा है. तो
हम्म.
अब फिर इस क्वेश्चन को एक बार थोड़ा सा, एक होता ना कि ऐसा ओपन रख के,
हाँ
let's discuss this question in the comments, okay? Because here it seems, maybe we are missing some data, maybe we are missing some info. Okay, it seems like that. So let's keep this question open. सचिन, एक ऐसा कुछ
राइट
कहीं पे एक अलग कलर से एक बीच में ऐसे ओपन, let's discuस this question in the comments after this session is over. Let's discuss this question in the comments, okay? Please put a comment and help us, with the full info, or help us with the answer. So let's discuss this question in the comments, okay? Now we can go to the
यस
next question, I think.
ओके
But from options, oh sorry, from the chat, you can check the live chat. From the live chat, it seems to me that the majority of the students have done answer 7. That is very visible, very much visible from the chat, that most of the students have given answer 7. But we are not saying that it is the final answer. Let's keep it open, okay?
राइट नाउ लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. So in this question, they are saying that X is following the uniform distribution. Okay, this was a probability question, and I think this was NAT question, right? I think this was दीपक, वो NAT में 0 मार्क्स वाला 2-3 जगह काम आ गया इसमें, तो पता है?
आ गया क्या?
हाँ इसमें भी 0 आंसर था.
अच्छा.
हाँ
अरे
तो
सचिन, मैं
हाँ
एक्चुअली है ना, मैं जब अटेम्प्ट कर रहा था, तो
हाँ
मैं भी लगा के आया हूँ जो क्वेश्चन मुझसे एनआईटी के क्वेश्चन, जो ओबियसली मतलब तुम्हारे
हाँ
सब्जेक्ट के जो क्वेश्चन
हाँ
मुझसे नहीं हुए, मैं भी जीरो
हाँ
लगा के आया हूँ, तो बेनिफिट हुआ है क्या?
हाँ, फिर तो आ जाएगी रैंक.
चलो,
तो आई थिंक 2-3 क्वेश्चंस में और है शायद एनईटी का 0, मतलब एक बार मैंने एनालिसिस नहीं किया, एक बार देखना पड़ेगा, बट हाँ. तो
चिटसेट सेशन देखा था किसी स्टूडेंट ने हमारा, गो क्लासेस का, before the gate da 2026 paper, one day before the gate d exam, we took chit chat session. And one mandatory suggestion we give in our chit chat session every year, that if you are not getting any idea of a NAT question, there is a NAT question, if you are about to leave it, if you don't know the answer, if you cannot solve it, then in the last 5 minutes, in the last 10 minutes, for all the NAT question which you are leaving, okay, for those questions you just mark the answer 0. This suggestion we have given many times, and this suggestion has been working, for the last 3-4 years. In every, in literally in every gate da or gate cs paper, at least in one question, this suggestion has been working, okay? I think Sachin, I am very sure, हम ये जो सजेशन है, ये चीट चैट सेशन
हाँ
में लास्ट 2-3 साल से, 3-4 साल से दे रहे हैं. मैं
राइट.
लिख के देता हूं, अगले साल से सारे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स ये सजेशन ले लेंगे हमसे,
हाँ
कि चलो
राइट.
यार, इन लोगों, ये लोग 3-4 साल से लगे हुए हैं. In every chit chat session we have given this suggestion, okay? So i I will be, I can say, very happy if, you get those 2 3 some extra marks you get, okay, by our chit chat session. So it will be basically a proof कि हमारे तो नॉन टेक्निकल सेशन से भी मतलब बच्चा जो
मार्क्स
है
आ
दो
रहे
चार
हैं.
मार्क्स ले आएगा. और कल एक कमेंट भी थी सचिन चैट के अंदर, एक कमेंट जब हमने ये सजेशन दिया था ना,
हाँ
ये कि भाई जीरो
0
एनएटी में अगर
हाँ
आपसे क्वेश्चन सोल्व ना हो, अगर क्वेश्चन
हाँ.
आपने सोल्व किया, आपको आता है, तब तो बात अलग है, लेकिन क्वेश्चन सोल्व ना हो तो जीरो लिख दो. ये जैसे सजेशन दिया था कल के सेशन में, तो चैट में एक कमेंट थी, वो मैं कमेंट निकालूंगा, चैट में कमेंट थी
ओ
कि 2 मार्क्स कल के फिक्स हो गए. ये
हाँ
एक
हाँ,
स्टूडेंट ने
कुछ
कमेंट
दो
करी
मार्क्स का
थी.
जुगाड़ हो गया कुछ
हाँ,
ऐसा.
2 मार्क्स का जुगाड़ हो गया, ये एक
हाँ
स्टूडेंट ने कमेंट करी थी. वो स्टूडेंट अभी है क्या यहाँ? इफ दैट स्टूडेंट इज वॉचिंग दिस वीडियो, प्लीज इन द चैट यू राइट कि कितने मार्क्स का जुगाड़ हुआ, और आफ्टर दिस सेशन इज ओवर, इन द कमेंट यू राइट कि कितने मार्क्स का जुगाड़ हुआ. ओके सचिन, कंटिन्यू.
राइट. Okay, so let's see this question. So this was a NAT question, probability question, and in this question they were giving the conditional probability distribution. So by the way, this kind of questions also we have seen in the AIMT, where I have given the conditional probability distribution, that by given the X is following this distribution. Okay, so this kind of distribution, let me write. Okay, this kind of distribution we have given in AIMT questions also. Okay. Now, let's move to the next page and let's just solve this question. So basically, they are saying that we need to find out the correlation between x and y, right? So let me let me solve this question. So by the way, what is if the uniform distribution is given to you, then what is the formula of expectation of x? If the uniform distribution is from a to b, then you might be knowing it is a plus b by 2, right? Very easy. For the uniform distribution, it is very easy. What is the formula of variance of x? Here also you might be knowing it is b minus a whole square divided by 12. Okay. So these are the formula for the expectation and the variance. Now, can you find out from this, can you find out the expectation of x? It will be a plus b, which is 0, right? I mean, 1 minus 1 is basically 0. So expectation of x will be 0. What is the variance of x? Variance of x will be b minus a, which is 1 minus 1, which is 1 plus 1 whole square divided by 12. So it is 2 square, which is 4 divided by 12, which is 1 by 3. Okay. So variance of x is 1 by 3, right? Now, similarly, if I ask you what is expectation of y, this will be more tricky actually. Okay. So let me find out the expectation of y. Can you tell me what will the expectation of y? You can find out the expectation of y in this kind of questions using the total law of probability. So expectation of y will be expectation of y given x, right? So first we need to find out the expectation of y given x. Okay, and then we can find out the expectation of y. So since we need to find out the correlation, so that's why I'm basically finding out all of these values, because it will be helpful in finding out the correlation. So what is the expectation of y given x? So let me tell you here, right? So expectation of y given x, let me find out. It will be basically, since it is following the uniform distribution, it will be a plus b. So if you add these two, it will be 2x square divided by 2. So it will be 2, it will be just, you can say it is 2x square divided by 2, which is just x square, right? So this quantity is x square. Since this inner quantity is x square, so expectation of y will be nothing but expectation of x square. Okay, given x, right? So which means this will be just expectation of y will be just expectation of x square. Is this understood to everyone? We can find out the expectation of x square, right? How? Using the variance and expectation, both are given, so you can find out the expectation of x square. If you find it out, it will be, I think, 1 by 3. Okay. If you find it out, it will be 1 by 3. Let me know if that is fine to everyone. Now, we need to find out the correlation. But before the correlation, we need to find out the covariance. And once the covariance is basically we calculate, then we can find out the correlation. So covariance between x and y, we first need to find out. So as we know, the covariance formula is expectation of xy. Okay, one of the formula of covariance is expectation of xy minus expectation of x into expectation of y, right? Now, expectation of x is already 0. So that is why this quantity is basically vanishing out. Okay, because this expectation of x is anyway 0. Because x is the uniform between -1 to 1 and expectation of x is 0. So that's why this is anyway 0. So it is ultimately expectation of x into y. Okay. Now, if you notice that y is ultimately nothing but x square, right? Because expectation of y and expectation of x, in terms of the expectation, at least they are same. So whenever you are talking about the expectation, you can say it is as good as saying x square. Okay. Whenever you are finding out the expectation, so which means it is expectation of x cube. So covariance will be the expectation of x cube. So we need to find out the expectation of x cube basically, right? So finally, the covariance, for the covariance, we need to find out the expectation of x cube, which is nothing but you can basically see that this x is varying from -1 to 1. So it will be like this, right? It will be like this. I mean, there will be the probability. Okay, so which is like something like this. Is this okay to everyone? Now, since this is an odd function and the limits are from -1 to 1, integral limits are from -1 to 1. So since it is odd function, that's why the expectation of x cube will come out to be 0. Okay. So finally, you can say the covariance of x comma y is coming out to be 0. If the covariance is 0, that's why the correlation will also be, correlation between x comma y is also 0, because it is covariance upon some quantity, right? So finally this is 0. How many of you did it correctly? Okay. So you can solve like this, or maybe there is some other method that you can apply. Okay, and then you can solve like this, like that also. Some people okay, one of the student is commenting, some people who panel will come for 16-minute discussion, but here people are discussing whole paper. Okay, so basically there the whole panel is coming for half an hour of discussion, or maybe for 10-15 questions of discussion, and here like we two are coming for the all the questions. Yes, so Deepak, you are on mute, you are saying something.
Yes, Sachin.
Yes. So you were on mute. You were saying something.
यस, एक बार वो स्क्रीन शेयर हटाना.
हाँ.
सो एक्चुअली पहली चीज तो वो कि सचिन जो चिट सेशन में, हर चिट सेशन में हमने इस तरह के सजेशंस दिए हैं. ये अकेला सजेशन नहीं है, और भी मल्टीपल सजेशंस हमने
Right.
दिए हैं. उनमें से सचिन कुछ चैट के अंदर कुछ ऐसे कमेंट्स हैं, लाइव चैट के अंदर अभी कुछ स्टूडेंट्स कमेंट कर रहे हैं, वो जो हमने सजेशन दिया था कि अगर एनआईटी क्वेश्चन सोल्व नहीं हो रहा तो उसमें 0 लिख देना. तो उस सजेशन की वजह से देखो कमेंट्स आए हैं कि शुभन शुभांकर इज सेइंग, शुभांकर कह रहे हैं कि सचिन सर का वीडियो देखने के बाद मैं 0 किया. एक स्टूडेंट ने बोला कि 0 ट्रिक इज अमेजिंग. एक स्टूडेंट ने बोला सर ये क्वेश्चन कल की लाइव स्ट्रीम देखने के बाद मैंने भी 0 किया. और एक एक स्टूडेंट बोल रहा है कि यस सर, कल की लाइव स्ट्रीम देखने के बाद मैं 0 किया. और मतलब पूरी ऐसे लाइन लगी पड़ी है कि
हाँ.
all those students who were not able to solve this question, they did 0 in this question, and they got marks. Because in our chit chat session, in every chit chat session for the last 3-4 years, we have given this type of suggestion in the chit chat session. Of course पूरे साल हम हर क्वेश्चन का कंप्लीट एनालिसिस आपको कराते हैं, हर कॉन्सेप्ट का, हर क्वेश्चन का. इस तरह की जो जुगाड़ू ट्रिक है, वो सिर्फ हम आपको एग्जाम से एक दिन पहले जो चिट चैट सेशन होता है उसमें इस तरह की ट्रिक्स हम बताते हैं. मल्टीपल ट्रिक्स हमने बताई हुई हैं उस सेशन के अंदर. तो आई एम वेरी ग्लेड दैट इट वाज रियली हेल्पफुल. ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि हमारे जो चिट चैट सेशन है वो बिल्कुल ऐसे फॉर्मेलिटी के या फिर ऐसे मतलब ऐसे निकले. ओके, सो दोज वर आल्सो हेल्पफुल इन गेटिंग मार्क्स. मेनी स्टूडेंट्स गॉट मार्क्स. So that's the first thing. Okay, and एक और चीज, in the upcoming year I can say, so next year if you see any coaching institute giving you this type of this type of suggestions in the chit chat session before the gate exam, then you can be very sure that they are watching go classes lectures, go classes these they are watching go classes chit chat sessions. Because for the last 4 years we have been having chit chat session, and the same suggestion we have given in each and every session. Okay, in each and every chit chat session. Okay, so that is one thing. And one student is basically saying that some people whose panel will come for 16-minute discussion, and here these two people are discussing whole paper. So actually I want to tell you one thing. मैंने देखा सचिन कि जैसे गेट डीए का एग्जाम 5:30 पे खत्म हो रहा है, 5 बजे लाइव सेशन शेड्यूल हो चुके हैं बहुत सारे चैनल्स के ऊपर.
एग्जाम
5 बजे,
खत्म होने से पहले ही.
हाँ, एग्जाम खत्म होने से आधे घंटे पहले, 15 मिनट पहले लाइव सेशन चालू हो जाता है, स्टार्ट हो जाता है. उसका रीजन है क्योंकि दे आर डूइंग इट फॉर द व्यूज. क्योंकि क्या होगा कि जैसे जो स्टूडेंट है वो जैसे ही एग्जाम के बाहर आएगा, अपना मोबाइल उठा के सबसे पहले वो जैसे यूट्यूब पे कुछ भी लिखेगा कि यार गेट
हाँ,
डीए
गेट
का
दिए.
पेपर, तो
हाँ.
वो वीडियो उनको चलता हुआ दिख जाएगा. ठीक है. अब ऑब्वियस सी बात है कि they did not attempt the paper. They are not going to provide you any accurate, I can say, judgment, any accurate discussion. They are not going to provide you क्योंकि they did not attempt the paper. अब 5 बजे, वो 5:30 बजे एग्जाम खत्म हो रहा है, 5 बजे वो लाइव आ चुके हैं. ओके, वो सिर्फ दीज आर फॉर द व्यूज. क्या होगा कि जैसे 15 क्वेश्चन 20 क्वेश्चन वो डिस्कस कर लेंगे, जो भी इजी क्वेश्चन है. ठीक है, वो 15-20 क्वेश्चन डिस्कस करके कि हो गया, ओके ठीक है, टाटा बाय बाय, व्यूज आ गए. क्योंकि शुरुआत में व्यूज ज्यादा आते हैं. जैसे स्टूडेंट जो एग्जाम दे के निकलता है, तो शुरू के आधे 1 घंटे के अंदर वो जल्दी से अपने मोबाइल में चेक करेगा, तो व्यूज आ गए. 15-20 इजी क्वेश्चन डिस्कस हो गए, टाटा बाय बाय, ठीक है, हो गया डिस्कशन. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट each and every one of you, see, I agree that we were discussing the questions. Now this is something I can say different thing I am telling you. But the point is that please help us by liking this session, by sharing this session, and please put a comment. Okay, so still you can see that a lot of questions we have already discussed. I did not count, but I'm very sure that more than 50% questions we have already discussed. And by the end of this session, I don't care how long this session will continue, but by the end of this session, all the 65 questions we will discuss. Okay, so please help this type of useful sessions, these type of helpful sessions, okay, to provide you accurate analysis, to provide you the all the 65 questions. I and Sachin, every year we go and attempt the exam. We put that effort. We go there, we attempt 3 hours, we attempt, we come back, then we start the live session so that we can provide you, difficulty level, the complete analysis, the cutoff analysis, the highlights of the paper, the questions of the paper, and the solutions, everything. And you can see the session can go for 5 hours, 6 hours, but as long as we don't discuss all the 65 questions, we will continue to be live. Okay, so yes, we can go to the next question, Sachin.
Right. So we will be making the efforts next year also, and we have been making the efforts for last 4 5 years in Go classes. So just help us by sharing the words. Okay, just share this video with all the Gate aspirants, maybe on the social channels, so that other students also get to know that these are the, this is the place where you can find the solution of most of the questions, not just, not just 10 15 questions and just for the views. Okay, so that is the reason that we have conducted this session at 8:30, not at 5:30 or not at 5, right? Because we know like it will take 2 3 hours to collect all the questions, to solve all the questions, and to provide you the complete analysis of all the questions. So we are dealing not for the views, but we are dealing for the I mean
For the accuracy.
for the accuracy. Yes. So we have not delayed it because we do not care. We have delayed it because we actually care. So let me just continue. So here the answer was 0. Okay. Now let's see this question. So this question was related to chi square distribution, and this xi is following the normal distribution, and then they're asking what is the distribution of xi square. So this is, the popular distribution. Many of you do not might not have studied this distribution, so that's fine. Do not worry about this question, because most of you might not be able to solve this question. But yes, this is a popular distribution called chi square distribution. Okay, so I think in the question they have not given the notation; they have just written chi square. Okay, something like this. So this was a probability question. This was MSQ question. This was, I think, 2 mark question. And let me put this question as like hard question. Okay, it was not definitely easy question. It was definitely a hard question. So what was the answer of this question? A is definitely the correct answer, because the xi square follows the chi square distribution with n as a degree of freedom. So they have given as like n as a degree of freedom and all. Okay. So this was a MSQ question. So are there other answers for this question? So currently I'm not solving it, but I think A, C, D are the answers. Okay, A, C, D are the answers. So we will solve this question later, but currently I'm giving you the answers as A, C, D. Uh, but yes, so solution I will give you later, because you might not have even studied the chi square distribution. Okay. Now let's move to the next question. Okay. So yeah, this question we have already seen, right? This question answer was 0. So this is the mean variance. We have already seen the correlation. So basically the covariance was coming out to 0. So that is why ultimately it was 0. Okay. Now let's see this question. This was kind of, I can say, the probability kind of question, combinatorics kind of question. So they are saying A is a matrix of 5 cross 5. So I should put it in probability, not in linear algebra. So this is a probability question. And definitely it was, I think, NAT question, right? Let me see if I have. I think it was NAT question, right? And it was 2 mark question. Okay. So what they are saying is that A is a matrix of 5 cross 5. Then each of the element is basically following the Bernoulli distribution. What does this mean? Bernoulli distribution means the element can be 0 or it can be 1 with equal probability, which means with probability 0.5 it can be 0, with probability 0.5 it can be 1. Okay, it can be either 0 or 1. So they are saying in the question, they are saying that each element, okay, so it is a 5 cross 5, and each element, you can take any element, it could be either 0 or 1 with probability 0.5. Okay, now they are saying that you take the second row and the third column. So basically they are saying you take the second row, let's suppose this is the second row, suppose this is the third column. Okay, take the second row and third column. So in that second row and third column, one of the element was will obviously be common. Okay, so let's just call this element as a23. So a23 will be common. So basically one of the element will be common, exactly one element will be common, right? So we are calling it a23. Now, what they are saying in this question is that suppose you are having, like second row and third row, um, and then they are saying the probability, the summation of all the element in the second row is 3 and the third column is 3. So basically, in the second row there will be 5 elements, right? Out of the 5 elements, one of the element, you can say one of the elements, element will be common with the third column also. So this is the third column and this is the second row. Okay, so one element will be common in the second row and the third column. Now they are saying the probability that this is the summation of this is 3 is equal to the probability of summation of this is 3, and that's what we need to find out. What is the probability, right? So probability that second row summation and third row, third column summation is equal to 3. So basically, which means this is 3 and this is 3. What is the probability that both probabilities are both summations are 3? So you can make cases here, right? So basically one element is common, so that's why you can make case 1, the common element, okay, which is let's suppose a23, let me call it z. Okay, the common element, let's suppose this is z, which is basically a23, so this is z. The common element could be 0, or the case 2 will be the common element will be 1. Okay, is this fine to everyone? Let me know what is the answer that you have marked for this question. Okay, so if it is 0, or if it is 0, then in that case that these three values, or let me first solve the easier case first, which is suppose if it is 1, suppose the common element is 1, sorry, the common element suppose is 1. In that case, the from the remaining 4, you need to make sure from the remaining 4 that there are two ones, right? And similarly from these remaining 4s there should be two ones. So you can say 4C2. 4C2 are the ways in which you can select two position where you are going to keep one, right? And what is the chance that it will be 1 by 2 into 1 by 2, right? So this is kind of, you can say, the probability where, I mean, these are the number of ways where you can put in these four positions. Okay, the remaining four positions, in the remaining four position you can put one. Okay, so this is the kind of number of ways you can say. Okay, and you need to multiply this with the probability of z being 1, which is anyway 1 by 2 probability. Okay, now at the same time you need to make sure that this the same thing is happening with the third column being summation is 3. So basically you can put like a square here. Okay, something like this you can do. Is this fine to everyone? So if you calculate this, it will be 1 by 2 into 4c2 is, I think, 6 divided by 4, right? So this is 6 divided by 4 square, something like this. And then you need to calculate for z equal to 0 case. For z equal to 0 case, what is the answer that you will be getting? Which means if this is 0, right? If this is 0, then in that case from the remaining four positions From the remaining four positions, you need to select three positions where you are keeping one, right? Where you are keeping one. So you can just square this because it has to be done at the same time, it has to be done at the column also. And then you need to multiply this with the probability of z being 0. Okay, this is 4. So basically this is 1 by 2 into 4 into 1 by 8, which is 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 square, right? Okay, this is 1 by 2 cube. This is 1 by 2 cube, and then this is 6 square divided by this is 2 square, I think. 2 power 4, 2 power 5. Okay. Okay. So finally, I think this is 36. Finally, this is 36 divided by 32 plus 1 by 8. 1 by 8 means 4 by 32. So which is same as 36 divided by 32 plus 4 by 32, which is 40 by 32. Is this correct or I have missed out something? 40 by 32, right? No, I have missed out something because it is coming out to be greater than 1. Just let me check. So 4C2. Yeah. Can you tell me what is the calculation mistake or something? 4C2 into 4C2 6 into 1 by 2 into 1 by 2, which is 4. That is fine. So the remaining 4 position, I need to select 3 positions where I can put ones, right? One by 2 square. Okay. So okay, okay. So I think this is correct, right? 4C2 into 1 by 2 square into 1 by 2 square. Yes, Rohan Biswas is saying 4C2 into 1 by 2 square into 1 by 2 square. So yeah, that's what. Okay, you are keeping this 4C2 aside and then 1 by 2 square, 1 by 2 square. Okay, so currently I'm writing the answer. So some students are saying that answer is 52 divided by 512, right? So what is the answer that you are getting? So if you are getting 52, then this means, so 52 divided by 512. Okay, I might have done some mistake. So 52 divided by 512 is 0.101, right? So 0.101, something like this. Okay. So again, I will just see if there is any mistake here. Okay, in this question, let me move to the next question. I will just see if there is any mistake that I have done. Okay.
So Sachin, the previous question, like, should we say that let's keep it open?
Yeah. So I think it was easy question, but maybe there is some mistake that I might have done. So in the comment, you can tell us that what is the answer that you are getting. Just
So
let us know quickly.
most of the students are basically saying 52 divided by 512. This is what most of the students are saying. Mradul Bhardwaj is saying, Ankit Banerjee is saying, Rich Amrutia is saying. So basically, I think
Yeah,
then Dheeraj is also
0.10.
saying. So they are saying the answer will be 52 divided by 512. So the final answer will be 0.10 as you have written. Basically, the same thing you have written.
Yes, yes. Okay. So let me do one thing. Let me currently, keep the answer only. And then if there is any correction in the answer, we will just tell you. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. So if the question was saying up to 2 decimal point, then the answer will be 0.10. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Now let's go to this question. So I think this was easy question only. So what is the answer that you are getting for this question? So let me first write the subject name. So it was a machine learning question. Okay. It was ML question. It was MCQ question. It was 2 mark question. They were asking that using the Manhattan distance, that which of the following will be merged first. So I think the answer is C. It was easy question. P2 and P4. If you find out the distance between P2 and P4, okay, I'm finding the Manhattan distance, which means the L1 distance. Okay, so it is 3 minus 3 0. So let me write it: 3 minus 3 plus 3 minus 1 plus 3 minus 1. Right. So it is coming out to be 4. And if you find out the distance between any two, it is not less than 4. So the pair which is having the minimum distance is basically P2 P4. So I think this was very easy question. Okay, it was very easy question and it was like kind of free 2 marks. So how many of you have done it correctly? How many of you have done it correctly? I think most of you have done it correctly, right? So if you, for example, if you find out the distance between P1 and P2, then what will the distance between P1 and P2? The distance between P1 and P2 will be 2 minus 3 is 1 plus 3 minus 2. 3 minus 1 is 2 plus minus 1 or 1 minus 1 you can do anything. So it is 2. So it is basically coming out to be 5, right? So P1, P2 distance is 5. This distance is 4. P2, P3 you can find out 2 uh, 2 plus 3 5 plus 2 7, right? So this distance is 7. P3 P4 you can find out 2 plus 5 2 plus 5 plus 0. So 2 plus 5 means 7, right? So this is also 7. So minimum is this. Okay, minimum is this. So that's why this C is the correct answer here. Okay, is this fine to everyone? Let us know. So for this question C is the correct answer. Okay, so it was easy question. Now let's move to the next question. This was again, I can say, the probability question. Okay, it was NAT question. It was 2 mark question. Okay. Now they are asking the limit of this particular quantity. So what was your answer for this question? Tell me. What was your answer for this question? So basically, it was central limit theorem question, right? CLT question. Here this distribution is basically, you can say, this is kind of Poisson distribution. Okay, this is from this you can say X is following the Poisson distribution, or you can say N is following the Poisson distribution, or X is following the Poisson distribution. Sorry, X is following the Poisson distribution, not N. Poisson distribution with N, with the parameter N, right? Now now to solve this question, what you can do, you can apply central limit theorem. How? One thing that you, from the central limit theorem, that you might be knowing, that uh, x minus n, if let's suppose n is tending to be infinity, okay, suppose n is tending to be infinity, in that case x minus mean, okay, divided by variance of x. I mean the standard. If you just standardize this x, okay. If you just standardize this x, then it will be approaching to the normal distribution. Okay, with 0 1, it will be approaching to the normal distribution. So which means x minus n divided by square root of n will approach to the normal distribution with 0 1. Standard distribution with 0 1. 0 is the mean and 1 is the variance. Okay. Now, if you find out the probability of x less than equal to n, which is nothing but probability of you can subtract by n mm, divided by n. So basically, this is nothing but the probability of x less than equal to n, right? So this you can say the probability of x less than equal to n. This is nothing but probability of x less than equal to n. So basically, L is nothing but limit n tends to infinity probability of x less than equal to n, right? So basically, they are asking the probability of x less than equal to n where n tends to infinity. So this will be just nothing but you can say if you define this as random variable z, okay, so less than equal to 0. So basically, this is probability of z less than equal to 0, right? So probability of x less than equal to n is nothing but probability of z less than equal to 0 by central limit theorem. And you know that for the standard random variable, okay, it is symmetric about the mean. So what is this probability? What is this probability? This probability is 0.5. So probability of z less than equal to 0, which is same as probability of this quantity x minus n root n less than equal to 0, which is same as probability of x less than equal to x less than is equal to n, right? Which is same as L equal to limit. I mean, you can put the limit everywhere. Limit n tends to infinity x less than equal to n, right? So finally, this probability is coming out to be 0. Okay. Oh, sorry, 0.5. So 0.5 is the correct answer here. It was really a good question. I won't say it was very tough question, but yes, it was really a good question. Okay. So I can say it was moderate to tough question. So it was a moderate to tough question. Okay. Okay. So this was one question from data structures or algorithm. So I can say, so from DS it was a question. So Deepak sir will discuss this question as it was basically related to one of the question he has put in the AIMT. So Deepak sir will discuss this question.
Yes. We will discuss this question. But do you remember in All India mock test, in some mock test in the DA, actually Sachin, in the DA mock
Oh,
test, in the DBMS, from the indexing point of view, this question I have put, if anyone remembers it. Do you remember that index has I think n entries, then what will be the number of comparisons, and options were there. Okay, log n plus 1, this type of options were there. Anyone remembers it? Please let me know. Sachin, actually this question,
uh,
basically from the DBMS point of view I put the question, but of course it does not matter because ultimately we have a sorted list is given to us, or I can say sorted array is given to us. The question that I put in that question, I also I gave index. Of course index is sorted, right? So
right.
basically n sorted elements we have, and now the binary search will take how many comparisons, the exact number, not only the recurrence relation, the exact number I have put in in mock test of DA, also in mock test of CS also. Anyone remembers that question? Yes, you can see some student Narsima is saying yes, sir. Okay, so if you remember, let me know. In the DA also this question I have put. In the CS also I have put this question. Okay, I will find it, Sachin, in the mock test. This question in the CA as well as DA, in the CS as well as DA. This question I have put. Okay, so don't
Yes.
worry, I will discuss this question. But let me tell you the answer. The answer will be 10. Okay, the answer will not be 9. Answer will not be 11. The answer will be 10. Okay, yes. So this is another. These are questions from my, I can say I can discuss. So Sachin, बाकी
Okay.
questions थक गए होगे.
हाँ बस एक दो और बचे हैं मेरे आई थिंक.
Okay, okay.
सो दिस ओके ये एक मिनट मैं एक बार मैथमेटिक्स का क्वेश्चन देखता हूँ. Yes, yes. So this was one last question that let me just discuss. Okay. So here in this question, they are saying that fx was given to be something like this on this interval. This interval was very important, and the interval here point to be noted that -1 is was having the open interval and 3 was having the closed interval. Okay. So they are saying which of the following statements are true. So this was, I can say, calculus question. I think from the calculus also they have not asked any question, just one or two questions. So most probably this is the first question that we are seeing from calculus. So from calculus, I think only one question they have asked. So it was a calculus MSQ, and I think this was a 2 mark question. It was easy question only, but here in the AIMT also we have given this kind of question where it really matters whether you are changing or whether you are checking on the boundary values or not. So here also it really matters whether you are checking on the boundary values or not. Okay, whenever the interval is given, you should be checking. Now they are saying that if you write the fx, then it will be like this, and if you write f dash x, then it will be 3x square minus 6x, right? So here f dash x will be 0. You can take 3 common. It is x square minus 2x. Okay, if you make it 0, then it will be x minus 2. So basically x into x minus 2 is the factor of f dash x. Now x is 0 and x is 2. Now before 0, since both are the negative, so before 0 it will be positive f dash x. I am writing the sign of f dash x. Before 0 it will be positive, then negative, then positive. Positive means it was increasing, then at 0 it was decreasing, then at 2 it started increasing. So fx will look something like this, okay, having the 3 roots, and fx will look like this. Now they're asking that uh, at at 0, as we can see, it is a maxima. At 2 we can see it is a minima. Now they're asking that fx has maximum at 0 only. This is important. Is this 0 at I mean the maximum at 0 only? So if you put the value 0, then f of 0 is coming out to be 2, right? But are you getting maxima at 3 also? This is important because 3 is also in the interval, and we never know because at 3 it might be touching the maxima. So you need to find out f of 3 also. Now if you find out f of 3, then what will that value? It will be 27 minus 27 plus 2, which means it is 2, right? So this is very important to note that f of 0 and f of 3 both are coming out to be 2, and both are the maxima. So that's why, because of this only word, this is wrong. How many of you might have done this silly mistake? Okay. How many of you might have done this silly mistake? Okay. Many people are saying A is the answer. So actually A is not the answer because I just told you. Okay. A is not the answer because of the only word. Now let's just check the maximum. Sorry, the minimum. Fx is minimum at x equal to 2 only. So if you see at 2 it is minimum, but is this a minimum at x equal to 2 only? There might be the case that it is minimum at some, something like related to -1 or something, uh, because like, I mean, whenever it is like -1 or something, I mean, whenever it is going down, it could be minimum there also. Now at 2, if you find out the value, f of 2 will be what? F of 2 is 8 minus 3 into 4, 12 plus 2. So which is minus 2, right? So f of 2 is coming out to minus 2. Okay. F of 2 is coming out to minus 2. Now, what is f of minus 1? See, f of minus 1, if you calculate, then it is minus 1 minus 3 plus 2. Then it is also minus 2. Interestingly, -1 is not in the domain. Okay, if you see, the -1 is having the open interval, even though f of -1 is -2, but it really doesn't matter. So since after that it is increasing only, right? It is increasing till 0. Okay, so so it will be basically increasing at something which is in the domain. It is not -1, but it is just greater than -1. At that point, it is not -2 because it is increasing. So you don't have to worry about the -1. The function is designed so carefully that it is giving the same value at 0 and 3. Okay, at 0 and 3 it is giving the same value. It is also giving the same value at, you can say, 2 and -1. Actually, I cannot calculate the -1 because I do not know the function behavior at -1. But just telling you, okay, I mean, just for the sake of calculation, it is giving you the same value at 2 at -1, which is coming out to -2. But since -1 is not in the domain, so you don't have to worry about it. So the only word is correct here, but only word was not correct here. So A is incorrect, but B is correct. Okay. Now, fx has exactly two roots in the interval of minus 0.9, which means, like, I mean, greater than -1 and 0. Two roots obviously not there. It is only one root. So exactly two root. This is wrong. Fx has one root at x equal to 1. If you just calculate f1 is coming out to be 0. You can calculate it. So yes, one root at f equal to 1. So A, B and D are the, sorry, B and D are the correct option. Okay. So I can call this question moderate question because it was, very carefully designed to make the silly mistakes. So let me call this question as moderate question. I think from calculus they have only asked one question.
सचिन, वो क्वेश्चन एज इट इज अपने टेस्ट सीरीज में दिखाऊं, वो जो बाइनरी सर्च का जो क्वेश्चन आया था,
हाँ हाँ हाँ,
एज इट इज दिखाऊं टेस्ट सीरीज में?
हाँ हाँ,
देखना,
ठीक है।
देखो, ठीक है, ये क्वेश्चन अपने टेस्ट सीरीज के अंदर था। यू कैन रीड दिस, लाइक कि बॉब ने बेसिकली वही 1000 एलिमेंट्स की बात हो रही है, ठीक है, जो गेट डीए 2026 के अंदर जो क्वेश्चन था उसमें भी 1000 एलिमेंट्स थे, ठीक है।
हाँ
और यू कैन सी कि वो बेसिकली जो क्वेश्चन है यहाँ पे ओब्वियसली बाइनरी सर्च लगेगा, ठीक है। जो बेसिकली इस क्वेश्चन के अंदर इनडायरेक्ट तरीके से बाइनरी सर्च, मतलब बाइनरी सर्च हमने लिखा नहीं है, लेकिन ऑप्टिमल स्ट्रेटेजी का बेसिकली मतलब ये है कि बाइनरी सर्च हमें लगाना है, ठीक है। क्योंकि एक नंबर है जो कि 1 से 1000 के बीच में है, और यस नो क्वेश्चन हमें पूछते जाना है, और फिर फाइनली कितना वर्स्ट केस में, ये देखना हमें क्या पूछा है, इन द वर्स्ट केस कितने लगेंगे, कितने कितने क्वेश्चन लगेंगे, यू कैन से दैट कितने कंपैरिजन लगेंगे, ठीक है। और इसका जो आंसर रहेगा वो रहेगा ऑप्शन डी, आंसर इज 10। ओके, यू कैन सी द आंसर इज डी। ओके, और यू कैन सी this question, you can check. Okay, so you can see actually this question we asked in 2024. Okay, and after that this question we did not edit, you can see. Okay, and you can check. So you can see the discussion of the students also, you can see they are saying, answer is 10. So this question, you can see
yes,
this was in our test series. Okay, basically the same question came in the gate DA 2026. Okay, we have written, instead of binary search, we have written, indirectly that, okay,
right, the
optimal
same question.
strategy.
This is exact same question.
Yeah, exact same question. Indirectly we have written, that optimal strategy we have to apply. So ultimately it is basically binary search, and the number of comparisons in the worst case, the number of comparisons that will be basically 10. So actually for that question answer will be 10. This was in our, you can see in our test series we have put this question. Yes, Sachin.
Yes.
Next.
So this is the exact same question that we have already asked in our test series regarding the binary search, and also in the DBMS also we have asked this question. Okay, where it was a question from indexing, and the answer was, I think, log base 2n plus 1, something like this in DBMS
So
section
don't
of,
worry, this is quite easy question, we will discuss it. Sachin, कोई और क्वेश्चन बचा है?
हाँ नहीं हो गई, आई थिंक एक और ये इसका आंसर ही बता देता हूँ सीधा, or you can also discuss this question. So basically this question answer is, I think, C. Okay, here they were asking the quick sort expected.
सचिन, ये लिखना, ये इंपॉर्टेंट
हाँ
वर्ड है यहाँ पे।
हाँ, ये शायद मिस हो गया यहाँ पे, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग
डायरेक्टली
रिकरेंस।
रिप्रेजेंट द एक्सपेक्टेड रनिंग टाइम। ये रनिंग टाइम से पहले एक्सपेक्टेड लगा, हाँ लगा दो, हाँ, एक्सपेक्टेड।
expected,
Remember, the question was not asking for the worst case running time. The question was asking expected running time. That means average running time. And for quick sort, the average running time, that is basically n log n. And here you can see the answer will be basically option C. So a silly mistake can happen if you miss out the word expected. The question was asking expected running time means average running time. Yes, Sachin,
right.
you can
So
discuss.
basically in this option C, you can see here that by the way, let me write the option C little more correctly. I mean, form in the better format. So it is summation of over k equal to 0 to n minus 1 t of k plus t of n minus k minus 1, right? Plus, I think this was theta of n or order of n, doesn't matter. So basically, what does this option C represent? It is saying that the partition, okay, could be at any point, which means in the partition you might be having the left hand, you might be having no element. In the right hand, you might be having n minus 1 elements, okay. Or in the left hand you may be having one element, in the right hand you may be having two n minus 2 elements, like that, okay. In the left hand you may be having in general k elements, in the right hand you can have n minus k minus 1 elements, and one will be the pivot, okay. So you can have anything, that's why they are taking the average of every recurrence relation from k equal to 0 to n minus 1, and multiplied by 1 upon n, which means it is the average. By the way, this average time complexity, calculating it, okay, it is not easy. So calculating is tough. Solving this recurrence relation is quite tough. And I think one very optional and skip video, okay, I have put it optional and skip. Okay, I put optional and skip. There was one video of average time complexity of quicksort. You do not need to watch that video which we have put in the lectures, okay. I have put it skip just because it is not easy to calculate the average time complexity of quicksort. But yes, we have already told you that how to calculate the average time complexity of quicksort. In case if you are very curious, you can watch that video that is already there in the lectures. Optional and skip I have written in that video. So for this question, C is the correct answer because we are taking the average of all the recurrence relations.
सचिन, एक्चुअली ये क्वेश्चन 1 मार्क का है, तो चैट में स्टूडेंट्स लिख रहे हैं कि 2 मार्क्स आ गए, 2 मार्क्स पक्के। ओके, क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली 1 मार्क का था ये।
Okay, yes. So let me write here. This
दिस
was a
क्वेश्चन वाज बेसिकली 1 मार्क।
MCQ 1 mark.
1 मार्क, यस। तो 1 मार्क आपका आ गया if you have done option C, because the question was asking expected running time recurrence relation, okay. And actually option D भी था सचिन, अगर मैं बता सकता हूँ अगर
हाँ
लिखना हो
हाँ
तो।
हाँ हाँ
ऑप्शन
हाँ।
डी भी है। ऑप्शन डी जो है वो है Tn इज इक्वल टू
एक सेकंड। Tn equal to
Tn/4 प्लस टी प्लस T3n/4, हाँ 3n/4
हाँ
प्लस
ये
ऑर्डर ऑफ एन, हाँ ये एक
हाँ
ऑप्शन था। ओके, सो बेसिकली ऑफ कोर्स दैट इज अ रॉन्ग ऑप्शन, आंसर विल बी ऑप्शन सी।
yes. So it is option D is saying you are always dividing between n by 4 and 3n by 4. Obviously in the average case it is not necessary because the first element is chosen to pivot and it can do anything. So C is the
सचिन,
correct answer.
एक चीज एक स्टूडेंट ने चैट में लिखा है कि सर जो स्किप, कुछ कुछ लेक्चर्स के ऊपर स्किप लिखा हुआ है वो हटा दो। सो आई वांट टू टेल यू वन थिंग, वो जो स्किप ऑप्शनल और स्किप वाला जो लेक्चर सचिन सर ने डाला है उसमें इस रिकरेंस रिलेशन के बाद की चीजें हैं, एवरेज एवरेज टाइम कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी कैलकुलेट करना, वो एन लॉग एन कैसे आई, वो चीज है उसमें, एंड दैट इज ऑप्शनल। रिकरेंस रिलेशन फाइंड करना दैट इज मच इजियर, ओके, क्योंकि जो पार्टीशन है, पिवट जो है वो पिवट की जो करेक्ट पोजीशन है वो कहीं पे भी हो सकती है। हम फर्स्ट फर्स्ट एलिमेंट को पिवट कंसीडर कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उसकी जो करेक्ट पोजीशन है वो कहीं पे भी हो सकती है। तो उसके एक तरफ के एलिमेंट, एक तरफ उसके n-k-1, और जो k की जो रेंज है वो 0 से n-1 तक जाएगी, और एवरेज पूछा है, एक्सपेक्टेड पूछा है, तो 1/n। तो ये जो रिकरेंस रिलेशन फाइंड करना है ये मच इजियर है, ठीक है। वो जो ऑप्शनल और स्किपेबल जो वीडियो सचिन सर ने डाला है उसके अंदर जो क्विक सॉर्ट की एवरेज टाइम कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी एन लॉग एन कैसे आती है वो है उसमें, ओके, एंड दैट इज ऑप्शनल, डोंट वरी अबाउट इट। कोई भी इंपॉर्टेंट लेक्चर जो है वो आपको, डोंट वरी, वो आपको ऑप्शनल नहीं मिलेगा, ओके। तो आपको ऐसा टेंशन में आने की जरूरत नहीं है, ठीक है। ये
Right.
ये रिकरेंस रिलेशन पूछ रहा है, ये आपको एवरेज टाइम कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी नहीं पूछ रहा।
Okay. So this was again one question from data structures and algorithm. So I think this was MSQ question. And I think it was 2 mark question.
इसमें एक बार ऑप्शन करेक्ट कर लेना सचिन, n1
हाँ.
जो है वो 10 है, n2 जो है वो, सॉरी, n2 जो था वो 10 था, बबल सॉर्ट के लिए 10 दिया हुआ था,
Okay.
ठीक है। n2 10 था और n1 4 दिया हुआ था, इसी इसी ऑप्शन में, इसी
इसी
ऑप्शन में,
ऑप्शन में
हाँ
ओके।
इसी ऑप्शन में N1 4 दिया हुआ था, N2 जो है वो 10 दिया हुआ था। और मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे सचिन थोड़ा वो हुआ है कि
हाँ
हाँ, एक सेकंड
ऑप्शन।
एक सेकंड, सही है सही है, N1 ग्रेटर देन N2 सही है, बबल सॉर्ट के लिए N1 यूज किया है। ओके ठीक है। इंसर्शन सॉर्ट ऑन ए परफॉर्म्स ओनली वन स्वैप, वो भी करेक्ट है। बोथ एल्गोरिथम्स विल नेसेसरीली कंपेयर द एलिमेंट्स दैट आर, एक्चुअली ये थोड़ा गलत स्टेटमेंट है। उसमें
ओके।
ये लिखा हुआ था कि बोथ एल्गोरिथम्स विल मेक एटलीस्ट वन अननेसेसरी कंपैरिजन।
हाँ ये लिखा होता, राइट
हाँ,
राइट।
ये हटा के थोड़ा,
हाँ
हाँ, एट विल मेक एटलीस्ट वन अननेसेसरी कंपैरिजन। और फिर ब्रैकेट में एक चीज लिखी हुई थी, ब्रैकेट में, ठीक है,
हम्म।
ब्रैकेट में लिखा हुआ था अननेसेसरी कंपैरिजन, फिर आगे ब्रैकेट में लिखा हुआ था कि विद एलिमेंट्स दैट आर ऑलरेडी सॉर्टेड, ऐसा सा कुछ, विद एलिमेंट्स ऑलरेडी
हाँ
सॉर्टेड, विद एलिमेंट्स ऑलरेडी सॉर्टेड। हाँ, तो ये मतलब वो वहां से अगर इरेजर से हटा देना वो थोड़ा उसको।
हाँ
ये सो दिस वाज ऑप्शन डी, यस नाउ, यस।
ओके। सो डू यू रिमेम्बर द आंसर दीपक?
यस यस, इसके अंदर इंसर्ट सम सॉर्ट ओनली वन स्वैप, यस वो तो करेक्ट है, क्योंकि 4 और 5 को वो स्वैप करेगा ही करेगा। वहीं
हाँ
पे सिर्फ वहीं पे दिक्कत है।
हाँ
तो
राइट।
इंसर्शन सॉर्ट जो है वो ओनली वन स्वैप करेगा। और N1 की जो वैल्यू है, जो बबल सॉर्ट जो करेगा उसकी वैल्यू, अगर हम स्टैंडर्ड वर्जन कंसिडर करें तो 10 आएगी, और अगर हम ऑप्टिमाइज्ड वर्जन कंसिडर करें तो वो 7 आएगी। लेकिन कोई टेंशन वाली बात नहीं है। इफ एनीवन इज थिंकिंग कि स्टैंडर्ड बबल सॉर्ट कंसिडर करनी है या ऑप्टिमाइज्ड बबल सॉर्ट कंसिडर करनी है, तो डोंट वरी, इस क्वेश्चन पे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन पे, ठीक है। तो N1 की वैल्यू 10 है, N2 की वैल्यू सचिन 5 है। मतलब एक 10 के ऊपर लिख देना सचिन की स्टैंडर्ड बबल सॉर्ट,
हाँ
10 आएगा अकॉर्डिंग टू स्टैंडर्ड बबल सॉर्ट, एंड बाय डिफॉल्ट वी शुड कंसिडर स्टैंडर्ड बबल सॉर्ट। और 7 जो आ रहा है वो ऑप्टिमाइज्ड बबल सॉर्ट की वजह से आ रहा है। 7 जो आएगा वो ऑप्टिमाइज्ड बबल सॉर्ट।
एक
देन,
एक्चुअली मैंने एक वर्ड यूज किया था, मैंने वो
हाँ
ऑप्टिमाइज पढ़ाया था उस टाइम पे, कि
हाँ हाँ
अर्ली स्टॉप बबल सॉर्ट।
हाँ, नाइस
अर्ली
नाइस।
स्टॉप और ऑप्टिमाइज, तो वो भी लिख देता हूँ।
हाँ, अर्ली स्टॉप, बिल्कुल यस। अगर बेसिकली इन एनी पास इफ देर इज नो स्वैप, देन यू कैन स्टॉप। ओके, सो
हम्म।
अर्ली स्टॉप बबल सॉर्ट, दिस वर्ड सचिन सर हैज यूज्ड, एंड यू कैन से द सेम थिंग, बेसिकली ऑप्टिमाइज भी बोल सकते हो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। ओके, तो ये करेक्ट है, तो ऑप्शन जो बी है वो तो रॉन्ग हो गया। वो
ठीक
एक्चुअली
है।
रॉन्ग, वो रॉन्ग सचिन किस वजह से हुआ देखो, उसके अंदर अगर N1 अगर 5 दिया होता, ठीक है,
हाँ
अगर ऑप्शन बी में N1 अगर 5 दिया होता, तब
हाँ।
कंफ्यूजन था, तब कंफ्यूजन होता, क्योंकि बबल सॉर्ट में स्टैंडर्ड कंसिडर करें या फिर ऑप्टिमाइज कंसिडर
5 या
करें।
7?
हाँ,
5 या 7, अच्छा
नहीं
बबल
नहीं,
सॉर्ट में।
N1, नहीं नहीं ब्रो,
हाँ
मैं कह रहा हूं
N1।
अगर N1 5 दिया होता, मतलब इंसर्ट, सॉरी, एक सेकंड यार, यहाँ पे
उल्टा लिखा है क्या ये?
उल्टा लिखा है, उल्टा लिखा है एक्चुअली, वो ऊपर N2 N1 उल्टा दिखा ना, इसलिए पूरा कंफ्यूजन
हाँ
हो गया मेरे को।
वही
एक
वही।
बार करना, ऑप्शन बी को एक
ओके।
बार चेंज करना, एक बार ऑप्शन बी को
हाँ,
हटा के,
क्या करूँ?
ऑप्शन
N2।
बी में
हाँ।
एन N2 को 4 कर दो, N2 को,
ओके।
और N1 को 10 कर दो। हाँ, अब सही,
अच्छा,
अब सही।
उल्टा ऐसे दिया होता तो ओके ओके।
मतलब ये
हाँ।
करेक्ट ऑप्शन है, अभी जो ऑप्शन आपको दिख रहा है ऑन योर स्क्रीन, दिस ऑप्शन इज बेसिकली द करेक्ट ऑप्शन विच वाज प्रेजेंट इन द एग्जाम। ओके, बट आई एम सेइंग कि देखो,
अच्छा।
इंसर्शन सॉर्ट के अंदर 5 लगेंगे, तो सीधा सीधा ये ऑप्शन गलत हो गया। इंसर्शन
हम्म।
सॉर्ट में कंपैरिजन जो लगेंगे वो 5 लगेंगे, ठीक है।
राइट राइट।
तो वो उस वजह से वो ऑप्शन क्या हो गया, गलत हो गया। अगर मतलब इंसर्शन सॉर्ट के अंदर अगर उसने मान लो इस ऑप्शन में 5 दे दिए होते, मतलब
हम्म।
N2 की वैल्यू अगर मान लो उसने 5 दे दी
5
होती,
दे
तब थोड़ा
देते।
कंफ्यूजन था कि बबल सॉर्ट का स्टैंडर्ड वर्जन कंसिडर करें या ऑप्टिमाइज्ड वर्जन कंसिडर करें, थोड़ा एक कंफ्यूजन की चीज आती, ठीक है। इन दैट केस ऑल्सो, लेट मी टेल ऑल ऑफ यू, इन दैट केस ऑल्सो by default consider the standard version. Okay, if they do not mention optimized version of bubble sort, then by default for bubble sort always consider the standard version. That means not the early stop version. Okay, that means till the end we keep going. Okay, so basically this option will be wrong, because here clearly we can see that n2 should be 5, but it was n2 equal to 4 given. Okay, so option C is correct.
Yes.
And option
Because
D, that,
in
yeah,
any of this, either you take 10 or 7, it is greater than n2.
यस यस,
Yeah.
हाँ, कुछ भी कंसिडर कर लो।
हाँ
एक्चुअली ये एक खूबसूरती थी इस क्वेश्चन की, मुझे जो अच्छी चीज लगी
हाँ,
कि कहीं पे भी ऑप्शंस के अंदर क्या है कि कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं रहा, है ना।
राइट
एक
राइट।
ऑप्शन डी जो है वो भी करेक्ट है।
ओके, both algorithm will make at least one unnecessary comparison. Yes, obviously, like three, they will try to fit three. Insertion sort will compare three with two, like that, and bubble sort will also compare. So at least one unnecessary comparison they will be doing. Okay. So A, C, D are the correct answers here. I think this question was easy to moderate. So or maybe I can keep it easy. So this was easy question. Now one more question, one last question that I remember from data DSA only, which was graph based BFS DFS question. So graph was given G. Okay, directed graph was there, and GR was made by reversing all the edges of the directed graph. Reversing all edges of directed graph. Then the options were something like this. In one of the options, they were saying that if if V is reachable from U in G using DFS, then then U is reachable from V in GR using BFS. Okay, and this option was correct. I think all other options were wrong. Deepak, do you remember this question?
यस यस, ओनली दिस ऑप्शन वाज करेक्ट, देयर वाज नो
Yes.
अदर ऑप्शन करेक्ट। दिस एक्चुअली सचिन, खूबसूरती इस क्वेश्चन की एक और
हाँ,
चीज थी कि एमसीक्यू था ये।
अच्छा एमसीक्यू ही था, हाँ
हाँ,
राइट।
तो ऐसी कोई
हाँ
टेंशन वाली बात नहीं है। अगर एमएसक्यू
राइट।
होता तो भी मतलब जो बाकी ऑप्शन थे देवर बेसिकली नॉनसेंस। ओके,
हाँ
बाकी ऑप्शंस भी थोड़े नॉनसेंस जैसे ही थे, लेकिन दिस क्वेश्चन वाज बेसिकली एमसीक्यू 2 मार्क क्वेश्चन। ओके, सो द ओनली करेक्ट ऑप्शन that is basically written on your screen. Okay, this is the only correct option, and this was
right.
MCQ question, so there is nothing to worry.
Right. So basically, this is saying that if if in G you can reach, okay, till V using the DFS, or it doesn't matter actually, you are using DFS or BFS.
हाँ,
Yes. So basically, if you can reach to V, then if you reverse the edges, then see for every edge in G, okay, so whatever is the edge in G, whatever is the edge in G, you have to reverse that edge. That's how you are making GR, right? So GR will look something like this. You have to actually reverse all the edges. So GR must look like this. Okay, there is no other way for GR to look. GR must be looking like this. I mean, every edge must be reversed. So if this is some part of G, then this must be the some part of GR. Then obviously, if you can reach to V from U, right, in G, then you can definitely reach to U using V in GR. So it was very straightforward kind of option. So this option was correct option.
और यहाँ पे इस क्वेश्चन में, पूरे क्वेश्चन में मेरे ख्याल से एक ऑप्शन ऐसा था जहां पे ऑर्डर, बेसिकली क्या है कि बीएफएस डीएफएस उनमें सिर्फ एक ऑर्डर ही तो चेंज हो सकता है कि किस ऑर्डर में हम वर्टिसेस को विजिट कर रहे
हाँ
हैं, है ना।
हाँ, एक
एक ऑर्डर
ऑप्शन
के
था।
अलावा सेट ऑफ वर्टिसेस तो चेंज होगा ही नहीं। अगर किसी भी वर्टेक्स से बीएफएस या डीएफएस में किसी भी वर्टेक्स से जो सेट ऑफ वर्टिसेस जो विजिट होंगे वो तो चेंज होगा ही नहीं, चाहे बीएफएस कर लो चाहे डीएफएस कर लो। ऑर्डर ऑफ वर्टिसेस चेंज हो सकता है। इस पूरे क्वेश्चन में सचिन एक ऐसा ऑप्शन था, उस ऑप्शन के अलावा पूरे क्वेश्चन में बीएफएस डीएफएस से फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
हाँ हाँ, ये
हाँ,
तो मतलब बहुत ही मतलब जान
ये
कंफ्यूज करने का
कंफ्यूजन के लिए
ट्राई कर
था।
रहे थे, लेकिन हो नहीं पाए।
और अगर ये क्वेश्चन एमएसक्यू कर देते तो शायद वो सक्सेसफुल भी होते, शायद,
हाँ
अगर
राइट।
इसको एमएसक्यू कर देते। लेकिन एक ऑप्शन था जिसमें ऑर्डर ऑफ वर्टिसेस की बात हुई थी।
हम्म।
एक क्वेश्चन ऐसा भी था जिसमें ऑर्डर ऑफ वर्टिसेस की बात हुई थी। वो ऑर्डर ऑफ वर्टिसेस का जो ऑर्डर जो है वो बीएफएस डीएफएस में अलग हो सकता है, तो इसलिए वो ऑप्शन गलत था। एनीवे, फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन ओनली ऑप्शन ए इज करेक्ट।
Right. So answer is A. Okay, so let me quickly count the number of questions we have discussed till now. It will just take 1 minute. So, question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
कुछ
8.
क्वेश्चन सचिन डुप्लीकेट हो रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि ऐसे
Okay,
कुछ
okay.
क्वेश्चन मल्टीपल ऐसे मतलब मल्टीपल स्लाइड्स में है शायद, इसलिए वो शायद काउंट जो है वो
नहीं
एक
नहीं,
बार मैं
मैं तो
कंटिन्यू करता हूँ।
ठीक है,
हाँ
हाँ,
बताना
ओके।
बताना।
नहीं, मैं तो मतलब देख के काउंट कर रहा था, एक एक ही नहीं, मल्टीपल स्लाइड्स में तो शायद नहीं है। नहीं, मैं मतलब ऐसे डायरेक्टली स्लाइड नंबर से काउंट नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं एक एक
हेलो
क्वेश्चन पे जा रहा
सचिन।
था। हाँ हाँ। हेलो।
हाँ अब आवाज आ रही है, यस।
हाँ, आई वाज सेइंग कि मैं मतलब ऐसे स्लाइड नंबर से डायरेक्टली काउंट नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं
अच्छा अच्छा।
मतलब ऐसे
ओके
काउंट कर रहा था मैनुअली।
ओके ओके ओके।
तो ठीक है, मैं एक बार मतलब यू कैन शेयर योर क्वेश्चंस, मैं एक बार मतलब बैकग्राउंड में काउंट करता हूँ कि
हाँ
कितने
हाँ।
क्वेश्चंस हो गए।
ओके।
एक
सो ऑल
एक
द 10 एप्टीट्यूड क्वेश्चंस वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड इन दिस सेशन सचिन।
हाँ,
और एक बार आप भी ये काउंट कर लो कि
ठीक है,
कितने
ठीक है,
टोटल क्वेश्चन हुए। मैं इतनी देर शुरू कर देता हूँ वो।
ठीक है, ठीक है। एक और क्वेश्चन वैसे बचा है, पाइथन का था एक, वो
अच्छा
भी
सर,
बता
ओके
ही
ओके।
देते हैं।
हाँ
एक
करो।
सेकंड लगेगा, हाँ।
यस यस यस।
कहाँ गया?
और अगर कोई ऐसा क्वेश्चन है सचिन, जब मैं कंटिन्यू करूं तब कोई अगर
हाँ
ऐसा क्वेश्चन है जिसके मार्क्स नहीं लिखे हैं, क्योंकि अभी चैट में एक स्टूडेंट ने रिक्वेस्ट करी है कि सर हर क्वेश्चन का कितना वेटेज था, मतलब 1 मार्क था, 2 मार्क था, वो भी बता देना। तो अगर कोई ऐसा क्वेश्चन है जिसके मान लो मार्क्स नहीं लिखे हैं, तो
हाँ
वो वो भी एक बार हम स्टूडेंट
हाँ,
से
बता
डिस्कस कर
दूंगा।
लेंगे।
राइट,
स्टूडेंट से डिस्कस कर लेंगे कि उसके मार्क्स कितने हैं।
राइट। So there was one more question. It was a Python question. So it was saying that there was a function given, append to list, something like this, append to lst, and val comma list was initialized to be something like this, and then they were saying lst dot append val and then return lst. Okay. Now they are having print statements, append to lst 1. It was really a good question, and these kind of things we have already studied. And in fact, in the AIMTs, multiple times these kind of questions, not the exact question. We are not claiming the exact question, but yes, the multiple times you can definitely relate that multiple times these type of questions we have given in the AIMTs or in the test series in the QJs like that, right? But it was a good question. Okay, so let me also write the options. Option A was 1, 2, 3, like that. Option B was 1, 1, 2, 3. Option C was 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And option D was 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. Okay. So see, in this question, they are saying that we are calling the function append to list, right? And we are calling with 1. Now you notice one thing, that LST is a default parameter, list is a default parameter, and it is always, if you do not pass anything, then it is always the empty list. But we know the default parameter, okay? If this is list or dictionary or these kind of parameters, then in that case they do get initialized only once. So if you're appending one, then it will be appended to the list, okay, and it is returning that list. So one will be printed for sure. So this is just one. There is no confusion here. But now in this case, okay, in this case, if you are appending two again, then it will be the same list. So 1, 2 will be the answer here. Okay. Now, interestingly, in the third case, you are passing the list. Now, the moment you are passing the list, you are initializing with the new list. So that's why only 3. So it was really a good question. 1, 1, 2, and 3. So B is the correct answer. It was MCQ question, 1 mark question. Easy question, but good question. Okay. So B is the correct answer here. Let me know that what you have marked. In the exam, what you have marked. Let us know.
सचिन
अच्छा, एक और क्वेश्चन, ग्रेडियंट डिसेंट स्टोकेस्टिक वाला, वो क्वेश्चन कैन यू राइट इट? हाँ दीपक।
सचिन, इस क्वेश्चन, ये जो क्वेश्चन है ना जो अभी स्क्रीन पे है पाइथन वाला,
हाँ हाँ।
मतलब क्वेश्चन पढ़ के मुझे भी ऐसा फील आ गई कि यार ऑप्शन बी करेक्ट होगा।
हाँ right.
मैंने भी ऑप्शन बी किया।
सही है, सही है। तो एक्चुअली ये दीपक हमने बताया हुआ है ऑलरेडी, मतलब क्लासेस में भी काफ़ी बार, कि डिफ़ॉल्ट पैरामीटर, ये अगर मतलब डिफ़ॉल्ट पैरामीटर केवल एक ही बार इनिशियलाइज होता है, तो यहाँ पे इफ़ वी आर पासिंग दिस देन इट विल बी री इनिशियलाइज, अदरवाइज इट विल बी यूज द सेम लिस्ट। सो ये इसमें 1 and 2 दे विल बी यूजिंग द सेम लिस्ट।
नहीं,
सो
बिल्कुल
बीच,
करेक्ट
हाँ
करेक्ट करेक्ट कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ सोल्व करना तो ऑब्वियसली बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं तो
राइट
बस ये
राइट।
बोल रहा हूँ कि ऐसे पता नहीं, ऐसे क्वेश्चन को देख के थोड़ी वाइब्स
हाँ
आई। ऑब्वियसली वो गलत भी हो सकती थी, वो तो एक तरीके से तुक्के की बात है।
हाँ, वो
ठीक
तो
है।
एस्पिरेंट नहीं लगा सकते ना, हम तो लगा
हाँ,
सकते
वो सही
हैं।
बात है, सही बात है। ये वैसे भी
राइट
एमसीक्यू क्वेश्चन था, तो ऑब्वियसली एस्पिरेंट इस तरह की चीजें नहीं कर सकता। हाँ, बट द पॉइंट इज, all these type of questions we have discussed in our Python course. Okay,
राइट।
so all these basically this question is based on the concept that is already discussed in our Python course. So there is nothing to worry. Okay, how many of you did it correct? Let me know. Sachin, एक तन्मय तन्मय
हाँ
स्टूडेंट इज सेइंग इन द चैट कि ऑप्शन बी ओनली सचिन सर आपने क्लास में करवाया था। सो ये चैट चैट में अभी
हाँ राइट
मैंने
राइट,
स्टूडेंट।
मैंने वो पिन किया था।
ओके ओके ओके।
Right. Okay, so one more question I just got to remember from, it was from machine learning. So students just commented. So it was a machine learning question, and the question was saying that fx was given to be wx and lambda was given to be 0.10, and they were saying at iteration I, okay, at some iteration I, which means wi was given to be, okay, at iteration I mean, they have not given wi, they were just saying w equal to 10, 10.00, okay, and they have mentioned at iteration I, something like this, okay. Then they were asking wi plus 1, and they were using the stochastic gradient descent. Okay, they were using stochastic gradient descent. Using this, we need to solve this question. So as you know that the update formula, okay, for the gradient descent, as you might be knowing that this is wi. We have to go in the negative direction of the gradient. So this is the basically the formula. So wi is given to be 10 minus eta or the learning rate is 0.10. It was given to be 0.10 into grad, or the differentiation of this f is just with respect to x is just w. So into w, you can say w is nothing but 10, so into 10, okay. So it is basically 10 minus 1, right? So 9 should be the answer. So what is the answer that you have marked? I think it was an NAT question, okay. So I think it was an NAT question, or it was I think it was NAT question, right? NAT 1 mark machine learning question. I can keep this question as easy question. Okay, let me just mark this question easy question. There might be silly mistake that some of you might have done, but yes, it was easy question. Silly mistake might be in the calculation, that maybe you might have done it as 0.01 or something like this. Okay, but yes, ultimately it was easy question. Okay, so 9 is the correct answer here. So answer, let me write, is 9. So I think we have discussed many questions here. Mostly it is around 45 questions we have discussed. I will just count the exact number, okay, and we'll let you know in just 5-10 minutes. Meanwhile, Deepak sir will be solving his own questions from DBMS. So these were the questions. I think the overall the paper difficulty, again, it was moderate only. It was not definitely easy, and again at the same point in time, it was not tough. So paper was moderate, and there was many questions where the silly mistakes could have happened, but few of the students had made them correctly. Few of the students made silly mistakes. So these are the things that happen with everyone. Do not worry about these things now. Okay. So let's discuss the further questions from DBMS. So there has been 11 questions from DBMS. Let's discuss them. Yes, Deepak.
Yes, I am starting the discussion now.
Okay.
Okay.
So meanwhile, let me just read the chat. Okay. In the chat,
Yes.
students are saying,
Sachin, you can also like count how many questions you have discussed, plus 10 aptitude questions. So that figure we will get. And if there is any question for which like you forgot, for any question, if you forgot to mention 1 mark, 2 mark, then for that question, we can discuss with the students what were the marks for that question. Okay.
right, right. Yes, so one of the student is saying second question from the same matrix, projection matrix is left. Yes, I do not remember that question. Yes, I just got to remember there was another question from the same matrix. So can you write that question? I do not have that question with me. Okay. So just let us know that question and we will discuss that question also. I think that was also very good question. So just let us know what was that exact question and then we will discuss that question also.
So let's start the discussion of DBMS questions. Okay. So as you already know that in the GATE DA 2026 paper, there were total 11 questions from DBMS, at least 11 questions from DBMS. The data warehousing questions already we have discussed. Okay, Sachin sir has already discussed data warehousing questions. Okay, now we are going to discuss the remaining 9 questions of DBMS. So GATE DA 2026, this was DBMS heavy, I can say, and there were many questions from DBMS. Okay, so let's discuss all the questions one by one. So there was question 1 in the DBMS. It was an easy question. It was basically based on foreign key. Okay, so let me mention it. The foreign key question. The foreign key constant question. Okay, so this was a MSQ question for 1 mark. The question was quite easy. So you can see the question was basically saying that we have a relation R with the attributes AB and a relation S with the attributes EC. And the question was saying that A is the primary key in R and E refers to A in R. Okay. So this was the question, and the question was asking which operation never violates, which operation never violates foreign key constant. Okay, foreign key constant. Which operation never violates foreign key constant? Let me tell you, this question was as it is present in our test series, in our mock test. Have you seen this? Delete from the referencing table, delete from reference table, insert in the referencing table, insert in the reference table. So this exact question we have present, we have in our mock test or in our test series. Okay, so you can see the 4 options that were there. You can see delete from R. This is one of the option. Delete from R. Okay, delete a record from R basically. So it was saying, delete a record from R. There was another option, delete a record from S. There was another option, insert a record in R. And there was another option, insert a record in S. Okay, so tell me, what is the answer for this question? It's very easy question. You can see that S is the referencing relation, R is the referenced relation, or I can say R is the parent relation, S is the child relation. And you can easily see, if you insert in R, then there is no violation, yes or no? So you can see, if you insert in R, then there is no violation. If you delete from S, if you delete from referencing relation, then there is no violation, yes or no? So deleting from S, no violation. Inserting in R, no violation. But remember, if you delete from R, then violation might be possible. Okay, yes or no? So you can see, and you can see, if you insert in S, then also violation might be possible. Okay, so finally for this question, the answer will be option B, comma C. What do you think? This is easy peasy, moderate, hard? What type of question is this? Whatever you say, let me know. So this was actually easy peasy question, let me tell you. Okay, it wasn't hard, it wasn't moderate, it wasn't tricky. This was straightforward, easy peasy question. Okay, so this was MSQ question for 1 mark. I hope you did it correctly. Okay, so very good. Almost all the students have done this correctly. Okay, let's move on to the next question. In DBMS, there was another question from functional dependencies, FD and candidate key question. FD and candidate key question was there, where set of FDs are given to you. So you can see I have the set of functional dependencies with me. So let me write. Yes. So you can see there was a relation with A, B, C, D, E. These are the attributes, and you can see the FD set. The FD set was given to you. That is, A is determining BC, another that is CD determining A, and another E determining A. Okay, so these were the FDs. The question was asking what is the candidate key. It was MCQ question. It was 1 mark, 2 mark. Let me know. This question, was it 1 mark, 2 mark question? Let me know. This question was 1 mark question. Okay, this was MCQ 1 mark question. Okay, so this was easy question. The question was asking candidate keys. Okay, the question was asking what are the candidate keys. Okay, so what will be the answer for this question? You can see the candidate keys. Those will be AD, ED, CD. AD, ED, CD. These are the candidate keys. That's it. These are all the candidate keys, and these are the only candidate keys. You can easily see that in these non-trivial functional dependencies, on the right side, we don't have D. We have A, we have B, we have C, but we don't have D. I think, did I make a mistake here? What were the functional dependencies? Can anyone tell me? I think I made a mistake here. I think CD determining E, I think. Let me know what were the functional dependencies. Let me check. Let me quickly check. So, what were the functional dependencies? Yes, A determining BC, CD determining E, E determining A. Yes. Okay. So these were the functional dependencies on your screen. Now, yes. So now what will be the answer? So here you can see in these functional dependencies, all these are non-trivial functional dependencies. In these functional dependencies, on the right side, we don't have D. So D must be present in every candidate key. Yes or no? D must be part of every candidate key. Now you can see if you find D closer, then that will be D only. So only D cannot determine all the attributes. Okay, so you can see what about AD? AD closer, that will be, you can see AD, A can determine B comma C, and you can see C comma D, they can determine E also. Okay, so you can see that AD will be a candidate key. You can notice that E can determine A, so definitely ED will also be a candidate key because you can see that E can determine A. Okay, and you already know that AD is a candidate key. Okay, so automatically you will get everything else, B comma C. Very simple. Also notice CD can determine E. Okay, so you can see, you can check CD plus. So what that will be? That will be CD. You can see CD can determine E, and we already know that ED, this is a candidate key. So you can see the remaining things also will come. The remaining attributes will also come. So you can see that only these are the candidate keys, and you can also find what is BD closer. BD closer will be BD only. That's it. Okay, so definitely BD is not a candidate key. The only and all candidate keys are AD, ED, CD. These are all and only candidate keys. Okay. So very simple. This was an easy question. Let's put it in the category easy. This was 1 mark MCQ question, easy question, easy PG. Okay. Very simple. One student is saying that, sir, there is a suggestion for the PGW test series. Try focusing on aptitude section. Let me tell you, this year, the aptitude section in the PGW test series, we are reforming. Okay, many hard questions we are putting in the aptitude section, because in the PGW 2025 exam, the aptitude was hard. In comparison with GATE, aptitude was hard. Let me tell you, already we have started. In the PGW mock test 1, we have already put new aptitude questions, many new, I think 10 to 15 new aptitude questions we have put, which are on the hard level, I can say. Okay, so Tanmay, you can check it out. Your suggestion has already been implemented. It is a good suggestion, but it has already been implemented. Okay, in the PGW test 1 itself, we have implemented this, and in all the 21 full length mock test of PGW 2026, we are going to implement it. Don't worry. Okay. Now let's see the next question. The question number 3 in the DBMS. So what are the remaining questions in the DBMS? There was a B plus tree question. There was a B plus tree question. Maximum number of node pointers. The question was asking. What the question was asking? Maximum number of node pointers in a non-leaf node of B plus tree with the following data, with the following info. So you can see what was the info given in the question. So let me share with you the info. You can see in the question, the node size was given. Yes, you can see this was a B plus tree question, and the node size was given. That was 4096 bytes. This was the node size. You can see the search key size, that was 11 bytes. Okay, you can see node pointer size, that was 10 bytes. And you can see record pointer size, data record pointer size, that was 12 bytes. Okay, remember one thing, the question was asking for the non-leaf node of B plus tree. Okay, so in the non-leaf node, we don't even store data record pointer, right, in the B plus tree. Yes or no? So anyway, what will be the answer for this question? If you remember, in the B plus tree, in the non-leaf node, in B plus tree, there is no data record pointer. Okay, there is no data record pointer. Correct? Agree? So this question has become very simple. What are the maximum number of node pointers we can put in a non-leaf node of B plus tree with the following info? So what will be the answer for this question? Let me write the answer here. The answer will be 195. Very good. Many students are saying in the chat that the answer is 195. And many similar type of questions we have put in our DA mock test. Yes or no? In the DA AIMTs, this type of many questions we have put in our GATE DA mock test. You may have seen, many this type of questions you may have seen. So you can see the answer will be 195. The logic is also very simple. You can see the answer is 195, and the logic. What is the logic? Basically, it's very simple. What you can do, you can assume. Okay, so in the non-leaf node, what you can do, you can assume n is the maximum number of node pointers. Okay, or I can say tree pointers, node pointers, or I can say tree pointers, child pointers. Okay, so very simple. Now you can see what equation we will create. You can see n is the maximum number of node pointers per node. So n pointers we have that are node pointers. Node pointer size is given to you, that is 10 bytes. Okay, so very simple. Plus, if you have n node pointers in the non-leaf node, then how many keys will be there? That will be n minus 1 keys. Yes or no? And what is the key size? That is 11 bytes. This is the search key size. Okay, so this will be less than equal to the node size, the block size, that is 4096. Okay, so from here, if you calculate, you will get n is less than equal to 195 point something something something. Okay, so you can see, of course, the number of node pointers cannot be in fraction. Okay, the number of node pointers must be an integer. So you can see n is less than this value. So the answer will be 195 or 196. The answer will be 195 because n is integer less than equal to this value. Okay, is this clear? We need to find the maximum value of n. The maximum value of n we need to find, but it will be less than equal to 195 point something something. So you can see that the final answer will be n equal to 195. Okay, what should be the category of this question? Easy, hard, moderate? What do you think? Can anyone tell me this was one mark or 2 mark question? Anyone want to tell me this question, was it 1 mark question or 2 mark question? Does anyone know? I think this was also 1 mark question. Anyone remembers it was 1 mark or 2 mark? Yes, it was NAT question. Okay, and this is also, you can see, easy question, easy and standard question. Okay, it was a 1 mark question. Very good. So far we have done the discussion of 3 DBMS questions. All of them were easy. So tell me overall, so far 3 easy DBMS questions, did you do correct? Let me know. So let's move on to the next DBMS question. Let's see the question number 4. There was another B plus tree question. B plus tree insertion question. Do you remember this question also? So a B plus tree was given to you. Let me make the diagram. What was the B plus tree? So this type of B plus tree was given to you. There was 5 in the root node. There was 8 in the root node. Then you can see it was something like this, that you have 1,5 here. Then you can see we have 7,8 here, and you can see we have 9,12 here. Okay, so it was something like this. It was a B plus tree. So you can see it was like this. Okay, and it was also saying, something like this, null. And this type of diagram was given. This type of diagram was given, right? Okay, so I think okay, yes. Do you remember this diagram was given, right? Okay, so the question was asking insert element 3, and the question was asking what is the resulting root node. Okay, this was the question, if you remember. So what were the options? Tell me. The question was asking what will be the resulting root node, and let me share with you the options. It was MCQ question first of all. and it was 2 mark question, I think. Do you remember it was 1 mark or 2 mark? Let me know. Please help me. It was 1 mark or 2 mark question. Let me know. So let me share with you the options. There was option 5. There was another option, maybe 3, 5. Okay, there was option C, there was option D. Okay, what will be the answer for this question? This was actually easy question. The answer will be option A. Okay, the resulting root node, that will be 5. You can easily see, because when you insert 3, you can see 3 will be inserted here. Okay, because 3 is less than 5, so 3 will be inserted here. So here what we have, it will be like this. You can see that it's like 5, 8. Then on this side you have 1, 5. Okay, now in this node we will insert 3, correct? Okay, so when we insert 3 here, it's like 1, 3, 5. Okay, then you can see we will split here. Okay, and one thing you notice, that we are using basically left bias, yes or no? In this diagram you can easily notice that the left bias we are using. Okay, the left bias we are using, for example 5 is here, 5 is here. Okay, so you can see. So what will happen from here? It will happen that this node will become 1, 3. Okay, another node will become 5. But on the root, what will happen? On the root, we will basically, it's like we already have 5, 8, but now 3 also will be inserted. Okay, so in the root node, we have basically 3, 5, 8. Again, split will happen. But remember, this is a non-leaf node now. Okay, this is non-leaf node. So when we split, then it will happen, then the split will happen that 3, 5 will go to the root. 3, 5 will go to the root. Sorry. Because this is a non-leaf node, so this 5 will go to the root. On one side, you will have 3, on another side, you will have 8. Okay, then these things will happen. Okay, so very simple. This is your final answer. This is what the question was asking. This is what question was asking. So for this question, the answer finally, that will be 5. Okay, so remember, this was MCQ question. It was 2 mark question. And what do you think? Easy, moderate, or hard? This is another easy question. B plus tree insertion, we have already discussed many times. Okay, in our mock test, in our All India mock test also, this type of questions are present. The insertion based questions, these are standard questions. Okay, so this is actually easy question. It's not hard, it's not moderate, it's basically easy question. If you have studied B plus tree insertion, then it's quite easy question. The question was asking the resulting root node. So the answer will be option A, that is 5 only, that's it. Okay, very good. So far, DBMS, 4 questions we have discussed. Okay, let's go to the next question in the DBMS. Question number 5. There were 2 SQL questions. There was a SQL question where the question was asking, let's see, the table was given and the question was asking something. So, okay, you can see there was a SQL question, number of tuples. The question was asking number of tuples in output. Okay, the question was asking number of tuples in the output. Some data was given in this SQL question. The query was, some type of nested query was there. If you remember, nested query. Of course, it was a big query. So I don't remember it right now. The big query. It was something like, it's like A. We have to check, where this A is less than B. This should be greater than equal to, A greater than C. Something like this. Do you remember? Anyone remembers? This was the core part basically. This was the core part. Anyone remembers it? Something like A less than B. Overall, it is greater than equal to A greater than C. And the data that was given in that, the table that was given in that table, there were two attributes. Okay, in one attribute, salary attribute was there. In that attribute, we have 5,000, 5,000. Then there was 10,000. Then there was 15,000, and there was 20,000. Do you remember now? Anyone recalls this question now? I have given you almost the complete question. Here account number was given. Here account number was given. A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. See the complete question, almost the complete question I have written here from my memory. So do you remember? Yes, 5k, 5k, 10k, 15k, and then 18k or 2000. It doesn't really matter, but okay, let's make it 18k. So yes, it was this only. Students are saying yes, yes, yes. A dot salary, yes, yes. It was basically, A dot salary less than equal to B dot salary. It was something like this. See, let me write. It was like A dot salary is less than B dot salary. Okay. This whole thing is greater than, or A dot salary greater than C dot salary. Okay. And basically A comma B comma C, they are instances of this. A comma B comma C, they are basically instances, or I can say they are basically the same table. Okay. So instances of this same table basically. Okay. So you can see this type of question was there. A dot salary is less than B dot salary is greater than equal to A dot salary greater than C dot salary. So finally, what is the answer for this question? I have written the answer was 3. Okay, the answer was 3. You can see, you can check for the first row, you can check that for the first row, what this value it was count star, remember? It was count. It was basically counting. Okay, is this clear? It was basically counting. You were counting this and you were counting this. So you can see this 5,000, this is less than these three values. So for the first row, it will be like 3 greater than equal to. Okay, let me provide you the solution. You can see that the solution was basically like, so basically for the account 1, what happened? For the account 1, it was like 3 greater than equal to 0. Okay, yes or no? Next, you can see for this also same, for A2 also same, 3 greater than equal to 0. For A3, it was basically 2 greater than equal to 2. Okay, you can see. So A salary, yes, is less than, yes, correct. Okay, so for A4, it was like 1 greater than equal to 3. Okay, so you can see 1 greater than equal to 3. And for A4, A4, A5, it was like 0 greater than equal to 4, I think. Okay, so you can see A salary greater than C salary. So it was basically, 4. And you can see it was 0 greater than 4, greater than equal to 4. Okay, so here overall you can see that it will be success. It will be success. It will be success. So you can see final answer. Okay, final answer, that was basically 3. So how many of you did it correct? The answer was 3 for this question. This was 1 mark or 2 mark question. Anyone remembers it? It was 1 mark or 2 mark question. Do you remember this SQL question that we have discussed? Answer is 3, remember? It was, yes, it was NAT question. But it was 1 mark or 2 mark? I think it was 2 mark question. So what do you think? This was easy, moderate, or hard? This wasn't hard, but yes, let's call it moderate. Okay, you have to understand the query basically. Okay, you have to run the query basically. Okay, so this question basically was moderate. It, we cannot say it was easy, we cannot say it was hard, but it was moderate. Okay, so what do you think? This was moderate, hard, or easy? Let me know. Yes, this was a 2-mark question, NAT question, and it was moderate. Very good. Okay, how many of you did it correct? Now let's go to the next question. Question 6. There was another SQL question. It was MSQ. There was another MSQ SQL question. And the question was asking, something about team size. Find correct query. Find correct query for, team size something. If I recall correctly, yes. This type of question was there. Do you remember? Like counting team size. Find correct query. So some SQL queries were given to you, like SQL query 1, SQL query 2, SQL query 3, and there was SQL query 4. Okay, so do you recall this question? This was MSQ question. I think this was also 2-mark question. So what was the answer for this question? Actually, of course, it was a big question. We don't remember the 4 queries that were given in the options. 4 queries were given in the options, and the question was asking which is the correct query. There was some purpose, I can say. The objective was given. One thing, let me tell you, only one option was correct. Okay, for this question, let me tell you that it was MSQ question, but actually only one option was correct. There was only one option correct. Okay, there was only one option correct. And let me also tell you what this option was basically doing. Let me tell you. Okay, this correct option. So the correct option was something like this. You will recall. Okay, let me make a diagram. What this correct option was doing. This correct option was basically having, already this table, the original table. The original table we have. Another table it was creating. Another table it was creating where it was like here also 2 attributes, here also 2 attributes, and some kind of natural join it was creating. And finally, this was in the output, and this was in the output. Do you recall? See, I don't remember the options, but do you recall that this type of option was the correct option? Do you recall? Anyone? Let me see in the chat. Only one option was correct. Yes, very good. Only one option was actually correct. Do you recall? That option was basically doing, select team ID. Yes. Group by team ID. Ankit, do you recall this type of situation was happening? The correct option was basically doing something like this, that we have this original table. Also, we were creating a table with 2 attributes, and then in the output, these 2 attributes were going in the output. Do you recall, Ankit? So anyway, for this particular question, this was 2-mark MSQ question, but only one option was correct. If you did only one option correct, then most probably you have done correct. This was MSQ question, 4 options were there, but if you have marked only one option correct, then most probably I have full faith on you that you have marked the correct option correct. Okay, don't worry about it. But anyway, I have provided you some hint about the correct option. Some hint also I have provided you. Yes, Ankit is saying yes, sir. It was doing this and only this. Only one option was correct. Excellent. Okay. So this was 2 mark question. In which category should I put? Easy, moderate, hard. This question actually, because it was MSQ question, you have to check all the 4 options. This was actually, a very lengthy question. Okay, so let's call it hard and lengthy. Okay. So remember, I am putting this question in this category that it was a lengthy question, it was a hard question. The 4 options were given, it was MSQ question, you have to check all the 4 options. SQL queries, 4 SQL queries are given in the options. Every SQL query has, group by, inner query, nested query. Every SQL query was a big query. You have to understand each query, all the 4 options. Then you have to solve this question. So MSQ question with, four queries, 4 SQL queries in the options. So definitely it was lengthy question. We are putting it in the hard and lengthy category. Okay. Now let's move on to the next question. So this SQL question also we have discussed. In the DBMS so far 6 questions we have discussed. Okay. Let's discuss question number 7 in the DBMS. There was a relational algebra question if you remember. There was a relational algebra question. The question was asking number of tuples in output. It was a MCQ question. And do you recall how many marks? It was asking number of tuples in output. And options were like this. There was one option 0 tuple. Another option was, 1 tuple. Another option was like 2 tuples. Another option maybe like 3 tuples. So something like that. Okay. So this relational algebra question was there. It was MCQ question that I remember. Do you recall? It was 2 mark, 1 mark question. Do you recall? Okay, it was 2 mark question. Many students are saying in the chat it was 2 mark question. So let's call it 2 mark. Okay, let me tell you. For this question, the answer was very simple: 0 tuple. In the output, there will be 0 tuple. The output will be an empty table basically. Okay, so for this question, the answer is option A. For this particular question, the answer is 0 tuple. Okay, this relation algebra query, let me just write. I don't remember the exact query, but the relation algebra query was something doing with the natural join, right? There were multiple natural joins. Okay, there was something like this. Then there was, do you recall this type of query? So it was doing, there was something here. So in this question, basically 3 natural join or conditional join, something we were doing. Yes, these were natural joins, and also sigma was also given. Basically, if you remember, this sigma was also given. Sigma, and here pi was given. Okay, this type of query was there. If you recall, I have written the structure of the query. This is the structure of the relational algebra query. Do you recall? There was pi, there was sigma, natural join, sigma, natural join. This type of question was there. So the answer for this question will be 0 tuple. Okay. So what do you think? This was easy, moderate, tough. Which type of question was this? So this was, to be honest, this was easy question, but it might be lengthy. But you cannot say that it was hard question. Okay, we already understand, natural join, sigma, pi. So the selection operator, the projection operator, natural join, only these things were there. Tables were given. I think 2 or 3 tables were given. This relational algebra query was given. You just have to run this relational algebra query on the given tables and you have to find the answer. So the question was not hard, it was not moderate, but it was lengthy. It will take time. Okay. So I can say it was basically easy but lengthy question. Can I say? Yes, it was MCQ question. I remember very correctly. Dragonfire, I remember very clearly that it was MCQ question, and this type of option was there. Zero tuple was written in one of the option. This zero tuple, this line was written, and the answer will be option A only. So for this question, answer is zero tuple. I hope you understood. Okay, very simple, very good. Let's move on to the next question. There was a question number 8, TRC question, tuple relation calculus, tuple relational calculus. What do you think? What was the answer for this question? This question was also asking number of tuples in output. What this question was asking? Number of tuples in output. So this was NAT question. Do you recall it was 1 mark, 2 mark question? Do you recall? Let me know. Let me know this was 1 mark question, 2 mark question. Also let me know what answer did you do. This was a tuple relational calculus question, TRC question. So let me know. Let me share with you what type of TRC was given. I have some idea, but let me tell you the answer first, or maybe I can. Yes, let me tell you the answer. The answer was 2. Okay, the answer was 2. And let me tell you what was the query, this TRC query that was given. Let me give you some hint about it. I don't recall the exact query, but TRC query was something like T, where T belongs to R. See, this type of query was there. T belongs to R, and there exists some Z belonging to R. There exists Z belonging to R. Okay, where TP is equal to ZP. This was kind of useless. Do you agree with me? Anyone remembers? This was redundant. If this was not there, then also it does not matter. Do you recall? Anyone? Is there anyone here who recalls? In the Go classes DBMS course, TRC we have covered in a very nice way. You recall TRC1, TRC2? Did you watch Go classes TRC lectures, tuple relational calculus? We have understood this TRC in I can say in the bestest way. If you recall, TRC1, there are two type of, right, basically there are two ways in which we can write a TRC query. Okay, TRC1, TRC2, if you remember, a lot of practice we have done. In a very, I can say, in a very nice and best way, we have discussed TRC, if you remember. Okay, so if you recall, so let me write the query. The TRC query was something like this: T belongs to R, and there exists Z belongs to R, which is where TP is equal to ZP. Next, you can see, if you recall, this was useless actually. Okay, if you recall, this was redundant. This part was redundant. Okay, okay. Anyway, so also there was, this type of thing. There exists M. There exists M belonging to some S. There exists M belonging to some S, such that the same thing, MP is equal to TP. MP is equal to TP, and okay, MP is equal to TP, and okay, there was and here. So let me write it in the next line. It was like and there was, there exists M belonging to S, such that MP is equal to TP, and you can see, I think something like MS, that was greater than TS. Something like this. If okay, yes, something like this was there. Correct? Okay, do you recall? Something like this was there. Let's make it capital S, and this is like small s. Okay, it's like small s. Okay. So yeah, if I recall correctly, this type of TRC query was there. If you remember. So what will be the answer for this TRC query? Let me write the answer. The answer was 2. It was not a hard question. It was, I can say it was maybe moderate, but it was not a hard question. And I think this was unnecessary. This was useless. I can say this was useless if you remember. Okay, anyone recalls this was useless. This particular part, this whole part was basically useless part. Okay. So anyway, for this question, the answer was 2. The correct answer was 2. How many of you did it correctly? How many of you did it? Answer 2. And how many of you did watch, Go classes TRC1, TRC2, TRC lectures? I have taught, TRC in a very nice way. If you have watched it, TRC1, TRC2, how to write TRC query in two different ways. Okay, so this type of questions, of course, we have discussed. Okay, and you can see this was quite, I can say, easy to moderate question. So the answer will be 2. And in which category should I put this question? Easy, moderate, or hard? So actually, from the TRC point of view, honestly speaking, this was easy question. In the TRC, many hard questions they can ask, but in the TRC, if easiest question can be created, then this will be that. Okay, so I can say it was basically easy to moderate. If you did not study TRC, then you might not be able to solve it. But if you have studied TRC, then it was basically easy to moderate question only. It was easy to moderate, and it was not lengthy. This is the beauty of this question, that it was not lengthy. Okay. A student is saying, Nishant Kumar is saying, hello sir, I am a student of IIT Madras MS in Information Systems and gave GATE exam this time again. I watched your lectures and I went for the exam and was able to tackle all the questions. Very good. Excellent. Thank you, Nishant, for sharing your feedback. It means a lot. It really motivates a lot. Okay. So far, total 8 questions we have discussed. Let me share with you the ninth question. In the DBMS, there was a question 9 also. This was ER model question. Okay. So this question was basically saying that we have entity set E1, entity set E2, and they have many to many relationship with total participation. Many to many relationship with total participation. In this E1, we have attribute, the primary key, that is basically in this E1, we have this attribute A11, which is the primary key. Okay, of course, there are more attributes. There is another attribute A12, another A13. Okay. In this E2, we have attribute A21, which is the primary key. And there is a multi-valued attribute. There is a multi-valued attribute. Okay, you can see this is a multi-valued attribute. Okay. And there was another attribute normal attribute normal. Okay. So you can see this type of ER model was given, and the question was asking minimum number of tables required in relational model in 3NF, okay, the minimum number of tables required in relational model in 3NF. What will be the answer for this question? Let me show you something beautiful. This DBMS question, this is covered in our lectures. Okay, let me show you this ER model question. You can see where we have many to many with total participation. There is a multi-valued attribute. The question is asking in 3NF minimum number of tables required. So let me just show you quickly. You can see here. Can you see this screen? Can you see? Here you can see easily. This is from our Go classes ER model lecture. You can see annotated notes, lecture 3 ER model. In the lecture 3, we are discussing ER model to relational model conversion. You can see, and this is a slide you can see. Okay, slide number 133. Okay, and you can here easily see that on this slide 133, you can see multi-valued attribute. For multi-valued attribute, I have written that for each multi-valued attribute, we create a separate relation in the relation model. So this is slide 133. Okay, you can check. On in this same lecture, let me tell you, you can see this is slide 133, that for the multi-valued attribute, we create a separate relation in the relation model. This is 138, slide number 138. Every multi-valued attribute can be converted into weak entity set. Every multi-valued attribute can be thought as a weak entity set. Multi-valued attribute are special and they are specially treated. Okay, if you remember, you can see they are treated in a special way. They are special and we can think of them as weak entity set. You can see this is slide 138 in Go classes ER model lecture 3, ER model to relation model conversion. You can see in the same lecture, the slide 197, you notice many to many participation. If you have, sorry, many to many relationship, if you have, in the many to many relationship, whatever participation you take, partial participation, total participation, okay, on one way, on one side total, on one side partial, whatever participation you take, if you have many to many relationship, then three tables are required: one for E1, one for E2, one for R. You can see table for E1, table for R, table for E2. This is on the page slide 197, and you can see on the page 203, you can see this screenshot. You can see that if you have many to many relationship, this is for many to many relationship. You can see whatever participation you have, both mandatory means total participation, mandatory participation, or both optional or one mandatory, one optional. You can see in any case we need three tables. Okay, overall you can see because of many to many participation, sorry, many to many relationship, because of many to many relationship, we need three tables, and because of multi-valued attribute, we need a separate table. Okay, so you can see in our lecture this is there. And now what will be the answer for this question? Let's see. So what is going to be the answer for this question? The answer will be 4. The answer will be 4. Okay, and what will be the tables? Let me tell you, the tables will be like this. So basically the tables, let me write it here. The tables will be like this, that there will be a separate table for this multi-valued attribute. Okay, so you can see there will be a table like this, which will be having A21, A22, and this will be the primary key of this table. Okay, so you can see this is for multi-valued attribute. Basically for multi-valued attribute, there will be a table for E1, there will be a table for E1, there will be a table for E2, and there will be a table for R. Okay, and in the table for R, you can see we will have A21, A11, A21, A11, A21, and you can see this will be the primary key, and there will be foreign key, of course. Okay, there will be like foreign key, like here you have 1 1. Okay, and there will be another foreign key, like here you have A21. Okay, and you can see, okay, of course there are foreign keys here also. You can see it's like this, that there is a foreign key here also, and there is foreign key here also. Oh, sorry, no, not there, not there, because we don't even have this A22 here. Okay, so for the E2, the table that you will get, for the E2, the table that you will get, that will have, you know, A21, A23. Okay, but for even the table that you have, for even the table that you have, that will have, you know, A11, A12, A13. Okay, so I hope you understood this, that the answer will be 4. How many foreign keys will be there? Some more answers, let me tell you, in the same question, previous question, if I ask you the number of foreign keys, how many foreign keys we have to put? So you can see it will be 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it will be total 3. And you can see that the number of total number of attributes, if I ask, total number of attributes, if I ask, total number of attributes, if I ask, that will be 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 2. So it will be like 6 plus 3, that is 9. Okay, so this is some more info. Okay, is this clear? That's it. So these are the DBMS questions. You can see all the 9 DBMS questions we have discussed. Tell me, for this ER model question, was it easy, moderate, hard, and how many marks? Let me know. For this ER model question, this was NAT question. And this TRC question, how many marks for the TRC question? Anyone remembers? In the chat, let me know. For the TRC question, how many marks for this TRC question? Because for the remaining questions, we have written how many marks. For the TRC question also, let me know how many marks. And for this ER model question also, let me know how many marks. Let me know in the chat. So this ER model question was, I can say it was basically easy to moderate question. In our lecture, you can see everything is clearly written. Okay, it was basically easy to moderate question. How many marks for this ER model question? Anyone remembers? Was it 2 mark? And for the TRC question also 2 mark? Okay, so the TRC question was 2 mark and ER model question was 2 mark. Okay. Okay. So these were the DBMS questions. You can see the data warehousing questions we have already discussed. Sachin sir has already discussed. Okay. And these 9 DBMS questions also we have discussed. Sachin, did you go through the 9 DBMS questions we have done just now?
Yes, 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 yes.
What do you think? Like the level of the 11 DBMS questions, what do you think? 11 is a big number out of 65.
Right.
So what do you think about the level of DBMS questions?
Yes, I think all of the students are also saying they were easy to moderate. So I also think the questions were easy to moderate.
Yes. So you can
That's
see
a good
all
issue.
these 11 questions of DBMS we have discussed. Each and every DBMS question we have discussed. Did I miss any DBMS question? Let me know in the chat. Is there any DBMS question which we missed? Total 11 question of DBMS we have discussed. Let me know if any question we have missed. Okay. Now we can go to the logic question. There were actually 4 logic questions. From propositional logic, there were 2 questions. From first order logic, there were 2 questions. only from logic, only from mathematical logic, there were total 4 questions, and these were easy questions. All these 4 questions were actually very easy questions. So let's discuss the logic questions. Okay, in the I can say in the artificial intelligence, let's discuss the logic questions. So let's discuss the question 1, that was propositional logic question. That was a propositional logic question, and this was basically MSQ question, and I think it was 1 mark. Let me know if you remember the marks of this question that I am going to discuss. This question was actually 1 mark question. Yes, it was 1 mark MSQ question. So the propositional logic question was there, and this info was given. Given info was that it was defined, A entails B. A entails B if and only if, basically this definition was given that A entails B if and only if, whenever, when A true, B true, when A true, B true. Okay, basically let me tell you, if you remember in our lectures also, this entail word we have seen. I think we have seen this word, but don't worry, in this question everything was defined. If you remember this symbol, do you recall this symbol? Either in our lectures or in our test series somewhere, this entail word I've used, and this symbol we have seen. A entails B. This is actually the symbol. Okay, this is actually the symbol. So we say that A entails B if and only if, whenever A is true, B is true. Okay, whenever A is true, B is true. Whenever A is true, B is true. So this was the given info, and the question was asking that if A entails B, then what is correct? Okay, if A entails B, then what is correct? Then what is correct? Okay, so you can see this question. Students are also saying that we have discussed it. Sachin, ये propositional logic में entail word, ये symbol A entails B, all these things, but basically I think we have discussed in the lectures also, in our test series also multiple times. A student is saying, Akshay is saying multiple times. Okay,
Okay.
so this question actually was easy. Everything is defined in this question. You can see A entails B. That simply means that whenever A is true, then B is true. If A entails B, then what is correct? Now, this was MSQ question. 4 options were there. One of the option was if B then A. Of course, that is wrong. This is basically converse. Okay. Another option was if A then B. This was a very easy question, to be honest. Another option was A implies B. And another option was that A and B bar is false. Okay. So these were the 4 options. What do you think? What is the correct answer? Very simple question. The answer will be option C also, option B also, option D also. Okay. So this is MSQ question, 1 mark question, easy question. Easy PG question. Okay. I think easiest question I can say. Okay. So very simple. Remember, in this question, already it is given that A entails B. A entails B. This is given. It simply means, A entails B. It is given. If it is given to be true, okay, this is given to be true. So it simply means, what are the possibilities for A comma B? If A entails B is true, that simply means that A implies B. This is true. Okay, this is true. If A implies B is true, then either A is false or B is true. Yes or no? Either it can happen, or it can happen, or it can happen. Only these are the possible choices. Okay, possible choices. Correct? Possible choices for A comma B. So now you can easily see that in all of these possible choices, you can easily see that A and B bar, that is basically false. Okay, from here you can see that A and B bar, here also A and B bar is false, here also A and B bar is false. So in all the possible choices, A and B bar is false. Okay, so the answer for this question will be BCD. Okay, this was a easy peasy question, easy. Is there anyone here who did wrong in this question? Because it was really easy question. So this was 1 mark MSQ question we have discussed. Now let's go to the next question. There was another question from propositional logic. Another propositional logic question was there. And this question, let me tell you, this question was like this, that this question was saying that creative person will be successful if he is disciplined. So this is given actually, okay, given statement. It was given that creative person will be successful. Creative person will be successful. Will be successful. Creative person will be successful if creative person will be successful if he or she is disciplined. Okay. Also, otherwise, else not successful. Else not successful. Else not successful. Okay, this was given. So remember, this was given in the question that creative person will be successful if this person is disciplined. Okay, if this person is disciplined. Otherwise no, else not successful. Okay, now three statements were given. Three statements that were given, which is correct, which is correct, which is, I can say, correctly inferred. I can say which is correct basically. Okay, so three statements are given, and the three statements were like this. One was C and S by implication D. Another was C implies S by implication D. And another was C by implication D implies S or S bar. Okay, simple, right? So these three statements were given. Do you remember this? This was MCQ question. Let me write it here, that it was MCQ question. Do you recall the marks of this question? Anyone here? Yes, this was 2 mark question. I remember, I very clearly remember it was a 2 mark question. Yes, so 2 mark MCQ question. Okay, what is the answer for this question? Let me tell you the answer also. The answer was only this. Second statement is correct. Okay, means this. Okay, so this first is not correct. This third is not correct. So only this is correct. Okay, this was actually a very easy question. So you can see this question was basically asking, they basically saying that what was given, if you think about it, it was given that C implies S, creative implies successful if disciplined, otherwise not, else not successful, else not S. Okay, yes or no? So this was the given statement. The given statement is basically saying, this is basically equivalent to like this, that here I can say, if you are creative and disciplined, if you are creative also, disciplined also, then definitely you will be successful. Yes or no? Then definitely you will be successful. Okay, if you are creative also, disciplined also, then definitely you will be successful, because the question is saying that if you are disciplined, then if you are creative, then successful. So you can see, if you are disciplined and creative, then definitely you will be successful. And it was also saying that if you are creative but not disciplined, okay, you can see it was also saying that otherwise you won't be successful, right? It simply means that if you are disciplined, otherwise you will not be successful. Means if you are creative but you are not disciplined, then you won't be successful. Okay, so basically this is the meaning here. You can see, if you are creative and disciplined, you will be successful, and if you are creative but not disciplined, then you will not be successful. This is what is the meaning of the given statement. Okay, and now you can check all the 1 comma 2 comma 3. The first was, you can see, the first was C and S by implication D. So this is wrong here, because you can see here, see, this is fine. Actually here there are two sides. If you are creative and successful, then definitely you are disciplined. Yes, this is actually correct. Okay, because you can see, if you are creative and you are successful also, then definitely you are disciplined, because if you are not disciplined, then you cannot be successful. Correct? So this side is actually correct. But what about this side? If you are disciplined, does it imply that you are creative and successful? No. It's very common sense, very simple. Yes or no? I hope you understood. So very simple point. The question is saying that if you are creative and successful, then definitely you are disciplined, because if you are not disciplined, then you cannot be successful. So this is fine. But remember, this direction is not correct. If you are disciplined, that does not imply that you are creative and successful. Okay, yes or no? So this first, this is wrong. What about the second? The second is saying that if you are creative, then I can say that you are successful if and only if you are disciplined. Yes, this is correct. Okay, because if I am creative, then the question is saying, if you are creative, then you will be successful if you are disciplined. If you are not disciplined, then you are not successful. This is what the question is saying. Basically, this is question saying that if you are creative, then what will happen? If you are creative, then it will happen that if you are disciplined, then you are successful, and if you are not disciplined, then you are not successful. This is same as the third statement. Sorry, this is same as the second statement. Okay, is this clear? I hope you understood. So yes, this is actually correct. Okay, so first is not correct, I can say. So overall this is wrong. Okay, and what the question was asking, which can be correctly inferred. So you can see second is correct. Okay, let's see what about the third. What about the third? So the third is basically saying, that creative by implication D implies S or S bar. If you simplify this, what you will get? You will get C by implication inside. What you will get? You will get D bar or S bar. From here, what you are going to get? You are going to get C by implication D bar or true. That is basically true. Okay, yes or no? So definitely this this cannot be inferred. Yes or no? Overall, what it will become? It will basically become, you can see, if C is true, it will be true. If C is false, it is false. Basically, it is same as C. Okay, so it is basically same as C. So definitely we cannot infer that you are creative. Yes or no? In the third statement, we are inferring that you are creative, but it's not necessary that you are creative. Yes or no? If you are creative and disciplined, then you will be successful, definitely. If you are creative but not disciplined, then you are not successful. These are given in the question. So if you are creative and successful, then definitely you are disciplined, because if you are not disciplined, then you are not successful. This is given in this question. So overall, I can say these statements are true, that if you are creative, then you are successful if and only if you are disciplined. Okay, so I hope you understood the crux of this question. I hope you got this. So you can see, for this question, these three statements were given, and only the second statement will actually be true. Okay, will actually be correct. Okay, so how many of you did it correct, and in which category should I put this question? This was MCQ 2-mark question. Should I call it easy, moderate, hard? Let me know. This propositional logic question, let's call it moderate. Okay, let's call this question moderate question. How many of you did it correct, this particular question? Let me know. Sachin,
हेलो, हाँ दीपक।
वो काउंट किए क्या, कितने क्वेश्चंस हमने, मतलब कितने
हाँ
क्वेश्चंस
हाँ, सो
हो
आई
गए?
थिंक इट इज 36, बट मुझे मतलब तीन क्वेश्चन हो रहे हैं, तीन चार क्वेश्चन हो रहे हैं
वो
जो
भी
रह
करवाने,
गए थे।
अच्छा वो
हाँ
करवाने ना
हाँ
अभी?
हाँ हाँ
नहीं,
हाँ।
अभी तक मतलब अभी
अभी
तक
तक
मतलब,
मेरे
हाँ,
36 हुए थे ऑलमोस्ट, है ना। बट अगर चार क्वेश्चंस और लगाएं तो 40 हो जाएंगे वो, ठीक है।
तो वो 4
तो
क्वेश्चन हम करवाने वाले हैं। ठीक है,
हाँ हाँ
36 अभी तक सचिन सर ने 36 करवा दिए। 36 तो वो हो
हाँ
गए, वो
हाँ
काउंट कर लिया ना, 36
हाँ
है।
हाँ हाँ, वो
ओके,
36 है।
और 10 एप्टीट्यूड के हो गए।
हाँ,
एप्टीट्यूड के 10 भी
46।
हमने,
हाँ,
एप्टीट्यूड
46।
के 10 भी करवा दिया, 46। और
46।
अभी नो नो क्वेश्चन मैंने डीबीएमएस के करा दिए।
55।
ठीक है, कितना, 46 और 9, हाँ 55 हो गया।
हाँ
दो क्वेश्चन प्रोपोजिशन लॉजिक के करा दिए, 57।
हाँ।
अब दो क्वेश्चन मैं कराऊंगा फर्स्ट ऑर्डर लॉजिक के, 59। फिर दो क्वेश्चन वो काउंटिंग के, 61। और चार
हम्म।
क्वेश्चन जो अभी करवाने अभी बाकी हैं, 65।
कौन से चार क्वेश्चन?
जो अभी बोले ना, आप मतलब जो,
अच्छा, वो काउंट किए क्या, नहीं किए थे ना?
कौन से वाले, मैं अभी दो काउंटिंग के
हाँ हाँ,
क्वेश्चन
ओके
करवाने वाला
ओके।
हूँ।
ठीक है ठीक है। ठीक है ठीक, एक्चुअली नहीं नहीं, मेरे तीन हैं शायद, एक क्वेश्चन और मिस हो रहा है। मेरे तीन क्वेश्चंस हैं टोटल। एक बार चेक
आई थिंक
करते हैं ना।
64 65 क्वेश्चन हमारे अभी होने वाले
हाँ,
हैं।
होने वाले
ठीक
हैं,
है,
राइट राइट, हाँ।
ओके ओके, मैं एक बार इसको कंटिन्यू करता हूँ।
हम्म।
So we have done the two questions from propositional logic. Now there were two questions from first order logic. So let's discuss the question number 3. This was a predicate logic question. Predicate logic question. Let's discuss this question quickly. So this question was basically MSQ question. And do you remember the marks for this question? There were two questions actually from predicate logic. So let me see. This propositional logic question.
मैंने भी भेजे हैं व्हाट्सएप पे, एक एक दो लॉजिक के
ये
क्वेश्चंस ना।
ये क्वेश्चन तो एक्चुअली मैंने ऑलरेडी, हाँ ये रहा ना। ओके ओके, मिल गया मिल गया मिल गया। सो
ओके।
दिस एमएसक्यू क्वेश्चन आई हैव फ्रॉम प्रेडिकेट लॉजिक, एंड द क्वेश्चन इज बेसिकली सेइंग विच इज नॉट ट्रू, विच इज नॉट ट्रू। ओके, और क्वेश्चन के अंदर ये भी लिखा है कि प्रेडिकेट्स आर इंट्यूटिव, प्रेडिकेट्स आर इंट्यूटिव, predicates are intuitive. Okay, so which is not true? This was MSQ question. If you remember how many marks for this question, you can let me know. I think it was 1 mark question, I think. Okay, let me know it was a 1 mark question or 2 mark question, but let me give you the options. So there was an option which was saying, for all x, for all y, classmates, classmates x comma y implies classmates y comma x. Okay, this was one of the options. The next option was that every king is person. Every king is person. This can be written as for all x is king and is person. This was the option B. Option C was every human is mortal, and the options were for all x is human implies is mortal. And option D, the option D was for all x likes x comma ice cream, chocolate, lime juice. There is a question actually. When I read this question, I was in my mind. The song was going on, Madhuri Dixit song, chocolate, ice cream. So you can see for all x likes x ice cream implies there exist implies negation x negation there exist x again negation likes x comma ice cream. Okay, so these were the options. So let me know for this question what is the correct answer. This was MSQ question. It was 1 mark 2 mark. किसी ने बताया क्या मतलब it was, yes, it was 1 mark question. I remember it. It was MSQ but 1 mark question. Okay, so what is the answer for this question which is not true? So for this question the answer will be option B. Option B is not true. The question is asking, remember, not true. So the answer will be only option B. Okay, you can see option A is actually true. For all x, for all y, if they are classmates, if x comma y are classmates, then y comma x also will be classmate. See, one thing you notice here, instead of classmate, whatever pxy if I give you, see, one thing you notice, if I tell you for all x, for all y, so wait, actually here the parenthesis is not given, so I think the parenthesis is like this. Okay, here the parenthesis is not given, so I think this is the meaning of the parenthesis. Okay, because in options also, in the other options also, parenthesis was actually not given, right? So it was like this. The options in the remaining also, the parenthesis was not given. Okay, so this option A, for all x, for all y, if they are, if x is y classmate, if x is classmate of y, then y will be classmate of x. Correct? Okay, every king is a person. That is not equivalent to for all x it is a king, it is a person. See, this is saying that everyone is king, everyone is person. This is saying everyone is king, you are also king, I am also king. Everyone is king, everyone is person. But this is saying every king is person. So actually the correct will be for all x is king implies is person. So here instead of and, the implication should come. That is the reason this is not true. Option C, every human is mortal, that is correct for all x. If x is human, then x is mortal. Option D is correct. Why option D is correct? Notice, we already know negation of there exists x px, that is same as for all x negation px. So you can see, if you have negation of there exists x negation of px, then that will be basically same as for all x px. Correct? This is your option D. So option D is basically true. but the question is asking not true. So for this question, the answer will be option B. Okay. Was it MCQ, MSQ question? Sir, it was MCQ question. Okay, okay, okay. Let me make it MCQ. MCQ. Students are saying MCQ, so I will also go with MCQ. Okay. So I can see Arnab is saying not MSQ. Aditya is saying, many students are saying that it was MSQ. Alankrit Patel is saying okay. Arya is also saying okay, okay, okay. So I have marked it MCQ. Okay. Everything else is correct. It was 1 mark or 2 mark? I think it was 1 mark. Do you agree with me? Each king, तो उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Every king is person या each king is person से क्या फर्क, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. Every each, both are same. Every king is perfect. Sorry, every king is person. Each king is person. Both statements are same statement. Don't worry. Okay. Okay, I have corrected it. Each king is person. This is not equivalent to for all x, it is king and it is person. So not true. So the answer will be option B. Okay. Now let's go to the next question. There was another question from predicate logic, question number 4. And this was MSQ question. Okay. I think this question I have. Let me see in the chat with Sachin. I think Sachin has sent to me. Yes, this question actually Sachin sir has sent to me. So let me just give me a sec. Okay. सचिन मैं ये क्वेश्चन स्लाइड में रख रहा हूँ अभी एक बार.
Okay.
इफ यू हैव एनी.
Okay, so I can discuss my questions.
यस. हाँ, एक या फिर बस एक
हाँ
फटाफट
नहीं
क्योंकि
नहीं
फिर
हाँ
वो फ्लो.
कंटिन्यूशन में ही सही रहेगा.
हाँ, कंटिन्यूएशन में सही रहेगा. हाँ,
हाँ.
you can like I'm very quickly I'm putting this
Okay.
question in the
Okay.
in the slide.
So there are like three questions which were left to discuss in from my subjects. So there was one question from machine learning, that was precision recall question, and there were two questions which were from linear algebra. Or you can say one of the question was from machine learning and linear algebra mix, and another question was from linear algebra. So one question that we need to discuss is precision recall. Another question that we need to discuss is lambda 1 plus lambda 2 plus lambda 3 was equal to 1 plus root 2, and then they were asking the possible values of t. Okay. And then another question was from the same matrix, which was the projection matrix, and then they were asking the maximum value of x transpose ax or x transpose mx basically. Okay. Subject to x transpose x equal to 1. So basically three questions from my subject are also left, which we will discuss immediately after Deepak's discussion. So this
So how
will.
is this session going, everyone? Yes,
Yes,
Sachin.
so we
कुछ
are
बोल रहे
going to discuss. So basically, this will complete most probably, I think 64 I have counted, or maybe 65. So we will count it once again. So this will complete all 65 questions. So it is already 2:30 at midnight, and or like many of the people are still watching. So it really motivate us. So let us know that how is the session going on. Yes, actually, the paper was really nice paper. I think from Deepak's subjects it was easy, but from my subjects it was moderate to tough, I can say. So the paper was not easy for sure. So the paper was a really a good paper, and there were like many questions which were scoring questions. So DBMS questions were scoring questions, AI logic questions were scoring questions. In machine learning also 1 mark question were scoring questions. So there were many questions which were scoring, but yes, there were many questions which really needed your thought, and which really needed your attention, which really needed your focus, which really needed your conceptual grip. So yes, there were many questions. For example, there were questions like size square distribution, t distribution. These questions, okay, you can say that one two questions were kind of bouncer. Okay, like it will it is kind of non-reachable questions, but other than that, there were many questions which were really doable questions, but nice questions. Okay.
Yes. So now I am presenting.
Yes.
the next questions. Okay, I have put them in the slides. Okay,
Okay.
so let's see. Yes, let's discuss this question from predicate logic. You can see from the logic, 4 questions have come, 3 questions we have discussed, and this is the 4th question. So let's discuss this also. The question is asking which of the following statements are valid. Okay, and you can see the option A, that is saying for all x px, means for if, see this is a if then statement. If for everyone p is true, then for at least one person p is false. Of course this is invalid. Okay, yes or no? This is invalid, because remember it is saying that for everyone, if, this is if then. Okay, you can see if for everyone p is true, if this happens, then for someone p is false, this can never happen. To be honest, this option A, this is unsatisfiable. You can't even satisfy this. This is actually unsatisfiable, means you can never make it true. This option A, this is always false. This is always false, because whenever this LHS will be true, sorry, actually, if I make this LHS false, if this LHS if I make false, then of course, yeah, okay, so it's not valid. Yes, actually I can satisfy it, it's satisfiable, because I can make this LHS false. Okay, so remember, this is actually satisfiable. If I make the LHS false, then it will become satisfiable. But if I make the LHS false, okay, yes, then it will become satisfiable. Yes. Okay, so remember, this is invalid, because if for every x, if p is true, then for some x p is false, then definitely it is invalid. Okay, next, for all x p is true, then can I say that for some x p will be true? Yes, this is valid. Okay, this is valid, because if for every element p is true, then definitely for some element p is true. Next, for some element p is true, then can I say for every element p will be true? This is also invalid. Okay, because if for at least one element p is true, then can I say for every element p will be true? No, I cannot say. And what about option D? There exists x px biconditional for all x px. This is also invalid, because you can see option C is also invalid. So option D is also invalid. Okay, so for this question the answer will be option B. Was it MSQ question? Only one option is correct. Was it MSQ question? Let me see in the chat. Students are saying what? Not valid पूछा था. Okay. I think not valid पूछा था. Okay, no problem. So अगर क्वेश्चन में not valid पूछा है, are not valid. Okay, not valid पूछा है, तो don't worry. So the answer will be option A, that is invalid. So answer will be option A, option C, option D. Okay, this is actually valid, and these are invalid. Okay, so not valid पूछा था, तो don't worry. So for this question answer will be option A, C, D. A, C, D will be the correct answer. Yes. हाँ, yes. Not valid पूछा था. Okay, yes, very good. So this question, was it 1 mark, 2 mark? I think. Anyone remember? Was it 1 mark, 2 mark question? Yes, it was MSQ question. Not valid पूछा था. बिल्कुल correct. I agree with you. Was it 1 mark, 2 mark question? Let us know. Tell me quickly so that I can write here. 1 mark, 2 mark. Okay. Now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we will discuss, that is this one. Most students are saying 2 mark. Okay, so the previous question, students are saying 2 mark. Okay, let me call it 2 mark. Okay. Let's solve this question from counting. It's quite easy question. A set is given to you. 1 to 2026. Then a non-empty subset is chosen uniformly at random. Okay, remember, a non-empty subset we are choosing. So tell me, what are the total number of ways? We are choosing non-empty subset, we are choosing at random. Non-empty subset. So tell me, what are the total number of ways? Anyone? What are the total number of ways to choose non-empty subset? So you can see, if your set has n elements, then total number of subsets will be 2 power n. Non-empty means you cannot choose empty subset, so one empty subset you can remove. Okay, yes or no? 2 power n minus 1. This is the total number of ways. Now the question is asking, what is the probability that the product of all the elements is even? Notice, if I want product to be even, then at least one element must be even. Yes or no? Okay, so I can say that at least one even element must be there. At least one even element, at least one even element must be present, must be present in M. Okay, yes or no? At least one even element, even number must be present in M. Okay, so now let's see how many ways for this. How many such subsets we have? How many such subsets we have? See, very simple. This is your set 1, 2, 3, and so on 2026. Okay, and from this you are choosing a non-empty subset, and at least one even number I want to choose. Okay, here you can see that 1023 odd numbers and 1023 1013 half, 1013 odd numbers and 1013 even numbers. If I want at least one even, I want at least one even, at least one even is chosen. Okay, at least one even is chosen. Then that will be equal to what? That will be equal to total minus no even chosen, no even number chosen. Okay, do you agree? Yes or no? So at least one even number belongs to the subset, then that will be total number of subset minus no even number belongs to the subset. See, at least one even belongs to the subset. At least one even, at least one even number belongs to the subset. Belongs to the subset. Then that will be equal to, that will be equal to total number of subsets. How many total subsets are there? Minus no even number belongs to, no even number belongs to subset. Okay, so you can see what are the total number of subset. That is 2 power n, that is 2 power 2026 minus no even number means we are choosing a subset of odd numbers. Yes or no? No even number means this is like subset of odd numbers. Correct? Okay, subset of odd numbers. How many subsets of odd numbers I can create? That will be 2 power 1013. Okay, notice one thing. Here also we have empty. Empty set is included here. Notice one thing. Empty set is included here. Empty set is included here also. Correct? Okay, empty set is included here also. So empty set is included here also, here also. So overall, empty set is not included. Okay, you can see in this overall, I can say in this overall number, empty set is not included. I hope you got this point. I am saying that in this overall thing, empty set is not included. Empty set removed. We have removed empty set. Okay, because here you included empty set, here you removed empty set. So overall empty set has been removed. Okay, so that's it. So finally, what will be the answer? You can see the answer will be how many such subset we have which contain at least one even number, that is basically 2 power 2026 minus 2 power 1013. Okay, so your final answer will be what? The probability, the final, I can say the final answer, the final probability, that will be 2 power 2026 minus 2 power 1013 divided by 2 power 2026 minus 1. Okay, on the numerator you can take this 2 power 1013 out. So if you take it out, what you will get? You will get 2 power 1013 minus 1 divided by 2 power 2026 minus 1. Okay, this is your final answer. So option, which is the correct option? 2 power 1013, 2 power 1013 minus 1 divided by 2 power 2026 minus 1. Yes, option A is correct. Okay, this option D is not correct because remember we are choosing non-empty subset. Okay, so for this question answer will be option A. Let me know this question, was it 2 mark, 1 mark question? Anyone remember it? Let me know. This particular question, was it 1 mark, 2 mark? Let me know. Some students are saying 1 mark, but let me know, is it correct that it is 1 mark? And what do you think? What is the category of this question? What, was it easy, moderate, hard? In which category should I put this question? What do you think? What is your opinion? I think it is a easy question. I don't see it is hard or moderate because number of subset we can easily find, that is 2 power n minus 1 because non-empty subset. So the denominator you can see, and the probability that product of all elements is even, so at least one even number we have to choose. So that will be total number of subset minus when no even number belongs to the subset. So I think it, this goes to the easy category. Okay, easy to moderate, maybe. Yes, I agree. Maybe it can be moderate for some students, but it will go only to this category, easy to moderate category. Okay. So very simple. So we have discussed it. Okay. Now let's move on. Let's solve this question. This question is asking, find the number of bijections from 1234 to 1234 such that f of fn is equal to n for all n. How many such bijections are there? See, this question you can solve by multiple methods. Either you can create a recurrence relation or you can do it manually. Okay. So first, let me make the recurrence relation method. The method 1. You can write a recurrence relation. You can write a recurrence relation. Okay. Notice, if you have n elements, let's assume you have n elements like 1, 2, 3, and so on n. Here also 1, 2, 3, and so on n. Notice first you understand what this f of fn equal to n means. First you understand this. F of fn equal to n. What this actually means, you understand this. Then it will become very easy. See, if you have a set 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, if 1 is, let's assume, for a moment, assume that 1 is related to 2. So you can see what is f1, that is 2. The question is saying that f of f1, like I can say for n equal to 1, what I can say for n equal to 1, I can say that f of f1 is 2. So f of f1, that is equal to 1 if I put n equal to 1. From here what I am getting? I am getting f of f1 is 2, so f2 is equal to 1. Basically what is happening, that if 1 is related to 2, then 2 is related to 1. this is what this function means. I hope you understood what this actually means. It means that if I am related to if I am related to you, you are related to me. Okay, it's like this. If x is related to y, then y will be related to x. This is what it means. If x maps to y, then y will map to x. I hope you understood. Remember, this can happen that 3 can map to 3, that is fine, because f of f3 will be equal to 3. Yes, this is satisfied. Okay, so now you can see where 4 will go. Can 4 map to 2? If 4 map to 2, then 2 will map to 4, but 2 cannot map to 4 because it is a function. So any element of the domain cannot map to more than one element in the codomain, that you already know. So you can see 4 will map to 4. So this is what this function actually means. F of fn equal to n. This simply means that if x is mapping to y, then y will map to x. Okay, very simple. I hope you understood. Remember, any element can map to itself, no problem. But if one is mapping to 2, then 2 will map to 1. I hope you understood the meaning of this function. Now you can quickly solve this question. So let's write the recurrence relation. You can see, let's write the recurrence relation from one point of view. Okay, I am finding this type of function where f of fn. So I am saying that here I can say that f of fn is equal to n. Okay, this type of bijections we need to find. So let's write a recurrence relation. Let's assume that, let's define Sn. Sn is the number of bijections. Sn is the number of bijections, or I can say number of functions. Number of bijections f such that f of fn is equal to n. Okay, so this is s. This is Sn. So you can see what I can say. What will be Sn? You can write recurrence relation from one point of view. You stand at 1. Okay, because we have n elements, so Sn. Now you can see, let's stand at 1. From one point of view, you can write the recurrence relation. Either this 1 will map to 1. In that case, here we need to find Sn minus 1. Do you agree with me? Okay, you can see we will find Sn minus 1 when 1 maps to 1. Okay, so if 1 is mapping to 1, then for the remaining, we will find Sn minus 1. Or you can see, if 1 is mapping to, let's assume, not 1, if 1 is mapping to 2, let's assume, or if 1 is mapping to 3, or if 1 is mapping to n, means if 1 is mapping to k, okay, let's assume there is a k here. If 1 is mapping to k, then definitely k will map to 1. Correct? Okay, so you can see, if 1 is mapping to k, then k will map to 1. Then for the remaining n minus 2, you will find Sn minus 2. So remember, this 1 can map to, it has n minus 1 choices. Okay, do you agree with me? It has n minus 1 choices, because this 1 can map to 2, or this 1 can map to 3. This basically, this k is going from 2 to n from one point of view. Okay, so you can see, this is for 1 mapping to k, and this k is basically going from 2 to n. Okay, so you can see this 1 has basically n minus 1 choices. So if this, for example, if this 1 is mapping to 2, then 2 will map to 1. Then the remaining Sn minus 2 we have to find. Okay, this is the recurrence relation. What will be the base cases? Let me write base case. You can see what will be S1 if you have a single element. If you have a single element, for example, if you have this type of situation, single element, then what will be s s1? That will be basically 1. Okay, if you have two elements, 1 2 1 2, then what will be s2? That will be 2, because either you can do like this or you can do like this. Correct? Okay, you can see, either you can do like this or you can do like this. So these are the base cases. Now you can easily find the answer. So what will be the final answer? You can see Sn is basically equal to Sn minus 1 plus n minus 1 into Sn minus 2. Okay, and the base case we already know, S1 is 1, S2 is 2. So what will be S3? S3 will be equal to S2 plus 2 into S1. So that will be, 2 plus 2 into 1, that will be basically 4. Okay. Similarly, what will be S4? That will be S3 plus 3 into S2. So that will be 10. This is what the question was asking. The question was asking S4. This is what question was asking. This is what the question is asking. So finally the answer will be 10. I hope you understood this explanation. Okay. So for this question the answer will be 10. Okay. Let me show you one thing, that this question actually we have in our Go classes test series. And this recurrence relation that I told you, Sn is equal to this recurrence relation method that I told you, Sn is equal to Sn minus 1 plus n minus 1 Sn minus 2. This recurrence relation that I told you, with base conditions like S1 1, S2 2. Okay, this question, let me tell you, with this recurrence relation, let me show you in Go classes test series. It was present in the Go classes test series. Let me show you. You can see this. See this. In the Go classes CS test series, in the mock test 7, this question was present. You can notice f of fx equal to x. Okay, you can see. This was, of course, MSQ question, but f of fx equal to x. Okay, and notice one more thing. In the explanation, you can see in the explanation, this is explanation given by me. You can see Deepak Punia here. Okay, I edited this explanation in 2024. After that, I did not edit it. So you can see in this explanation, I have written that counting the number of involutions, and you can see this recurrence relation I have written, the number of involutions. Basically, what is an involution? You can see this function, this type of function, where f of fx equal to x. Actually, in this question, if they do not mention bijection, then also if they mention f of fx equal to x, then automatically it will be bijection. Actually, it will be bijection. Okay, you can see every involution is bijection. So actually, in this question, in this GATE DA 2026 question, if they do not mention bijection, if they skip this word bijection, if you remove, then also remember automatically it will be a bijection. It will be a bijective function. And you can see here that the number of such bijection will be Sn equal to Sn minus 1 plus n minus 1 into Sn minus 2. And these are the base conditions S1 1, S2 2. Okay, and this is the proof. You can see I've written the proof also here. Okay, the complete proof you can see. And you can see. I hope you understood. So I'm very happy this type of explanation you can see is present in our Go classes test series. This question is present and this explanation is present. In the explanation, I've given the complete analysis, and that is the reason I've counted the number of this type of functions where f of fn equal to n. This type of functions, remember, they are always bijection. So the bijection word is redundant. The bijection word that is unnecessary, it is redundant. Okay. So you can see it was present. Now let's move on. Okay. So you can see, of course, there are easy methods to solve this question. Okay, you can do it manually if you want. If you want to do it manually, that also can be done. But I think we can just go to the next question now. For this question, the answer will be 10. Okay, the answer will be 10. How many of you did it correct? For this particular question, answer is 10. How many of you did it correct? I want to tell you one thing. In the GATE DA syllabus, functions, this is not mentioned. This question came from functions bijections, which is part of GATE CS syllabus. In the GATE DA syllabus, there is no function. From the discrete mathematics, in the GATE DA syllabus, we have logic, propositional logic, first order logic, I can say propositional logic, predicate logic. This is in the GATE DA syllabus. Also, permutation combination is there. But this particular question, it is from functions, bijections. This question, I say that it is out of syllabus question in the GATE DA. It was not there in the GATE DA syllabus. Okay. But for the next year, the function lecture, now I think we have to put the function lecture, in the GATE DA also. It was present, the function lectures are present in the GATE CS, Go classes GATE CS content. But because this function was not mentioned in the GATE DA syllabus, you can check it. The GATE DA syllabus you can check. So this question was really out of syllabus question. There was another out of syllabus question in the GATE DA 2026, that also we will discuss now. But how many of you did this question correct? This particular question. सचिन, इसका मार्क्स पता है क्या? ये क्वेश्चन 1 मार्क था, 2 मार्क था?
एक सेकंड चेक करता हूँ.
It was NAT question. It was NAT question. I think it was 1 mark question. Let me know in the chat. It was 1 mark question, 2 mark question. Anyone? In the chat, let me know.
In chat, students are saying it is 1 mark question.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think it might be 1 mark.
Yes. So let's move on now. So this question we have discussed. Now let's move on to the next question. Yeah, there was one more question actually. So let me discuss one last question based on counting. This question was also there based on counting, where you have n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4 is equal to 20. Okay. This is equal to 20. The question is asking, what is the probability? What is the probability? Basically, probability such that the question is asking the probability of ni greater than equal to 1 solutions. Okay. This type of solutions. The probability of ni greater than equal to 1 solutions out of all ni greater than equal to 0 solutions. Okay, this is what the question was asking. Is this clear? The question was asking that n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4 is equal to 20. This is given. And the question was asking probability of ni greater than equal to 1 solutions out of all ni greater than equal to 0 solutions. Okay. This question, let me tell you, this is not a simple permutation combination question. This question is based on putting objects into boxes, distribution of objects into boxes. There are 4 templates: DODB, DOIB, IODB, IOIB. 4 templates are there when we discuss distribution of objects into boxes. In the combinatorics, in the GATE CS combinatorics syllabus, we study all these things. But in the GATE DA syllabus, there is permutation combination, only permutation combination, but not the complete combinatorics. So you can see, you can consider that this question is also, I can say, it is also basically from out of syllabus for GATE DA, because in the GATE DA syllabus only permutation combination is mentioned, and this question is from distribution of objects into boxes. Of course, the concept you can derive from the permutation combination. I am not saying that you cannot derive this concept from permutation combination. Of course you can derive. Okay, you can derive using product rule, the basic rules of counting, permutation combination. These concepts you can derive, but Of course, in the exam, you are not going to derive, right? Okay. So overall, let's solve this question. This is easy question, I can say, for the GATE CS students, I can say. Okay. So let's solve. The question is asking that what is the probability of ni greater than equal to 1 solutions out of all the ni greater than equal to 0 solutions. So this question is very simple. If you see this equation, n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4 is equal to 20. So how many integer solutions? What is the number of integer solutions of this equation? How many integer solutions of this equation? How many integer solutions of this equations? This equation with ni greater than equal to 0. Okay, so you can see if ni is greater than equal to 0, then you can see there are 3 boxes and 20 stars. It's like this. If you remember, chocolates, Santa chocolates. So these are the identical chocolates, or I can say these are the 20 stars. This is basically star bar problem. Okay. So you can see these are the stars. Honestly speaking, this question, this is basically your star bar problem. Okay. Do you remember? Do you recall this star bar problem? We have studied in the combinatorics in a very detailed way. So this is basically star bar problem, or you can say it is basically identical objects distinguishable boxes problem. This is basically IODB problem, IODB template. Okay. So you can see that we have 20 stars and how many bars? 3 bars. Okay, 3 bars. So 20 stars, 3 bars. Okay, so here I can say that you have 20 stars and you have 3 bars. So with 20 stars, 3 bars, how many permutations will be there? That will be 23C3. These many permutations will be there for 20 stars and 3 bars. Okay. Now, the same thing, if I ask you that what will be the number of solutions for ni greater than equal to 1 number of solutions. Okay, how many solutions will be there? So you can see I want ni greater than equal to 1 means if these are the children and these are the 20 chocolates, 20 identical chocolates. So I want to give at least one chocolate to each child. So what I can do? I can directly give one chocolate to these children. Okay, so you can see one chocolate I am giving, one chocolate to him, one chocolate to this child also, one chocolate to this child also. So basically, to every child, one chocolate let me give. Okay, if I do like this, then what will happen? I will get a new equation. It's like n1 dash plus n2 dash plus n3 dash plus n4 dash equal to how many chocolates are remaining? 16 chocolates are remaining because already 4 chocolates I have distributed, because to every child I want to give at least one chocolate. So to every child directly one chocolate I am already giving. So the remaining chocolates are 16. Now you can again see, okay, now you can see that ni dash that is greater than equal to 0. Now this is similar to the previous where we have ni greater than equal to 0. So now this is similar to the previous, but here now stars are 16. We have 16 stars. Okay, we have 3 bars. We have 3 bars. So 16 stars, 3 bars. So how many solutions? That will be 16 star, 3 bar, that will be 19C3. Okay, finally the answer will be what? The question is asking what is the probability? What is the probability of ni greater than equal to 1 solutions out of ni greater than equal to 0 solutions? So the answer will be 19C3 divided by 23C3. 19C3 divided by 23C3. This will be your final answer. So how many of you did it correct? Let me know. So that's it. For this question, the final answer is 19C3 divided by 23C3. In which category should I put this question? This was MCQ question, remember? This question was MCQ. Options were given actually. So it was MCQ question. And how many marks for this question? Can anyone tell me? 1 mark, 2 mark? How many marks for this particular question? The wording was different. Yes. Subham Singh is saying that in this question the wording was different. Yes, the wording was different. Let me tell you, the wording was something like this, that there is a computer program which is giving random solutions for this equation, random non-negative integer solutions for this equation. This type of wording was there. I have simplified it. Okay, in the gate DA 2026, the wording was something like this, that this equation is given n1 plus n2, n1 plus n2 plus n3 plus n4 equal to 20. The question was asking that there is a computer program which is giving you randomly non-negative integer solution, it is giving you. Then the question was asking what is the probability of getting ni greater than equal to 1, or I can say positive word was there. Yes. Okay, the question was basically asking that what is the probability of getting positive solution. This type of question was there. Okay, so Subham Singh, you are right, the wording was different, but the meaning was basically same. Okay, this question, was it 1 mark, 2 mark? Anyone want to tell me how much marks for this question? Anyone? Sachin, this question I think we can put it in the moderate to hard category, because
Yes.
I think for the DA students it might be hard. Okay, so let's put it in the moderate to hard category. Also, let me know how many marks for this question so that I write it, and then all the questions from my side are complete. Then only Sachin sir's 3, 4 questions are remaining. Okay, students are saying 1 mark. So let me say 1 mark. Okay, so that's all. Sachin,
Yes.
back to
So
you.
yes.
Yes.
So Deepak, can you also count how many questions you have solved? So 36 I have solved
Okay.
till now.
Yeah. See, 36 you have solved,
Yes.
and just now I remember 4 questions I have solved from logic, 9 questions from DBMS I have solved. Then these 3 questions I have solved. Okay, and there were 10 aptitude questions I solved. So I can say 4, 9, 3, 12, 16, 10, 26 questions. And Sachin, how many you? 36.
36.
So
Oh
36,
wow.
26,
62 हो गए.
62 हो गए.
हाँ, और 3 और कराने वो तो मेरे
3
पास.
अभी हैं क्या?
हाँ हाँ है ही.
3 क्वेश्चन हैं.
हाँ हाँ, एक्चुअली
और
मेरे पास एक मिस हो रहा था. वो एक मिस जब वो काउंटिंग वाला आया ना, N1 प्लस N2, ये लास्ट जो
हाँ
किया,
हाँ
तब
हाँ.
एकदम आई वाज कंफर्म कि हाँ अब हो गए. मेरे दिमाग से एक 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 क्वेश्चन निकल रहा था. मैं कहा यार एक क्वेश्चन कौन सा है. देन द मोमेंट दैट क्वेश्चन की N1 प्लस M2, मैंने कहा हाँ अब तो हो गए.
भाई 65
हाँ.
क्वेश्चंस हो गए. सो
ओके.
रियली एक्साइटेड. चलो वो 3 क्वेश्चन भी
हाँ,
जल्दी
पहले
से
वो
कराओ.
3 क्वेश्चन
हाँ,
हाँ मैं फटाफट से कराता हूँ. देन वी विल डिस्कस.
एक लाइक बटन तो दबा देना यार, अगर किसी ने नहीं दबाया तो. ओके, प्लीज प्रेस द लाइक बटन. You can see really exactly 65 questions, not even a single question we are missing. All the
सो
aptitude questions we have discussed. Remember, some students are saying aptitude questions we have discussed in the beginning of the session. Yes, Sachin, please continue.
yes. So basically, I have marked the question number. This was the question 36. So, I mark all the question numbers. So, for example, earlier we have discussed this was question number 35. And from the question number 1, I have marked all the questions. Now, let's discuss the remaining questions. So, there has been three questions, exactly 3 questions are left. So let's just discuss this question. I'm marking my numbering. So this is question number 37 from my side. Okay. So let's discuss this question. This question was exactly, or I can say like almost same as the previous question. So there has been 2 questions from the same matrix or from the same type that they've asked. So let me go to that previous question. So somewhere here, I think, right? Yes, yes. So if you remember from this question, okay, we have already solved this question. And if you remember that in this question, we were finding out the eigenvalues of M. Okay. Now, if you find out the eigenvalues of M, those were coming out to be eigenvalues of m, let me tell you, now coming out to be 0 and all the ones, right? These were the eigenvalues of m, something like this. Now they're asking, now let me just tell you, so can you tell me the highest eigenvalue is 1 and the minimum eigenvalue is 0? Okay, highest eigenvalue is 1 and the minimum eigenvalue is 0. Now let's just go to this question. Okay, now in this question they're asking maximum value of x transpose, this is mx. Okay, maximum value of x transpose mx, that's what they're asking. So this is x transpose mx. Now, as you know that this is the standard formulation. Okay, this is a standard formulation from PCA. So can you tell me directly what is the answer here? So it is, you can say, the maximum eigenvalues of m, maximum eigenvalue of m, isn't it? So what is the maximum eigenvalue of m? As you know, the maximum eigenvalue of m is 1. So that's why 1 is the correct answer, right? 1 is the correct answer. That was very, very easy question, extremely easy question. Do you remember it was 1 mark, 2 mark? So should I put machine learning or LA? Because this was kind of LA question, but if you know from the PCA, which is a machine learning concept, okay, you can easily solve this question directly. So let me put it like LA and ML mixed question. So can you tell me MCQ? I think it was NAT question. Okay, I do not remember exactly, but but most probably it is NAT question, right? And this was 2 marker. Oh my god. Okay, so it was really easy question and it was 2 mark question. Great. Now, I hope that question is fine because we have already solved the similar question and there we have find out the eigenvalues of m, and eigenvalues of m was coming out to be m and sorry, 0 and all the ones. So the highest eigenvalue they are actually asking, indirectly they are asking the highest eigenvalue, and the highest eigenvalue of m is just 1. Okay, very, very easy question, I can say. Okay. Now let's solve this question. They're asking if the eigenvalues of m are 1, lambda 2, lambda 3. Okay. Sorry, lambda 1, lambda 2, lambda 3. If the eigenvalues of m are lambda 1, lambda 2, lambda 3, then the possible values of t they are asking. So this is, you can say, LA question, MCQ question. Do you remember it was 1 mark or 2 mark? Can you tell me? Okay. It was 2 mark question. Is it? Okay. So they're asking that what are the possible values of this was MSQ question, is it? Or MCQ? Uh, okay. Either MCQ or MSQ, I do not remember. Okay, so I have written H or R here, but yeah, depending on the question, either it will be. I think it was MCQ question. Okay, if it is MCQ question, let's just solve it. So if you see the summation of eigenvalues, it will be 1 plus 2 cos t, right? So the summation of eigenvalues will be 1 plus 2 cos t, because this is nothing but trace. So this is nothing but trace of the matrix. Okay. So this is 1 plus 2 cos t. It is given to be 1 plus root 2. So from here you can say cos t is given will be root 2 upon 2, which is 1 by root 2. Right. Now I have also written all the values of cos here. So 1 by root 2. So basically this is 1 by root 2. So 1 by root 2 means 45 degree. I mean pi is basically 180 degree in the degree. So 1 by root 2 means 45 degree or pi by 4. So cos is basically even function. So you can say cos pi by 4 or cos minus pi by 4. Both are equal to 1 by root 2. So what is the correct answer here? A is the correct answer. I think most of you have done it correctly. So was it 2 mark? Okay. So I can put this question as an easy question, but the only thing that you have to remember the values of cos, right? So generally, like we do remember this from our 10th class or 12th class. So most probably you might remember this because there has not been, many. So for me, it like long time I have been into 10th class, but for you guys, like maybe it is a recent memory. So let me just put this in the easy. Okay, easy section. Okay. So this was these are the two questions. Now let's just solve the last question. So you can say officially this is question number 65. So but for my numbering, this is question 37 and then this is question 38. Okay, now this is basically question 39, and which is question number 65. So this is the last question that we want to discuss, which is a machine learning question, and it was MSQ question. I think it was 2 mark question. Okay, so tell me, what was the answer for this question? What was your answer? So basically, they are saying that 20 books of author. So X and Y were the authors in this particular example, or in this particular question. So they are saying 20 books of type X and 10 books of author Y are placed together without the labels. A person pick one book at the time and guess the label. No, no. I think this information was not there. Okay. So basically, or I do not remember if that information was there or not. But yeah, I think this kind of information was not there. So basically, they are saying that there are 20 books of author by author X, 20 books of author X. Out of these 20 books, they are saying that 6 are classified as Y. Okay. Similarly, they were saying that there are 10 books, okay, or 10 stories basically. Okay, instead of books, they were saying stories, but yeah, that's fine. There are 10 stories of author Y. Out of these 10, 2 are classified as author X. Okay, this was given. Now they're asking recall and precision. Okay, so let me know what is the answer that you are getting. Okay, everyone is saying too easy, but B and C are the answers. Okay, so let's just solve this question. So basically, let me quickly make the confusion matrix. Right? It says that, let me write the actual and the predicted here. So actual X, actual Y, and predicted X, predicted Y. Okay. So let's now write these numbers. So I think predicted and actual are matching for 14, and it is not matching for 6. Similarly, it is matching for 8, but it is not matching for 2, right? Or in other words, you can say this is kind of true positive, this is true negative, right? Okay. So like basically this is the confusion matrix. Now in this question they're asking precision and recall. Okay, so can you tell me what is the formula of precision? Tell me what is the formula of precision for any class. Okay, precision, what is the formula? Just tell me quickly. So precision basically means that uh, that you can say, or true positive, right? So like whenever you are calculating the precision, you will be writing true positive divided by true positive plus false positive. Okay, what does this mean? So basically these are the false positive. Okay, these are the false negative. What does this mean? It means that how many model has predicted correctly. Okay, for the positive, how many model has predicted correctly, and how many are the total predicted as positive. So basically how many model has correctly predicted divided by total predicted as positive. So this is the precision. And what is the recall? Similarly, recall will be true positive will be there, true positive plus false negative. Okay, so which means true positive plus false negative, which means this row. So out of all the actual, how many you are actually able to recall? Okay, this is how you calculate recall. Now let me quickly calculate precision and recall and accuracy for both of these classes. Okay, so let's go for the precision first. Precision of X, and then precision of Y. So what will the precision of X? it will be 14 divided by 14 plus 2, which means it will be 14 divided by 16, which is 7 by 8. What is the precision of y? It will be 8 divided by 8 plus 6, which means 8 divided by 14, which means 4 by 7. So you can say precision of x is greater than precision of y. So from here you can say precision, for the precision x is greater than precision of y, right? Okay. This is about the precision. But what about the recall? Let's just quickly calculate the recall also. So this is the last question that we are discussing, and after that we are completing all 65 questions. So recall of x and recall of y. So tell me, what is the recall of x? True positive upon true positive plus false negative. So it will be basically 14 upon uh, true positive plus false negative. So which means 20, right? 14 upon 20, which is I think 0.7. Similarly here it will be 8 upon 10. So it will be 8 upon 10, which is 0.8. For the recall, you can say it is basically reverse. Okay. So from here you can say that recall of x is lesser than recall of y. Okay. Now what about the accuracy? Let me also find out the accuracy here. So accuracy is very easy. What is the formula of accuracy? So accuracy is basically total samples. You have to basically have total samples in the accuracy and total correct predictions. Total correct predictions, you can say, right? So which is basically total correct predictions means true positive plus true negative. So 14 plus 8 divided by how many are these total? Can you count it? I think these are 20 plus 10, 30, right? Divided by 30. So the accuracy is coming out to be 11 by 15. So let's just see the options. Accuracy is 11 by 15. So I think C is the correct answer. And precision, for the precision, yes, X is greater. So B is the correct answer. So B and C are the correct answers here. Okay. So this completes our all 65 questions. Let us know if you have enjoyed the session and let us know how was the paper. So these are the all 65 questions here I can say for this particular question I can say it is easy to moderate. Can I call it easy to moderate? Yes, right. Okay, so this completes our discussion of all 65 questions. So I think you people had a great time. So it's already 3:25 a.m. So we are, I think we are live for almost 7 hours, and we have completed all 65 questions as we promised. So hope you all enjoyed this session, and we really loved that you are staying till this point. So there has been still at this moment there has been like 50 people which are live. It is really good to see that all 50 are live from consistently from 8:30 p.m. till this point. So we are almost like 7 hours, not almost, I think we are 7 hours. So I think this is one of the longest stream that we have had in on the Go Classes channel. Second longest was the Gate CS set 1 and set 2. They were around 6 hours long, but this is even 6. They were, I think, around 6 hours 30 minutes long, but it is even more than 6 hours 30 minutes because we had discussed all 65 questions. So thank you everyone.
To be honest, I'm very, like, I'm not tired, to be honest. It's been,
Yes.
7 hours, but I'm not tired. The reason is, almost 40, 50 students are still live, and continuously they are live. We started yesterday. Sachin, at
Yes.
8:30 p.m. we started, and now it's 3:30 a.m. of the next day, and it's been 7 hours. But because of your energy, you are with us in this live session, for the last 7 hours. We are really not feeling tired. We can have a chit chat session for 1 hour. Of course, we won't do that. Okay. So thank you everyone from bottom of my heart. From, I can say, wholeheartedly, we want to thank all of you. Okay. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your trust in Go classes. You trusted. That is the reason. Still at this late hour, you can see in this morning, I can say almost 4 a.m. you are with us. So thank you. Really thank you.
Yes. Thank you for celebrating Mahashivratri with us. So
अरे हाँ,
हाँ,
आज है क्या?
हाँ, मतलब
अच्छा,
नाइट को थी, मतलब बेसिकली कल थी।
ओके।
तो हाँ,
सचिन, जब से सेशन शुरू हुआ है, इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच भी हो चुका है,
हाँ,
इंडिया जीत
राइट।
भी चुकी है, महाशिवरात्रि भी स्टार्ट हो गया है, मतलब
राइट,
मिडनाइट पे।
हाँ,
और बेसिकली हम कंटिन्यूअसली लाइव, मेरे ख्याल से शायद मतलब पूरा जो सेशन है उसके अंदर, मैं जब मेरा वीडियो भी ऑफ था तो भी आई वाज लिसनिंग टू सचिन, जहां पे भी
राइट।
मुझे ऐसा कुछ बोलना होता था, आई वाज जस्ट स्पीकिंग। बट लाइक रियली रियली आई वांट टू थैंक ऑल ऑफ यू। ओके।
यस,
सो
थैंक यू एवरीवन।
एक
हाँ,
सम स्टूडेंट राम सिंह इज सेइंग सर, वो चाई, CHI चाई
चाहे
बोलते हैं क्या
स्क्वायर
इसको?
वाला, हाँ,
चाई
चाहे।
स्क्वायर वाला वो देख लो आप, है ना? अभी हम इसकी
हाँ।
PDF भी शेयर कर देंगे, ठीक है,
हम्म।
मॉर्निंग तक। ओके। बाय द आफ्टरनून, बिफोर द आफ्टरनून, we will upload the annotated PDF also of this session. Okay. And we will put the timestamp also. Let's do one thing.
हम्म।
Before afternoon, we will put the timestamp of all the 65 questions on this video. Okay. So no problem. You can just click the timestamp and you can go to any 65 question. Okay. PDF भी शेयर कर देंगे, 65 क्वेश्चंस का टाइम स्टैम्प भी डाल देंगे। ओके। सचिन सर का LA कोर्स इज लव, यस का कमेंट है सचिन, ये जो जस्ट फॉर
ओ,
फन जो है ना,
अच्छा।
जस्ट फॉर फन जो अकाउंट है, दैट इज बेसिकली यस, यश ठक्कर। ही इज इन IIT
अच्छा।
गुवाहाटी राइट नाउ।
ओके,
ही
ओके।
इज इन द chat also, and he is telling me that he has watched the session, and it is his opinion that the paper is moderate to tough. Yes, the paper was not easy, but it was, in comparison with the last year, it was easier, but
राइट।
overall the paper was moderate to tough. Okay, so this is what he shared with me in the WhatsApp. Okay. So we will have more sessions with Yes. Actually, we will have live session with Yes to discuss how to prepare for interviews after the Gate D exam. You have to, if you do not get direct admission, then you may have to prepare for the interview for IIT admission, ISC Bangalore admission. So for that also, we are going to discuss with Yes. There will be a live session. We will discuss everything about the interview preparation. Okay. So that's it. Thank you all. Please like this session. If you did not like this session, please press that button, like that button, and please share it with all the Gate DA 2026 aspirants. Please share it today. Okay, if anyone is asking you, please share with them and tell them that each and every 65 question has been discussed with complete analysis. No formality, nothing. No time waste, no formality. All the 65 questions we have discussed. Okay. So thank you everyone. I hope you get a top rank. I hope you get your dream college. And if you are thinking to prepare for GATE 2027, then you can consider joining Go classes for in depth learning, for quality learning, without any rote learning. If you want to study all the concepts in depth, then you can join Go classes and let's prepare for GATE 2027. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you everyone. There is one comment by Arnab Chatterjee. Arnab is saying कि सर एक बार मेरा भी नाम ले लो, मेरी गेट डी में लास्ट ईयर 352 रैंक थी. So Arnab, thank you for staying, and you have been commenting since 5-6 hours. So really a lot of thanks to you, and yes, congratulations on your last year rank, and hopefully this year the paper was better. So hopefully you might be getting the better rank than last year. So best of luck for that. And thank you for staying, Arnab.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ सचिन, थोड़ा बस 1 मिनट लगेगी। जितने भी स्टूडेंट अभी इस टाइम तक 3:30 AM तक लाइव हैं, मैं एक बार सबका नाम लेना चाहता हूँ। निशांत कुमार, थैंक यू। रिच अमृता, थैंक यू। रिच तो अपने साथ CS के पेपर में भी था सचिन,
हाँ,
रिच।
हाँ, अच्छा,
हाँ।
रिसर्च, ओके।
हाँ। अर्णव चटर्जी, राम सिंह, जस्ट फॉर फन, दैट इज यश ठक्कर, आदित्य कुमावत, फेक कोच, all of you, please, like, thank you from bottom of our heart. There is @AP, Aditya Kumawat, Ninja, Ankit Banerjee is here. So let me also tell you about Ankit Banerjee here. So Ankit Banerjee basically got with third year Sachin, he got GATE CS 2025. Last year in GATE CS, he
Hmm.
got all India rank 60. And then after that, he joined Go Classes GATE DA course. And I wish him top rank in the GATE DA also. Ankit, what do you think? What rank might be getting? Like, how many marks are you getting, Ankit? So with third year, you got all India rank 60 in the GATE CS. Now with final year, I hope, I wish that you get top rank in GATE DA also. Okay, so there are of course many more students are there. There is music, music retune, okay, and KSR, and some more students. Alankrit, yes, yes. Actually, many comments from Alankrit Patel also. Killer, Killer 40H, 14H, okay, Dragonfire, Indian Lad. So many more. Actually, I can see. So okay. So and others, if I missed anyone's names, like for example there is Omkar, okay, there are many more. Okay, so if I missed anyone's name, still thank you for, thank you for staying with us. Okay, okay, thank you everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for staying till this long. Thank you so much.